charts this past week. This is that Pandora exclusive. It's out now on all the major online digital album retailers. Hope you download it. If you love it. Hope you rate it to help others do the same. Maybe I'm the problem is out now. Time Suck brought to you again by the My West Coast Buds podcast. Yes, yes, and yes. Hosted by comic Kush King, Time Sucker Joe DeMeo. My West Coast Buds is an inside baseball look at cannabis, coffee, comedy, and spirits. Some of Joe's very most favoritist things, and so much more. It's a fun conversation where you can learn about all kinds of stuff. On today's My West Coast Buds episode, Barroom Blunders. Guys do a live podcast from the Undertow Comedy Festival. Speak with comedians Shane Moss. I know Shane well. Jake Silverman, Caitlin Warehouser, AJ Foster about their craziest alcohol-related experiences. 4 comics telling 4 really funny stories. I'm not familiar with 3 of those guys. I'm sure they're fantastic. Shane, I know him, and I know his story will be great. In a room full of fantastic beer-drinking coastal folk, it's going to be a great atmosphere. Time Suck fans, Ben and Joe, really appreciate your support. They've been receiving a lot of love from Time Suckers, and they don't take it for granted. If you're enjoying the show, please write a quick review on iTunes in the story. So listen, subscribe. My West Coast Buds podcast, iTunes, SoundCloud, other places, including, of course, mywestcoastbuds.com. Link in today's episode description. Also find them in the sponsor section of the app. You just push your goddamn button. Hunchley. Talk about Hunchley, man. Right after we talk about our second sponsor, Jupiter's Twist. Yes, Time Suck is also brought to you by Jupiter's Twist. A really fun new board game where you and a friend stick needles in your nipples. Start twisting. See who can make it the most times around. How far can you make it around the areola before passing out from excruciating pain? 1 twist, amateur hour. 2 twists, now we're talking. And we're screaming. 3 twists, where the fun and the tearing begins. 4 twists, you're winning Jupiter's Twist, but losing life. 5 twists, get the Guinness people on the phone. You're about to either set a new world record or bleed out. So head to Jupiter's Twist out. What the fuck am I talking about? No, that, of course, is not a sponsor. But we do have another kick-ass sponsor, Hunchley. That's what I was going to get to. Another awesome company, also ran by Time Suckers. I love it. I love that there's just more and more time sucking squeezed in here. You Time Suckers know that I have to do a shit pile of research for every episode. Google searches, endless Wikipedia
Oh no,
pages,
freeze warning.
endless news articles, forums, the dark, seedy underbellies of the internet.
Oh,
That 100 tabs open, I don't even know how I ended up in so many rabbit holes. Where am I? Damn you, Lucifina. Where have you put me? Well, let me tell you about a tool that helps put an end to the madness. It's called Hunchley. Hunchley kicks ass. You just turn it on when you're using Google Chrome, and it captures and keeps track of every page that you visit so you don't forget where you've been. The best part is that Hunchley does this automatically, so you never have to stop your research to worry about taking screenshots or copying and pasting URLs. You tag pages to keep them organized, take notes on interesting pages, clip photographs, all from the intuitive Hunchley dashboard. Hunchley can even track phone numbers, email addresses, names, whatever other piece of information is relevant to your investigation, and notify you when those pieces of info are found on the page.
I'm gonna be really those balls. You see, wait.
So much more.
Gonna change after. Yeah. Those are a lot of soul fires after I sleep. By the way, DeLon,
lots of people all over the
did
world.
you check all my new emotes?
Your Hunchley purchase when you head to Hunch, HUNCH.
I love that one. It really works. It really fucking works, and it's goddamn great.
That's right.
What's good, y'all? Remember to use perspective lines. That's what's real good. You know what's real good? Using perspective correctly. And not just willy-nilly throw shit shit all over the fucking place. Now that I fixed it.
Some bros from the sweet box.
And this one's pretty good.
Me some stuffed bagels I had for breakfast this morning. That's pretty cool. New little Spokane.
But now all my emotes are right here, which means I need to make more fucking emotes.
So much fun to have a nice full-size crowd of dedicated suckheads, man. A bunch of time suckers wearing their swag, bringing their positive energy. I'll release a taping for the Space Lizards via Patreon here soon. Reverend Dr. Josh Krell will get it all souped up and palatable. We emptied the keg of Time Suck IPA that was brought to the club, for the event. And I got to say, man, great beer. Oh, man, I drank a big tall boy myself, and so good. Young Buck Brewing knocked it out of the park. They're time suckers as well. For Spokane area suckers, the beer will be available for an unknown amount of time. I guess, until it's gone. It's Steel Barrel Tap. It's the Steel Barrel Tap Room on Madison Avenue, downtown, at the Backyard Brewing on Oregon.
You see, gotta make perspective correctly. So when you think you don't need perspective, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
So it's a great fucking brew. I'll be at the Sacramento Punchline this weekend, May 10th through the 12th. Based on emails, a lot of cool-ass time suckers going to be showing the fuck up. Hope you're one of them. May 31st through June 3rd, be at the Tempe Improv. Hoping it's not over 1,000 degrees when I land in Phoenix like it was last time. If I remember correctly, last time I landed in Phoenix, it was...
I was very... I'm very sorry that instead of using perspective lines, I just went all willy-fucking-nilly.
And I believe one of the guys from the Dollop is going to be doing the stand-up shows with me. Gareth, I believe, will be there. What I've heard, that's a rumor.
I've not actually seen I've not actually listened to any of the Dollop.
15th through 16th, be at the Funny Bone in Des Moines, Iowa. 2 nights only.
Remember to use perspective lines, Delon. Don't be like me, who just does not use perspective lines, and then I'm like, why does it look so weird? Oh, right. I was not... there's something I forgot. Literally, I forgot it existed. And I was like, man, it's looking very weird. It's not bad, it's just weird. Just doesn't look correct. Alright, I was ready for this. Damn right, gotta use it or lose it. You what? Yeah, I forgot perspective lines existed.
I have 2, need 7.
Just existed. And, not like, oh man, I should use them. I was like, oh man, there's gotta be an easier way.
That's a dick move to not, let you then buy the shirt later that you came to the show to buy. So timesuckpodcast.com, that's where we're selling them right now. What are they made of? What are the 2018 Flat Earth Tour t-shirts made of? Madagascar lemur ball sack. Lemurs have some of the softest ball sacks on Earth. And the softest of sacks are found in Madagascar. And they're at their very softest when the sacks are harvested between November and April. That's the hot, wet, humid season. And those subtropical rains really are softening up that sack skin. Only the fucking best for you assholes. Those are in the store. Also, cool Timesuck charity donation announcement after the top 5 takeaways. Inspired by the victims of Gary Ridgway. Right? Doing some charity work, and I love it. Let's get to it, though, now. Timesuck 86, Green River Killer.
Yep, the Green River Killer.
Bed wetting. Wetting that bed past the age of 5. Fire starting. Animal cruelty. That is what's known as the McDonald Triad. The homicidal triad, the serial killer triad. Ridgway had it. And I wondered as I read about his childhood, did that early trifecta of deviant behavior greatly increase his chances of becoming a serial killer like I'd always believed? Maybe not. According to an article I found in Psychology Today, this formula may actually offer very little in the way of predicting future criminality.
Dude, I do it this all the time. Line that, and line portrait, body foreground, background. People use it. Yeah, I know. I just was trying to save time, then do this, but this is the right way. This is the correct way, and it does make it look a lot better.
In a paper, The Threat to Kill, that these 3 behaviors often showed up.
It does make it look a whole hell of a lot better.
Excuse me.
I'm just being a big old baby that's like, I gotta use it. I can't believe it.
Had a little almonds.
I can't believe I have to use this. So dumb.
One's been on my tongue.
Even though literally it makes the picture look better.
High five myself. No. These 3 behaviors showed up in his most aggressive sadistic patients. McDonald had compared the childhoods of 48 psychotic patients against 52 non-psychotic patients, all of whom incidentally had threatened to kill somebody. None of them actually killed anybody. Just over half of these
perspective lines
patients were male.
Do this to them so that
all the way from 11
so I know where everything is, so I can fix it, so I can fix all my mistakes that I made the first time. You know, I should have just been doing the perspective lines and stuff like that. Oh well. Oh well, you live and learn. You're hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
Psychotic patients seem to be more threatening than the average psychotic patient when, as a kid, they had engaged in animal cruelty, fire starting, and prolonged bedwetting, all of which, by the way, I've also engaged in. Damn it. I set many a fire as a teen. I can't take it back. Living in Las Vegas a couple years, too. Me and a friend set trees, dumpsters, sagebrush fields next to apartment complexes ablaze just to watch people freak out. Watch the fire department come. And we would just, at Vegas that time, there would be like an undeveloped block next to a developed block. We would set the undeveloped block, the brush on fire. And you know what? Maybe the fire department would put it out before it reached the apartment complex. Maybe not. Thank God it always did. But that was, some of the excitement was just like, oh, God, what did we do? What chaos? Can anyone stop it? No, we were fucking savages. So I did that. And, yeah, a lot of dumpster fires were exciting, because when you were on the other side of the building where you couldn't see the dumpster, it just looked like a house was on fire. And people would freak the fuck out. We liked being the reason people were freaking out. They were terrible. Also, I wet the bed on a regular basis.
There we go.
All the way through high school. Had a few accidents. Actually,
Nope. Be my sensei. You say take time and keep at it, and you say, hey, you got it. And it's yeah, use it. Yeah, I know.
She was still sleeping next to me.
I forgot it existed, and I was trying, and I was literally like, man, there's something I'm missing.
Tried to stay still.
I wonder how I can make these houses look even more like they should be here. Oh, right. There is a way. It's very easy, in fact.
Go grab some water from the kitchen, come back and throw it on her. Right? Which is fucking super weird. And she'd be angry. But I'd rather have her think I was just like a weird prankster, didn't understand how that wasn't funny, rather than a bedwetter, rather than a 20-year-old bedwetter. She did find out, and I was actually very cool about it. But it's nocturnal enuresis is a scientific term for nighttime bedwetting. And yeah, I had that. And while I wasn't cruel to dogs, and I'd like to think I wasn't cruel to pets in general, I was borderline cruel. Maybe not borderline, maybe just cruel to my sister's cat, Toby. And here's why I say that. I would do this thing to Toby where I would go get one of my mom's nylons, and I would stuff the cat into one of my mom's nylons because I thought it made it look like a burglar. Like how you see like a burglar put a nylon on his face and his face gets all smushed up? I would do that to Toby, and Toby's face would be all smushed up, and she'd be wedged into the bottom of the nylon. And that's kind of
It's all good, man. No, dude, I totally understand. I'm just I don't know. I'm just a bit tired lately, but I'll get through it.
Spinning her around your head, and she would make a sound similar to like a helicopter. I could make that sound, and I thought it was really funny. And looking back, it was pretty fucked up. And I also shot a lot of squirrels and small birds and stuff with a pellet gun. Did a lot of that stuff. So, that predisposed me towards being a sadistic killer? Turns out it did. I didn't feel comfortable admitting this earlier in the podcast, the history, like in the early episodes, but I did kill a guy in Miami in 1998. Look, here's the thing. I don't want to say that I wanted to kill him, but to be honest, I didn't want to not kill him. So you interpret that how you want, and that was the first time I killed somebody. We're not here to talk about me. We're not here to talk about me and my boring details of the
I'm the trash man.
We're here to talk about
I'm so trash all over the floor.
No, that was not.
And
true.
then
What
I
if just
started
fucking
eating
went on and
garbage.
took that back and just let you did he really fucking just admit to killing somebody? No. Gary Ridgway did though. Let's talk about the McDonald triad. Does it really dispose one towards murder? A lot of people have believed that to be true. Well, again, despite McDonald himself questioning the implications of this finding, other later researchers felt his ideas were at the very, least worth retesting. And a couple years after his publication, a pair of psychiatrists, Hellman and Ryan, divided 84 incarcerated offenders into two groups: 53 non-aggressive offenders, 31 aggressively violent offenders. And they found that 3/4 of the violent offenders showed evidence of one or two behaviors from the triad, and that 45% showed all three. But their study, too, was small and poorly designed. For one thing, I cannot find any info on what the percentage of non-violent offenders displayed all three behaviors, so the results are meaningless. And I do hate that about research you see online. I see this all the time. They'll throw in a crazy stat that kind of fits the narrative, that they're trying to push in their article about, like, can you believe that, that people with these behaviors kill all the time? And they show, like, the stat of how many people lined up with that, but they don't show the comparable stat for how many people who had those same, traits didn't kill. And that's where the actual meaning of the study comes in. Like for example, if you said that 75% of serial killers wet the bed, set fires, and were cruel to animals as a kid, you would then be freaked out if your kid did all three of those things, right? You'd be like, oh my God, there's a 75% chance they're going to become a fucking serial killer. But then if you heard that 86% of the general population wet the bed, set fires, and were cruel to animals, you'd be like, oh my gosh, there's actually a good chance my kid will not be a serial killer. Odds are against him. Sounds like a lot of people are, going to be a serial killer, though. You'd be worried, like, how was everyone but me wet in the bed? And poor animals. Am I the only one not abusing them? And why is there so much shit out there to burn? But seriously, the second bit of info drastically changes the importance and relevance and predictiveness of the first bit of info.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just, meaningless data. It's like I hate it when places do that. 20% of people who eat bacon will get cancer. Oh, my God, let's throw away the bacon. Then you find out 20% of the general population, regardless of diet, will get cancer. What the fuck? Get the bacon back over here then. Why'd you tell me the first thing? Still, more researchers tried to link this childhood behavior with sadistic criminal adult behavior, with much larger groups, better controls, and no one was actually able to prove a definitive link. So, nope. So not actually a correlation. There is a correlation with callous disregard and becoming a serial killer, which is a terrible phrase. Yeah, this has showed up in some studies when they said people who had callous disregard were at a greater risk for homicidal tendencies later.
Lady.
What a weird thing to define, callous disregard. Interesting phrase. Man, very creepy quality. I feel like if that showed up on somebody's dating profile, just maybe don't date them. If they're like, I like staying home watching Netflix, I like Vietnamese cuisine, like some pho, and I have a callous disregard for humanity. I'm gonna say that's a no go.
I'm gonna say that's a no-go.
I guess I feel like kind of ran with this because they were just too lazy to kind of fact check its validity. They thought it was just fun to kind of name drop the study and talk about some correlation that was not there. And one group that did this that I was surprised by was the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. Right during the 80s and 90s, they would offer evidence from their own studies pointing towards the triad as being predictive, but their research also flawed. Like while on the road teaching local jurisdictions about behavioral analysis, several members of the behavioral science unit interviewed
I'm so dumb.
To work within a randomized scientific design, they just gathered info from 36 convicted murderers, only 25 of which were serial killers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, guys.
Correlation they felt was positive between triad and being a murderer. And they use that data to develop theories and publish articles, and again, but not like proven in a clinical way. They did find also though that the half the subjects were from single parent homes. 3/4 had described an indifferent or negligent parent. A majority had a psychiatric history. The mean IQ was bright normal, and 3/4 had paraphilias, aka extreme, possibly deviant sexual fetishes such as attraction to objects or body parts, like Dahmer had. Remember, Dahmer was attracted to bicep muscles, and not like in the way of, oh, that dude's hot, he's got some guns, but more in the way of, oh, man, that dude's hot, I wish I could cut his arm off and fuck his bicep. Remember that creep? And 3/4 also reported an experience of childhood abuse. In addition, although the FBI agents found evidence in many of their subjects of at least one of the McDonald triad factors, they supplied no data about the percentage that had all three. And again, no comparative data from the general population to measure it up against. So who knows? But I'm gonna lean towards, all right, it doesn't mean just because you did those things like I did doesn't mean you're gonna be a murderer. Hopefully I'm not gonna be a murderer when I grow up someday. The only triad that I think that matters is the Bojangles triad. That's 3 legs, 1 block of muscle pit bull awesomeness. Praise Bojangles. Praise our sweet pit bull mascot. I'm kidding. The only real triad that matters is What a Fool Believes, Minute by Minute, and Y'all Will Be There. Those are the 3 Michael McDonald solo career singles that have won Grammys. No, but yeah. So I wrote down way too much. I'm skipping here ahead. I wrote way too much about the McDonald triad. Just kept going over and over the same info. So I had it. Ridgway had it. He acted on it. I didn't. And if you had those things in your childhood, rest a little easier, I guess, that while some people, including the FBI behavioral unit, did think there was a correlation between having the triad and doing some naughty stuff when you're older, there has been no conclusive study proving the link. Okay, well, let's look into some conclusive stuff. Let's look into the life of this sick fuck, this Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, with today's Time Suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a Time Suck timeline.
Gary Leon Ridgway was born February 18th, 1949 in Salt Lake City, second of 3 brothers. Parents, Thomas Newton Ridgway Mary Rita Ridgway lived in a rented room near a local
Yo,
high school.
take it easier.
Though his
It's
brother,
not that
Gregory
seriousness.
Ridgway, was also born in
Bruh,
1948
I
in
can
Salt Lake
see
City.
you looking like a
Youngest
small
brother,
ice
Thomas
cube ready to
Edward
melt and
Ridgway,
sect.
was born in 1951. Public
I mean,
records do
not
reveal
really.
where the family
I
was
just...
at that time. Sadly, not a lot of other
I'm doing
information
just
really
fine.
known about his early childhood, about his first 12
I'm
years
doing
of life.
a-okay.
His family, after his capture,
I'm just tired.
not really
I don't know why I'm
understand
tired. I
talking about young Gare Bear.
had enough sleep, I feel.
But Gary wasn't apprehended.
I don't know
until he
why
was
my
52
eyes just
years
feel
old.
so
His
heavy.
mom, born in 1928, she would have been 73 by that time. But according to a neighbor, she died before he was captured. I cannot find an obituary reference for his mother, but some of his former neighbors remember Gary going to the funeral of his mom before he was arrested. So I feel like that's a good sign that she is dead. We'll never get to hear her account of Gary's childhood. And I did find an obituary reference for his dad, who for sure died 3 years before his capture. So too late to get any info out of him as well. His brothers were and are religious enough to feel like it was God's place to judge their brother, not theirs. They didn't want to talk. They continued to have a relationship with Gary after his arrest and conviction, at least for a little while. Maybe they still do. Still haven't seemed real interested in speaking with the police or the media. His ex-wives don't seem to know much about Gary's early childhood other than that mom was domineering and dad was a doormat. And then Gary wet the bed. We know that according to Gary. According to Gary, his mother would also do something you're not supposed to do if you have a bedwetter. Like I was a bedwetter, and my mom would be annoyed that I, had wet the sheets again because she'd have to do more laundry. I feel like it's a fairly normal response, a little irritation. Gary's mother would thoroughly wash his genitals after he wet the bed, and that seems to be a bit much. And I'm going to say, I'm not a pediatrician, not a child psychologist, but I'm going to say, unless your kid is cognitively delayed, got to be a hard cutoff on age when it comes to thorough genital washing. I'm going to say no later than 6, which I know
Goat,
sounds
it's called you're stressed out and tired. No, I'm not stressed out or tired. I'm fine.
I would say 4.
I'm fine.
4. But I'm sure there are some pre-K kids out there who don't have any mental issues, so to speak, but also got some dirty dicks. Probably don't have a firm handle on what it means to have a clean ween. So that's why I kicked it up to 6. I personally can stop at 4. Gary had a clean ween. He had arguably the cleanest ween in town. Gary has vivid memories of his mom thoroughly washing his pea-stained ween, polishing up a little corn on the cob. It's creepy. And we don't know much else about young Gary until he was 12.
That's fucking disgusting.
When Gary was 12, he raped a neighbor's dog, and the neighbor initially pressed charges.
That's also fucking disgusting.
Not willing to testify, and the charges were dropped. And that is insane. That had never happened.
Oh.
In 1960, the Ridgways moved to a house in what is now the city of SeaTac. Don't think about Mitts anymore. She's fine. SeaTac is roughly 25,000 person strong suburb of Seattle, lies in southern King County, surrounds the SeaTac International Airport, Seattle-Tacoma Airport. It's actually been incorporated only since 1990, and it has a lot of cool stuff in it. So much, it has the Highline Botanical Garden, and that's it. It has the airport, garden, nothing else of interest. I thought it had IKEA, home of cheap and cheerful office furniture, and cheap and tasty as fuck meatballs, but that's in Renton. It's actually nearby Renton. You care, which you probably don't. Anywho, the old Ridgway house still stands at 4404 South 175th Street, what seems to be a very nondescript middle-class neighborhood called McMicken Heights. Shaggy scrubs and trees now conceal the view from the road, but when Gary was a kid, the yard was wide and open, big enough for family football games. Thomas Ridgway was a bus driver, also worked for a time at a mortuary. Mary Ridgway was a saleswoman.
Perspective.
Let's talk about JCPenney. JCPenney, not cool.
Yes.
But that store used to be the shit. Right? I'm pretty sure the bra section of that big old JCPenney 80s catalog is the first place I discovered my sexuality. One day, flipping through the pages to make it to the big ass toy section, which always had so many great toys. And
so many great toys.
Of super happy looking kids.
Hell yeah.
Latest, greatest Lego sets, G.I. Joe figures, and accessories, planes, tanks, bases. They had Ataris, Nintendos. They had Nerf guns. They had the best remote control cars that I knew of. Now I realize hobby stores, had some nitro gas shit I didn't even know about. And JCPenney had, cheap battery D powered bullshit, but thought it was cool. One day, trying to get to that section, hit the bra section and was not grossed out. Instead, I was like, oh, I like this. I can see a lot of these women's boobs, and it's great. I can see an outline of some parts of their vagina areas, and I don't even know that. What all is in there yet. I like it. I don't know fully what's all in there now, but I still like it. And how did my favorite catalog get even fucking better? Anyway, getting way off path. Damn you, Lucifina. in your glorious visions of distracting 80s boobs and panties. Gary's mom worked there, JCPenney. Virtually impossible to put the next few years in any kind of chronological order. All we have to go on is the recollections of old neighbors, childhood friends, classmates, and ex-girlfriends. So this next little kind of chunk is like a collage of things of Gary being in junior high and high school. Same neighbors that would recall young Gary coming over and splashing in the backyard pool with their kids, sitting in their living room watching TV, recalled him as just being bright, polite, frankly, pretty nondescript. Gary's second wife would later assert that his mom was overtly sexual and dressed like a prostitute. However, old neighbors heavily dispute that account. And you'll find that when you look into Gary, if you do, a lot of disputed accounts of his childhood. Gary himself hasn't talked a ton about it, not in detail. And frankly, it's hard to understand what the hell he is talking about half the time. Not an eloquent speaker. More on that a little bit later. Other than snapshots from neighbors, coworkers, childhood acquaintances, and ex-wives, a lot of his recollections of childhood come from Gary himself. And that's troublesome because he wasn't known for being super honest. He would actually end up passing 2 separate polygraph tests later in his young adulthood. The account of Gary's sexed up mom is disputed by a woman who lived next door to the Ridgeways, who said that, she dressed modestly and just wore jeans 90% of the time. And I'm guessing not sexy 1960s flower child jeans. Probably more like mom jeans, straight leg cut, not heavily tapered at the bottom, form obliterating instead of form fitting. The same neighbor remembered Mary as a good neighbor, the mom, recalled her being a skilled and avid gardener, someone who turned her yard into a miniature park. I remember her years after Gary became a grown man playing badminton and volleyball.
Thank you for the hugs. He says he's fine, but he's not fine. You nasty. I agree to this, but we'll let it be. Was memeing. Memeing! He memed. Thank you so much for the hug. I do appreciate it.
Gary Ridgway was the family favorite, according to him. Other friends.
I'm just in the middle of perspectifying.
He was a popular brother, and attractive
making
member who
this
ran for student
feel
office at
like
Tye
its
High School.
counterpart.
But again, this one seems disputed to me.
And might
people remember him being an achiever. However, he was 20 when he finally graduated high school. So was he an achiever? He told investigators he was a
right
slow learner
there. So like
before graduating Tye High School. So if he really was an achiever, does not speak well about the overall educational status of Tye High School in the 1960s. Maybe not the best school he was going to, right? If the 20-year-old graduate is the fucking achiever. Oh, Gary, man, he was the best we had. He's the best we ever seen at Tye. He graduated at 20. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It was unheard of to make it out of high school in Tye in the 60s before the age of 25. I graduated at 34. I mean, it was hard to get in high school before the age of 18. But Gary, man, there was just something different about him. He just had a vision that you just didn't see. Again, conflicting stories of his youth. Bruce also recalled that the Ridgway parents were strict, especially with the 2 younger brothers. The mother would scream at the boys, he said, and the father would spank them.
then other barn over here.
I just hear cries of Dad, no, and they were getting beaten with the belt or a stick or whatever. So that sounds terrible when you hear that. But again,
3 more buildings right here.
About the after he got caught back in the early 2000s, these articles where they interviewed the rest of the neighbors, like the Tacoma papers and stuff, and they were like, "Nah, I don't remember that." So a lot of disputed information. The Andersons, who live next door, they're deeply skeptical of allegations, that the father beat the boys.
Right there.
They don't claim
And then the fence goes around like this.
One of Ridgway's girlfriends said Gary was extremely close to his mother growing up.
Yeah, I just need to have a little bit of an idea of where the fence is.
And also, that was said in court by.
Well, it's not really a fence. It's a. It's a. You get it. You get it.
Also in court documents, Winslow described
was memeing. By the way, hey, Inner Joke, how you been?
This came up in other articles too. I don't know if apparently plate breaking was a big thing. He would just get up from the table and just leave.
By the way, guys, if you didn't know,
move right there. Don't even acknowledge the plate just being broken over your head. You just
we have more. We have more.
Sadly, though, old Tommy Ridgway didn't just keep on walking like you're supposed to in that situation. What you're supposed to do is calmly get up, calmly walk, just fuck on out of the house and straight to the police station and charges.
We have more.
Plate over your head, especially in front of company, in front of guests, getting a plate broken over your head. You don't go to marriage counseling. I'm gonna say it's over. I don't want to treat divorce lightly, but I'm going to tell you right now, if someone breaks a plate, over your head, get the fuck out of that relationship. There's no good reason to have done that. Head bloody equals marriage over in that situation. Gilbert Mendiola's family moved in next door to the Ridgeways when Mendiola was in 7th grade. He and Gary became good friends, often walked to school together. And then Mendiola stopped walking to school with Gary one day when Gary killed him. Yep, Mendiola would later recall being really shooken up by getting killed by Gary. He didn't appreciate it. He said Gary murdered him a few times growing up, and it bothered him. It always stuck with him. He'd get murdered. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No. Mendiola saw no signs of the strict parenting Rivard remembers. Said he also didn't really know about Ridgway's parents. He said that Gary was just seemed like a nice guy, interested in sports, and girls seemed normal. Other friends and classmates offer similar memories of Ridgway, personable like cars, played freshman football. Nice guy, but pretty average. Nice mom, nice dad. Didn't really stand out, said one former classmate. Tim Shinners. Thai graduate Terry Rochelle, 52 years old. At the time of
This is very weird.
Ridgway showing up on Saturday nights at a youth nightclub run by a local Methodist church. Typical kid stuff. That doesn't sound fun, by the way. Methodist church nightclub, youth nightclub. Sounds like a blue ball factory.
Yeah, it sounds awful.
Sounds like probably a lot of.
Ooh, nice. I have no clue what I'm going to do for mine. I took me like 2 months to decide on 21 on the 21 to have now.
Team going to the principal's office.
What are the 21 you have now? The 2 I have now. Oh my god. Oh my god. The 2 you have now. Now all of a sudden I've got 4 more and 2 animated. What are your memes? What are your let's see.
Memories of this guy, and basically, I think.
What do they look like?
Who, by all accounts, was just normal. Who seemed normal by almost everyone who remembers.
Well, give me them. Lol.
It seemed like
give me those 2.
Behind the curve with graduating.
I am the trash man.
Others remember him as a ladies' man. He played sports a little bit. Didn't seem to be a star. Just again, fairly normal childhood. No one he went to school with recalled anything dark about Gary, but he did do some dark shit that he would later admit in interviews, such as once suffocating a cat. That's not good. There was this whole fire obsession where he started setting fires when he was about 8. Not houses, but structures, garages, and buildings. He found some newspapers once stacked in a garage, a few houses away from their house on Day Street. He's playing with matches, and he just set the fire. He heard the fire engines come. He hid in his basement in his home. Didn't come out for a long time, not until after dark, I guess. Nobody knew he did it. When he was older, he's playing with matches in a dry field at Long Lake, where his grandfather owned some property. He lit the grass and then tried to stomp it out, I guess, kind of, but it got away from him. Didn't mean to do it, he'd say, but fire always fascinated me, liked fire. And there was one particularly disturbing incident of violence in his childhood. And this is interesting to me because it did not fit his later MO. But this isn't one of my weird stories. This kid would later testify in court as a grown man. When Gary was about 15, it was so random. There was no other incident like that ever came out in an interview or anything about him. When he was about 15, maybe 16, walked up to a first-grade boy near some bushes on a street corner and stabbed him in the side, stabbed him basically essentially in the liver with a knife. And the 6-year-old, wearing a little kid's cowboy hat at the time, just asked Gary Ridgway, why did you kill me? As blood streamed from the stab wound in his side. And he ran in his little cowboy boots, ran towards home. And instead of answering him, Ridgway, he just said, I always wanted to know what it felt like to kill somebody. And then the kid went to the hospital for several weeks, almost died. The incision to repair his liver was about a foot long. He would later also remember Ridgway just laughing as he walked away. At the time of the stabbing, police were not able to find out who did it. Gary got away with it, and then eventually the kid moved to King County, moved from King County, Washington, to California with his family, and he didn't tell this story until a King County sheriff's detective was able to track him down in 2003 and have him testify at Ridgway's trial. But pretty disturbing. Randomly just stabbed a kid when he was a teen. And here's something else pretty creepy that would manifest itself later in Gary's life. Adult life and his killings. His father, Tom, worked briefly at a funeral home during Gary's childhood. And supposedly, one time he told a story when he was home that Gary overheard. He's talking to some grown-ups. Gary overhears the story of his dad talking about a coworker at the funeral home who apparently enjoyed engaging in necrophilia. In time, the story would become the subject of Ridgway's teenage sexual fantasies. He loved the idea of being able to have sex with someone who was dead because then you wouldn't get caught. This is his words. No feelings, she wouldn't feel it. What a weird perspective on sex, by the way. Clearly, he was meant to feel ashamed of sexuality growing up if he didn't want the woman he was having sex with to feel the sex, which is kind of the point of it. You're supposed to feel it, and it's supposed to feel fucking great. I wonder how many sex crimes and murders are really, if you trace it back far enough, the result of the perpetrator being made to feel ashamed of sex and sexuality as a kid. We often want what we're not supposed to have and what's taboo. And what if the urge to have sex, a primal, totally natural, powerful urge that none of us can control?
These are the ones I've got. Haha, just stupid emojis.
In our culture,
well, I mean, inner joke.
Sex wasn't made to be such a big deal. Would rapists have less desire?
Think of some, and then you can.
I really don't, but I think it's an interesting.
Do you have any money to pay someone to make emotes?
And then there's the creepy.
Like, I don't hate them. I just think that they're pretty emoji movie.
Stand him up in the shower and give him a cold scrub down.
You could, I don't know, maybe get your face or something like that.
Like we talked about, a lot of sack scrubbing. Also, according to Gary, Mary Ridgway did these ritualistic type cleanings when she was barely clothed herself. That's according to him.
I'm not saying they suck, but they're just not. They are you, in a sense.
He began to fantasize,
but maybe you could make them high quality.
Which is never good.
You know what I mean? Like, what if you made them kind of high quality emojis?
I'm gonna strongly suggest you get some therapy.
Like, let me break it down for you. What if? And this is just my thought. This is Goat's thought. This is a free thought. What if you just made them like really personable? Like, they're not a bad idea to do those emojis, but make them really make them like stupidly high quality.
April 1969, 2 months before he graduates from
that would be really funny to me. I think that would be very funny. You also play Smash Brothers, so I'm not sure, like.
Brief departure from this job and joined the Navy.
Let's see.
On August 18th, 1969.
Let's see. What other games do you play normally?
He served initially.
Like, you play Animal Crossing. Yeah, you're kind of a variety streamer anyway.
Court records show that
like Crab Game, A Way Out. Yeah, you play all these fucking games.
Is Wayne not so clean now?
So, like, you're a very variety streamer. So, like, making them emojis is not a bad idea. That's a great idea, actually. That's a pretty ingenious thing to do. Because all you just kind of exactly. Which means that, like, that's kind of genius to make them, like, just. They're definitely shitty emojis, but they're very quality, so you can actually be like, oh yeah, they're my emotes. They're literally my emotes. So, like, maybe you can make one your main in Smash, make one the villager from make one look like kind of like the villager from Animal Crossing, make one, I don't fucking know, like, one of your favorite characters, going, the screaming emoji, why don't you make it, yeah, the please, enter, J please, turn it into something else, maybe make it one of your characters, and then make the dog emote, the Doge emote with the Joker one. That would be fun. That would be a funny emoji.
Gary discharged from the Navy, got his old job back at Kenworth.
That would be a good one.
Gary's parents for a while. Gary's mom watched Gary's ween.
Maybe have a gun emote, because gun emotes, everybody has those.
Claudia left for San Diego, moved in with the boyfriend. She would later marry in August. All of that is true, except for the ween washing. Claudia never came back. She never answered a summons for divorce. The divorce was final.
I'm just trying to. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to give you ideas, man. I'm sorry.
Fairlane and Ridgway got it. And as brief as this early marriage was, it did seem to really scar Garibay. Court documents showed later that he spoke bitterly of this divorce to his second wife and subsequent girlfriend in racially charged terms. He claimed Claudia had moved in with several men and become a prostitute. Always thinking about prostitutes.
I was thinking about them
conflicted. Around the middle of 1972,
prostitutes.
Ridgway met a woman who was cruising the Renton Loop. Her name was Marcia Winslow. And that's right. I did say that phrase correctly. She was cruising the Renton Loop. I Googled that. Still a thing. I found an article talking about a loop cruising revival started going on in 2017. The article said that for decades, teens would gather with their friends in their shiny cars, and they'd roll through the streets past the high school. George Stahl, former cruiser, said it used to take us 3 hours to get around that little loop that usually took us about a minute and a half. A lot of fun. Then the city shut it down. No more cruising, you damn greasers, you beatniks. But then they brought it back. Man, cruising, man, I don't know if that's the thing anymore. I really don't. I don't know if that's what the kids are into these days. But I remember doing that as a teen, Riggins, Idaho, heading up and down Main Street, a.k.a. Highway 95, a.k.a. the only street, literally the only street that ran clean through the whole mile that covered the town. If you wanted to get from the north end of Riggins to the south end of Riggins, well, you're going to take Highway 95, or you're going to fucking have to hike up a mountain. I'd be slow rolling my 1982 Robin Egg Blue Chevy Citation like a boss, like an idiot, like a sad Idaho kid. Sometimes blasting a little Two Live Crew out of my speaker system that cost easily twice as much as the car was worth. More of a commentary on the car than the speaker system. Sometimes blasting, you're like, oh, that's pretty cool, man. You're rocking Two Live Crew. Now also rocking Ace of Base, depending on my mood. Right? Sometimes I want some filth from Two Live Crew. Sometimes I want a little emotion. I saw the sign. It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Dun, 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 dun. Remember that one? And I remember the other one. All that you want is another baby. Oh, I felt so emotionally connected for some reason to that baby song. I just remember thinking, like, just give her a fucking baby, man. It's all she wants. It's all that she wants. So yeah, those songs sound phenomenal.
No need to apologize, man.
Yeah,
what? Oh no, I want to make. I know that it's your channel.
1972.
It's your channel, Inner Joke. Literally, it's your thing and stuff like that. I just want you to know that you're that I want people to know that this is your thing and stuff like that. I just want to help out other people, and I want to help out streamers like you.
Right after you figure out what's going on, get it. Never give that person your number, but Marcia did.
I want you to have a voice just as much as everybody else does.
Thought she'd been pulled over by.
Because I have this.
They start dating, and then during one of their first sexual encounters, I guess
I have my art, which kind of defines me. Where other people have different things that really define them, like they have art, but they do this or they do that. Like all my characters are my emotes, and then my own thing is my emote. Like. And I just want you to have your own thing, you know.
His name. Hope he didn't keep his dad's name. That would be a curse.
You're not only a variety streamer, you're also amazing. No, the thing you said real quiet. What?
All right, Ridgway introduced Winslow to his favorite South King County.
I don't think I said anything real quiet.
Back roads, wooded.
I don't think I said anything. What did I say?
Turnouts along Highway 18. Dude had some very specific sexual needs, man. They knocked it out in shady spots.
What did you think I said?
The Green River. His wife
sounded yabe.
Liked having sex outdoors.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Combined with dabbling in.
I'm very confused.
And very specifically, he liked
I'm confused and
on at least one occasion,
very concerned.
Tried to choke her,
also, it's good to see you as well, Abel.
Told investigators. That reads is pretty disturbing to me, man. And everybody has their different little fantasies, but if I was a woman and some dude was that I was dating was like, "Hey, do you want to role play?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, sure. It sounds fun. What do you want to do? You're like a Catholic schoolgirl? You're like you're the professor. I'm a student." But and then he was like, "I want to head into the woods, and I want you to pretend that you're lost and afraid. I'm going to sneak up on you from behind some bushes, and I'm going to fucking choke you down. I'm going to wrestle you to the ground, and just fuck you like an animal." I'd be like, you know what? On second thought, how about instead of role playing, I call the police and you get the hell out of here and are never allowed to come within 100 yards of me again. After the birth of their son in 1975, Ridgway and Marcia joined two churches, one Baptist, the other Pentecostal. Right? They really got into it for a while, wanted to cover their bases, knocked on some doors, had some doors shut in their faces when they're trying to spread the good word, and Ridgway became angry. Marcia told detectives he became fanatical for a while about religion. He would cry frequently during church services. At night, he wanted to watch TV with a Bible in his lap. And all of this, though, isn't slowing down his choking one bit, which is another red flag. If the dude that you're dating has a combination of being fanatical about religion, but also wants to fuck you in the woods and choke you down, get out of there. Nothing good is coming from this relationship. Nothing. You know, this is a very disturbed individual. You need to get the hell away from. And check out this next story. Talk about red flags. I'm amazed what people put up with in relationships. Like, amazed. There's so many good people to date out there. Why do some people be like, nah, man, I'm going to put up with a bunch of fucking bullshit? Marcia remembered one time returning home from a party with Gary. They've been out drinking. Marcia steps out of the van, stumbles towards the door. Suddenly, she feels hands around her neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. Gary has snuck up from behind and started choking her. She screams, she fights, not immediately realizing it's her husband. Gary finally lets her go. Then, this is the creepiest part of the whole thing to me, he darts to the other side of the van and then tries to convince her that someone else did it. What the fuck? He tried to sneak up and scare her, Marcia said, seeing if he could walk noiselessly. She said he was pretty good at it. Dude, you file for divorce at that point. That is so it's creepy. It's one thing, super creepy already, to sneak up on your partner and start choking her. Way creepier than to deny it. To jump back and be like, oh my God, what just happened to you?
Whoa,
you
crazy.
Just choked me, you fucking psychopath. What? No, I didn't. That was some other guy.
That was some other man.
Why aren't you chasing him? Because I don't want to get choked. Why am I going to chase a choker? You're going to get me next? No, it's ridiculous. Oh, my God. How do you do that? Classic Ridgeway. Classic Gare Bear. Just Gare Bear being Gare Bear.
Gare Bear.
1978. The Ridgeways are living in Federal Way near Dash Point State Park. The house is a rambler at the end of a cul-de-sac.
Regular Gare Bear over there.
Damp, prime wood fucking forest. Their church-going tapers off. Marcia told detectives Ridgeway began to come home from work later and later without explanation, often returning to the house dirty and wet. Quote, dirty and wet. He also had no personal friends during their marriage, he said. So much disturbing behavior. So many reasons to get out of that relationship. Are you kidding me? No friends. Comes home late. Offers no explanation as to why he's dirty and wet. That is so preposterous. Solid grounds for divorce. Look, I love Lindsay. But if she starts coming home late from work, dirty and wet, with no explanation, she's out. It would be especially weird considering we work together and live just a few blocks from the office. There would be no excuse for her to, if I show up home, like we leave the office at 6, I'm home by 6:01, and then she shows up home at 1 a.m., dirty and wet, she better have a good fucking reason. And if it's a chronic thing, get out. July 4th, 1980, Gary and Marcia separate. Marcia is sick of being fucked in the woods. She's had it. She's had it with her wet, dirty loner of a husband. She moves to nearby Kent. She files for a restraining order, as does Gary. Both claim to fear violence from the other. I feel like she had a legitimate claim, and he was probably just doing it because she did it. Federal Way House was sold that same month. Divorce was finalized in May 1981. Marcia got custody of Matthew, thank God. Gary began making child support payments of about $275 a month. Spring 81, Ridgeway joins a Parents Without Partners group and quickly becomes a health benefit case manager for single parents within the group. I don't feel like he has good intentions, though. I feel like he's just doing this. I believe my own lie. That's hilarious. I'm an idiot. I wrote down a lie about Gary Ridgeway, and then I forgot that I had lied about it, and I read it as if it was truth. And then I got to the point of no, that never happened. He did not become a fucking case manager. I'm an idiot. That's the first time I've done that. I fell for my own lie. God dang it. No, he didn't do that. He fucked a bunch of women in the woods. Took advantage of his position. He joined this group. He didn't have a position. God dang, I'm still trapped in my own lie right now. Ridgeway, he really did join a Parents Without Partners group. He didn't fucking become anything. He became a dude who trolled the group for lonely women. That's what he did. And he dated a few women that court documents would reveal as girlfriends A, B, and C. They didn't want their names revealed in court. Ridgeway met girlfriend A in May 19... I still can't believe I did that. Met her in 1981. May 1981. Soon moved into her West Seattle home. Patterns from prior relationships materialized. They had sex outdoors, many locations. And twice he tried to tie her up without her consent. So similar to choking. Apparently, Gary had an insatiable sexual appetite. Girlfriend A had to ask Ridgeway to back off from his constant demands for sex. She also said he had no outside friends. The horny loner, never a good-looking relationship. Girlfriend A asked him to move out of her home in December 1981. By then, Ridgway had met girlfriend B. They started dating. They didn't go to Ridgway's favorite outdoor locations, though. They went to her house or to Ridgway's house in Military Road in SeaTac, which she'd bought in 1981 and would live in for 7 years. The house sits in the kind of neighborhood where many people keep to themselves. That worked for Ridgway. Didn't talk much to his neighbors, became kind of reclusive, which made sense considering what he was getting up into. His house was always closed up. It seemed very private to Desi Rosalie, one neighbor whose daughter went to daycare in the neighborhood at the time. Rosalie remembers passing Ridgway's house daily, noticing a particularly messy yard. On one occasion, she said she passed Ridgway on the street, and she said, if I was walking by, I'd say hi. He would just ignore me. He was more private, though, than rude. He just wanted to be left alone. I'm sure he did. He suddenly had a lot going on around the time. His sex life started to take some real dark turns. About 11 p.m. on Christmas Eve, 1981, Ridgway met girlfriend B. Shutters in and that partner's function.
I like that. I like the look of this. Not the green not the killer. I like this.
The girlfriend told police he thought he meant a prostitute, and somehow this revelation did not lead to a breakup. Gotta say, girlfriend B seems overly tolerant. You know what? Gary wasn't perfect. What guy is? Some guys don't take out the trash or hold the door open. Some guys almost choke out prostitutes on Christmas Eve. The next month, Ridgway began dating girlfriend C behind girlfriend B's back, and when she found out a few months later, she broke up with him. So almost choking out a prostitute, that's one thing. But dating another woman? Too much, cross the line. Another possible reason for their breakup was Gary's terrible choice on mattresses. Yes, girlfriend B was sick of laying down and occasionally being choked on a JCPenney piece of shit, when what she really wanted was to not get choked on a Lisa mattress. Yes, today's Time Suck is brought to you by Epic sponsor, longtime fan of Time Suck, doer of good in the world, Lisa Mattress. Driven by the mission to provide a better place to sleep for everybody, Lisa is an innovative, direct-to-consumer online mattress brand that is socially conscious and, unlike today's topic, vehemently anti-murder. 0 murders go into the manufacture of Lisa mattresses. In fact, for every 10 mattresses Lisa sells, they donate one to a shelter through their 110 program. They plant 1 tree for every mattress sold. They donate 1% of each employee's time to volunteer for local causes. Not to mention, with a patented universal adaptive
Haven, it's the time again, getting ready for work. That's totally fine, Haven.
Also offers Lisa pillow, blanket, foundation.
It's totally fine.
Try Lisa mattress in your own home.
Look, Haven, I'm not gonna be mad at you. You gotta go work. I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be real sad.
Right to your door.
I'm gonna miss you.
Try it out in person at the Lisa Dream Gallery in Soho, New York City.
But for right now,
or at the Dream Gallery in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
We'll spend the time together as best we can. Know what I mean?
$125 off and a free pillow when you go to leesa.com.
Meow, hug. All right. All right.
The app and the website. Just click the button.
Okay.
Just fucking go right there.
All right.
Back to someone now who will have a better chance of sleeping on a fellow prisoner's boner than he will on a Lisa mattress, Gary Ridgway. April of 82, Gary was having financial troubles. He rented a SeaTac house to Rose Hahn and her husband.
That's not right.
Like a creeper does.
That isn't right.
Never on weekends. Most of those weekends were spent with girlfriend C, but Ridgway also spent some nights elsewhere. On May 11th, 1982, he was arrested on suspicion of soliciting an undercover King County sheriff's deputy.
Yeah, indeed, Goat. At least today is only a half day. Woohoo! Half day! Half day.
To be used.
Gonna be a half day.
In June of 84. Ridgway then swiftly found another girlfriend, she said. She said he was always dating somebody. I guess always dating somebody new.
Which is so weird, isn't it?
Like somebody in choking him fetish, which is hard to pull off alone. Also hard to keep a long-term relationship when you're doing that. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to say, folks, on 1982.
How does he keep getting women? That's the biggest thing. Is like, how does he do it?
In his Military Road home in SeaTac, usually in the bedroom. Though there's a chance he may have started murdering women in the 1970s, his compulsion to kill really ripened in the early 80s, and 1982 was the year that his first known victims began to disappear. He spent a lot of time in 82 staking out potential victims. He spent hours driving through areas known for a heavy amount of prostitution like Tukwila, Kent, Des Moines, Federal Way areas along Pacific Highway South. Spent time in the Rainier Valley, Seattle's Chinatown International District, and North Seattle along Aurora Avenue. Gary took steps to make sure the girls he picked up weren't undercover police officers he'd learned from his earlier arrests. He'd often watch them from a distance, wait for them to be picked up by other Johns, other tricks. He'd sometimes ask them to expose themselves before agreeing to pay, believing that undercover officers would not do that. He'd later say prostitutes were the easiest. I went from having sex with them to just plain killing them. Just said that straight up. Unlike, say, Bundy, his victims did not
Spread the love. Give that hugs.
He preferred white, which is a weird thing. I prefer killing white women. And I don't mean that as far as like commentary on white, just that you prefer any race murder. Just weird to me. I guess this whole thing is weird though, right? He's already fucking killing people. Why am I getting hung up on a racial preference? He preferred young women who were relatively innocent and less likely to con him. And killing was always on his mind, he said. Man, painting big rigs by day, choking out prostitutes by night. How strange are some of the lives people have actually led? It's not a movie. It's a real human being. During the killing spree, there were a few women I didn't, for some reason, I didn't kill. But they were few and far between, he would say. Reminds me of the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, when he says stuff like that, right? Just inexplicably letting some random victims live. He also developed a number of ruses to gain women's trust in order to get them,
oh, cool animated emotes. Yes.
He'd offer to become a regular customer.
Yes. How was your day? How's your day been? Golden Elon Delon. Damn animal autocorrect.
Because as he told prosecutors, they were already dead.
It's good.
Sometimes
it's been good.
His super duper clean ween as well. That mom was a good guy. But look at my ween. Look how clean my ween. Mama says I have the cleanest weenus.
I just hit that once.
Nothing but sweet citrus soap.
Play of the game, you. I was good. Mom is good. She can move her arm slightly. She can move her arm just slightly, which is better than what it was, which was not at all. She could not move her arm at all. She can move it, but she's really got to try for it. Like, she's really got to move her arm. Saw her today. Spent 4 hours with her. Brought my tablet. I just chilled out with her. We talked a little bit.
Although she'd been in the river for several days, no one had come forward to identify her. The woman was white, estimated to be about
was trying to get keys from my mom's house, and the machine broke, so I only got one key when I was when I asked for fucking 3. And I know nobody at Walmart was going to fucking help me about it, because I was just like, well, I know I'm going to get my money back, but fuck, because it's only going to charge me for 1, but fuck, that's annoying. I needed those keys more than I needed that money. It was only $5. I wasn't gonna get mad about that.
Before that, she'd been raped by a hitchhiker, and her mom, a young single mom, not
yeah.
Basically told her
that's okay, Floofy Stone. Thank you for coming in. That's good. Glad she's making a little progress. Yes, she can also use her fingers now. So that's good. She gets to use her fingies. So that's good.
Used, abused, and killed by a man only 3 years younger than her mom. July 17th, 1982. 2 days after Wendy's body is found, less than 10 days.
So she gets to use those fingies now.
Lavorne, a 17-year-old teen runaway and prostitute.
I hope Floofy Snow is doing okay.
Was the youngest child of an upper middle class family in the
but I guess I'll never know. Guess I'll just never know. I guess I'll just have to guess. I guess I'll just be like, well, they're living their lives.
They got caught. They got killed because they're not as smart as I am. She was plenty smart. Still got her. She was also an unhappy teen girl who'd begun to run away from home when she was only 14. Dropped out of school in the 10th grade. She'd been miserable in California ever since the family moved there from New Orleans a few years earlier. She had no ties to the Seattle area. But earlier that year, her boyfriend had persuaded her to leave California with him. Her boyfriend, Jake Baker, known as Jack Back, a young man several years older than Giselle. Quick note to dads out there: if your 17-year-old or any kind of teen is dating a much older dirtbag who goes by Jack Back, buy a ski mask. Buy a ski mask, buy some gloves, get a solid alibi from a friend you trust. Then you find Jack Back and you beat him within an inch of his fucking life, and you make it clear he's never to see your daughter again if he wants to live. Kidding, not kidding. Jack Back, man, what a dumb name. Anyway, he was a street-savvy young dude. Recently got a job driving a cab on the SeaTac Strip, and Giselle had headed up there to join him. And within a few weeks, she was turning tricks.
I don't want to go work today, too. Yeah, see? Sleepy Goat emote works.
Very least, he knew about what she was doing, knew it was dangerous, the life she was leading. On July
17th, yeah, see, Sleepy Goat, I think the Sleepy Goat is something that I needed for quite a bit, because I get so sleepy. I get so sleepy. We're all really comfy and sleepy over here.
23-year-old Deborah Lynn Bonner. Deborah was a slender, exotic-looking woman who grew up in Tacoma, along with two younger brothers. Like Wendy, she had dropped out of school. In Deborah's case, 2 years before graduating. With little education, she had trouble finding jobs. She had been excited about taking a test to join the Navy, but didn't pass recently. She had still planned to get her GED, started a different kind of life. Then Deborah met a pimp and heroin junkie, Max Hackley, and he treated her like a queen. She had a newer model Thunderbird that traveled a lot, and all she had to do to keep that life going was, sell her body for sex. And after meeting Gary, her body would be found on August 12, 1982 on the banks of, you guessed it, the Green River. August 1st, 1982, 31-year-old Marcia Faye Chapman goes missing. 17-year-old Cynthia Jean Hines goes missing. 10 days later, on August 11th, 16-year-old Opal Charmaine Mills goes missing. The very next day, on August 12th. A local man rafting the Green River looking for antique bottles or anything else of value finds all three of their bodies on August 15th. King County detectives now know for sure they have a serial killer on their hands. All the women had been strangled, all dumped in the Green River, all prostitutes. Someone had even stuffed two of the women's vaginas with rocks after they died. Not do that to all the victims, but some. Horrific. August 16th, King County Police set up the Green River Killer Task Force, the biggest police task force they had set up in that area since the Ted Bundy murders in the 1970s. Current Washington State Republican Congressman Dave Reichert was one of the detectives who worked for many, many years on that exact task force. Between August 29th, Christmas Eve, that's right, Christmas Eve, 9 more women would die. Sad enough that some poor prostitute is working on Christmas Eve, then you have to fucking kill her? My God. 9 additional young women, all working the streets, all between the ages of 15 and 23, would disappear and end up in the Green River. The remains of one of these girls, Rebecca Becky Marrero, would not be found until 2010. Gary Ridgway would eventually be convicted of killing 16 women alone. Can I ask if you're a sleepy goat?
Yes. You just have to put that question mark a little bit further away from it, but yes. I am normally a sleepy goat.
Like to keep his yard nice and tidy, fix up the house, do a little antiquing sometimes. He was thrifty, he dated. Probably watched some Newhart, MASH, some Three's Company. That shit was popping in 82. And in a way,
I'm very sleepy most of the time. I'm sleepy right now.
He was just some Richard Ramirez, always doing something fucked up, always doing some hard drugs, hooking up with prostitutes, burglarizing, worshiping the devil, raping, murdering, some combination of the above. I go back and forth, like which is scarier? Is Ramirez scarier? Sometimes I think that because he was pure evil, or is a Ridgway type scarier because you're less likely to see him coming, right? Like if Richard was your neighbor, you would know something was up. That's why he lived in that sketchy-ass Hotel Cecil in downtown L.A., surrounded by other dirtbags. If Richard Ramirez lived next door to you in the suburbs, the only time you'd be looking at him is when you were peeking out from between your blinds, from behind a locked door. What are you up to, creepy McCreep? Well, on November 9th, 1982, one woman gets away from Ridgway, and she'd be the only woman to get away. Ridgway met a prostitute named Rebecca Guay, arranged a date that chilly November day. Ridgway agreed to pay her $20 for sex, which seems low. Then the two drove to an area near South 204th Street where Ridgway wanted to go into the woods. Guay said Ridgway tried to choke her, but she managed to escape and run to a nearby trailer. She bit him and got away. She said she was certain Ridgway meant to kill her, said his face looked white, clammy, cold. She would later tell police. She also told them she thought she was definitely going to die. She didn't. Sadly, though, he was the only one who got escaped from him when it got to that point.
Got escaped.
In 1983, he would really ramp up his killing. 23 More women would disappear from
It
King
is
County.
a bad sign that I'm on my way to work and I can still see the moon. Oh, that fucking sucks.
15 and 26. Sadly, only 5 of those bodies.
But it's only a half day.
Were actually found.
So a half day is not too bad. What what's the what are you gonna stock today?
A lot of the bodies didn't be found until years later. One of the bodies found.
Is it mostly stalking, or is it paperwork? Is it budgeting? What's?
And she was just currently down on her luck when she met Gary. She was dating a guy.
What's your assistant doing today?
Motel, and they needed some quick cash, or they were going to get kicked out of their room. And she was last seen sitting in the passenger seat of one Gary Ridgway in his truck. By the time her remains were found, it would take a medical record of bones she'd had broken in a boating accident to be able to identify her body. May 4th, 1983, Des Moines police, Washington, not Iowa, spoke to Ridgway about the disappearance of Marie Malvar. The prostitute disappeared 4 days earlier, last seen in a truck that resembled Ridgway's.
Yeah. I read that message.
Her body wouldn't be found until September, so the police didn't have enough evidence to arrest him at the time. And there was a lot of other suspects, man. So, and if you're thinking, like, why didn't they catch him with all these suspects around him? Well, or all these women, like disappearing around him. Well, the women weren't just paying their bills off the business of Gary Ridgway. They were seeing a lot of Johns, a lot of sad, lonely dudes. So the police had, an alarming amount of suspects in the disappearances of these prostitutes. On November 16th, 1983, the Green River Task Force does interview Ridgway. He'd been ID'd as being seen with, again, some of the prostitutes that have recently gone missing, but not enough evidence to lock him up, and they'd have to let him go. And then in 1984, 2 prostitutes, Dawn White and Paige Miley, speak to the Green River Task Force specifically about Ridgway, and he's brought in again for questioning, and this time, in an attempt to clear his name, he voluntarily takes the lie detector test, and he passes. And the balls on this guy, he fucking knew he was the guy, and he volunteers to take the test. Not sure what gave him the courage to make him think he could pass it, but I guess Gary just doesn't think like the rest of us, man. Investigators would believe that Gary Ridgway's psychopathy would help him pass it. The polygraph test detects stress, and Ridgway just didn't have any. And when asked later how he did pass it, he said, I just relaxed and took the polygraph. That's fucking weird savant. Despite passing the test, Gary's murder spree does slow down in 84. I think the detectives, having questioned him a few times, probably shook him up, probably spooked him. And also the Green River Task Force is now in full force, which is making it harder to sneak off with victims. In November of 84, they also, the task force brings in Ted Bundy, Timesuck Topic 11, to work with the task force from behind bars to help profile Gary. They're taking this shit seriously. Well, Bundy's help does not lead to Gary's capture, but his profile of Gary was fairly accurate. They're keeping an eye on known prostitution areas. They're tracking Johns. All of this does slow Gary down. But you know what doesn't slow down? Not ever. Today's final sponsor, Timesuck, is brought to you by Chikatilo's Wrestling Academy, making soft men hard. At Chikatilo's Wrestling Academy, students of all ages, but mostly students younger than 18, are instructed in all manner of Chikatilo wrestling techniques. And through Timesuck, you can now purchase a ticket to the 2018 Chikatilo Wrestling Academy Sleepaway Summer Camp. Spend 5 days, 5 nights along the banks of a yet-to-be-named river in a never-to-be-named location where Chikatilo's talented team of instructors will show you the Chikatilo pelvic push, the Green River Gary Woodland chokehold, and the Dahmer drill. There will also be additional events like an Ed Gein Lucha Libre mask-making workshop, where you will learn how to make a real wrestling mask out of a former summer camp attendee's real face skin. Use the promo code
half day and getting paid for full. A bit of all of that, and I've got interviews to do. Oh, damn.
Hootie and Juju lunchbox.
Damn.
Put in your lunchbox, Shirley. And while supplies last, a limited edition Michael motherfucking McDonald Yamo Timesuck 8-track. Yamo Timesuck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yamo Timesuck. Hail Nimrod. Sorry. I know that was a lot. I know that was a lot of stuff I just threw at you. But we were talking about a lot of dark stuff, and I don't know how or the psychology behind it, but sometimes joking about something even darker lightens it up. And that's where we did. And I love you guys. I love you guys. Want to learn new stuff. Also, not afraid of the most fucked up jokes. Sometimes I read these jokes that I've written, and I'm like, God, this is too much. But I'm going to still do it. Gary slows down to 2 confirmed killings in 1984, 0 in 85, and 1 in 86. Also in 86, the task force interviews him again. He takes another polygraph, and the son of a bitch passes it again. 87, Ridgway meets newly single Judith Lynch at a bar in Seattle. She recalled he seemed like the perfect suitor. He was handsome, polite, had a good job, and treated her like a lady, she would later say. Guessing she had very low standards. She had no idea he was still on the Green River Killer suspect list. While they were dating in 87, police obtained a search warrant issued for hair and saliva samples from his home at 21859 South 32nd Street in Kent. Get the saliva, still can't link him to the crimes. Just the DNA, matching technology was just not quite there. Again, though, this close call seems to slow him down. He was convicted of later. He only murdered one person, and for sure in 87, none in 88 or 89, one in 90, and then one last confirmed kill in 98. So a big gap there. And part of it was this new married life seemed to take to Gary. He married in 88. They bought a home in Des Moines on South 253rd Street. They lived there until 97, and he kind of had a personality shift for that decade. He became an extrovert, went out of his way to talk to neighbors, took an almost obsessive interest in gardening, neighbors said, kept his house up well, kept his yard up well, said Mike Welch, who lived in the same house.
It's looking real cool, Goat. Yeah.
So happy in his new marriage, he almost
stopped
killing completely. Not quite. Would rape, strangle, and dump the body of Roberta J. Hayes in the western Washington woods. Roberta, a.k.a. Bobby Joe, was a woman who'd been living on and off the streets since she was 12, and on February 7th, she walked
I got that.
Jail after being arrested, prostitution, headed north. Nobody that knew her ever saw her again.
I also got to clean up that.
One State Parks employee discovered Hayes' skeletal remains near a pile of debris along the dead-end dirt road near north of State Route 410 near Enumclaw. But for the most part, apparently at the time, he was being a good husband and neighbor. He was having garage sales twice a month, which is weird to me, but I guess nothing stood out. That it was odd that he was selling. No candid photos of women with their eyes on the photo scratched out like that. No bloody murder kits. No obvious, like what the fuck. Nope. If Ridgway had a fault, one of his new neighbors said it was that he was overly friendly. I would say when I would walk out in the yard, I couldn't get anything done because he wanted to talk all the time. Another neighbor, Paul Winkle, agreed with that. What a strange way to think about Gary after they caught him, man. Oh, yeah, I remember Gary. Guy wouldn't shut the fuck up. Couldn't mow my lawn when that guy was around. I don't think he strangled anybody. I think he talked those women to death. For 13 years, Judith lived with the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history and this good, if too talkative neighbor, and swears she never suspected a thing. But then finally, Gary gets caught. Finally, he gets caught. Thank God. Before we dig into how he was caught, let's check in with the fools we skipped over last week, those wonderful idiots of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
In an interview video of Gary Ridgway, where while in prison, an unnamed, at least unnamed in the videos I watched, female interviewer asked Gary about his childhood, how he lured women into his car, etc. User Arizona Bay 15, great Bill Hicks reference, by the way. Bill Hicks, fantastic comic, died way too young. Arizona Bay being a reference to a joke he made about California crumbling into the sea, and now Arizona's on the coast. Anyway, Arizona 15 points out some real idiocy in the comments, posting, "This freak has probably murdered 80-plus women, but the comment section hates on the female interviewer. It's a sick world, that's for sure." And this poster's right, man. There are constant posts of, she asked the dumbest questions, worst interviewer ever, I don't like what she's wearing, I don't like her style. These type of comments far outweigh comments along the lines of, what a piece of shit this guy is. And in my opinion, she isn't that bad, right? Yeah, she talked a lot during his interview, but she had to. He's not an engaging speaker. If you'd watch any other video of this guy, you would know that. He was very quiet, with most people. Apparently those neighbors, thought he was a chatty Cathy, but everyone else thought, he was extremely shy. There was coworkers he worked with for years that would say he never spoke more than 2 words to him. And weird commentary on society that people attack her instead of him. And then one person gets even weirder with their comment. User Roberta 119 posts, "This woman is so annoying. She also another one who need treatment. She is much more worried about seducing him with her fake sweet voice and jewelry and body language than keep to herself and do professional interview." Okay. Roberta, she's wearing a suit skirt, right? She's wearing a skirt suit, not a G-string bikini. She's leaning forward to engage him in conversation. She's not smushing her tits together and shoving them in his face. She's using solid, basic body language interview techniques. You're not going to get someone to warm up to an interview if you're leaned back with your arms folded. Just put out a message of, "I don't like it. I don't like you. I don't like it." don't like what you're saying. No, you gotta lean forward and be like, I'm interested in what you're talking about. What you doing, you fucking idiot? Not flirting with him. Zeb Bigfoot Bear Cove leaves my favorite comment under this video, posting, he needs therapy. Death therapy cures him every time. Oh, touche. Death therapy, well played, Zeb Bigfoot. I like it. And I agree, right? 100% cure rate with that. Cures those fuckers every time. Take out the trash, snuff this piece of shit out already. Another video titled Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, serial killer documentary, uploaded by the Serial Killer Documentaries channel. Under this, Chickasaw963 goes full Captain Obvious, posting, just because a person is in troubles gives no one permission to kill them. Ah, well said, Chickasaw. Oh, thanks for throwing that out there. We all needed to hear that. We all needed that. User Abdul Galad quickly points out this virtue signaler's stupidity, replying, nice conclusion, Einstein. Keep at it. You may discover the answers to other important moral questions we already know. I love it. I love when people virtue signal. I'm obsessed with that right now. Ever since I learned what that term was a few weeks ago. I love when people feel the need to post such obvious, stupid shit like, hey guys, listen up. Hey everybody, listen up. I want all of you to know that I am 100% against prostitute murder. I don't care what kind of trouble that gets me into. I know it's a controversial stance. You know what? If I get fired from my job, if I get disowned from my family for coming out and saying that I do not think it's okay to kill prostitutes, so be it. I'm going to suffer the consequences, right? Because it's the right thing to do to let people know I don't agree with wanton murder. You fucking idiot. Mark Preston has my favorite post I've seen in a while. Favorite post out of my last few idiot the internet sections. I love when people do this. When people use a random video to unleash their own personal bullshit that has very little to do with the video. Like they start off kind of commentating about the video, but then go into this weird, personal, horrific tangent. And he has an agenda. He's very misogynistic, and it shows with his post here. So he says, King County, Washington sucked ass in the 1970s, all caps on sucked ass. Angry women were doing their women's lib stuff. Ted Bundy had killed in the region and then ultimately was being adjudicated in Florida while the Green River bodies were being discovered. I remember that summer, 1982, I delivered the Seattle Times and noticed headlines during that era. It sucked. One thing that I noticed during that sickening time were how cruel was how cruel and angry the women were in King County. The young ones were seeking empowerment. The older ones had some leftover European angst. What? I've never heard somebody say leftover European angst. I believe the motivation for some of these serial killings were the shitty, angry women and the shitty weather. I never dated a woman that grew up in King County. My high school girlfriend was from Twin Cities. The one before that was from Bay Area. Okay? The only King County one I hooked up with and liked moved to California after high school. That's not fitting your narrative. I moved to California after high school and spent time in San Diego. Fucking doesn't matter. Getting off track here now. I had a lot of friends in Mission Beach from all over the world. Oh, all right, don't care. There were two young women that I couldn't stand, although I did not know them. What? That makes no sense. I couldn't stand them, but you didn't know them? All right. Turned out they were from Bellevue. Years later, I was working in East Boston on an IT project, and there was a woman on our team that I despised. The last day before everyone flew home, she told me she grew up in Renton. Huh? Fucking okay. I have a friend in Bay Area. Not in I have a friend in Bay Area that is a kind soul. His wife is a total jackass, and many people hate her. I learned years after I also hated her, that she grew up in Bellevue. I grew up in Bellevue too. I have many girlfriends and bosses. Many girlfriends and bosses from all over the U.S. The ones from California are the nicest and friendliest. Women from King County, Washington are toxic. Jesus. So Mark was a little long-winded there. And in case you tuned out a good chunk of his rant like I did the first couple times I read it, what he's basically saying regarding the Green River killings, because he's a piece of shit, is I fucking get it. Totally get it. Look, I'm not saying those women deserve to die. But what I am saying is that they brought that shit on themselves. If you don't want to get choked out in the woods after getting fucked, don't be so uppity. Let go of that European angst, whatever that is. Stop wanting to be empowered. How dare you uppity broads want to be empowered? Keep your shoes off, stay in the kitchen, stay pregnant, and shut the fuck up when the men are talking. Oh, Mark. While I don't hope that you also get murdered, if some woman does kill you, and then a video gets posted of them being interviewed about killing you, I may just post about how I totally understand why you were killed. You were killed because you're an idiot of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
All right, let's wrap up this timeline. Let's wrap it up. Oh, Mark. On November 30th, 2001, 52-year-old father, married man living in the Seattle suburbs, Gary Ridgway, is arrested as he leaves that truck painting job he's had now for over 30 years. And his arrest marks the end of the longest-running serial killer investigation in U.S. history. I thought this was a cool note for his arrest. The handcuffs used on Gary, when they arrested him, were an old pair of handcuffs given to the arrested officer, Detective Mullinax, over 15 years earlier in 1985 by Paul Smith, a veteran King County detective, worked on the Green River Task Force, died of cancer that year. Mullinax had promised Smith's widow that he would put those cuffs on the Green River killer, that her husband's efforts were not in vain when he caught him one day, and then he fucking did it. I think that's awesome. Very poetic. What was the break in the case? It was DNA evidence, right? The technology finally advanced enough to link him to the crimes. Seattle detectives, despite Gary passing 2 separate lie detector tests, still always considered him a strong suspect. And then with the new DNA matching technology available, they were able to link a sample of saliva they'd been holding on to for 14 years in a cold case file with some semen found on 3 of the earliest victims. Detectives had been comparing the semen against DNA samples from a variety of old suspects from the early and mid-'80s. And then when they looked into Gary, a new arrest popped up. He'd been arrested again for soliciting a prostitute just 2 weeks earlier. They found the old saliva. They knew that let's get this tested right away. They matched it. They headed to his job, and they arrested that piece of just murderous trash. And then for nearly 2 years, investigators worked to get Gary to confess to more than the 3 murders the DNA evidence linked him to initially. Finally, on June 13th, 2003, he did confess because he was confronted with the possibility of the death penalty. And he didn't want to die, and so he confessed to 48 separate murders. And on December 18th, 2003, King County Superior Court Judge Richard Jones sentenced Ridgway to those 48 life sentences, right, and to also the 10 years for tampering with evidence for each of the 48 victims, getting that 480 years added to his 48 life sentences.
Damn.
And years later, on his 62nd birthday, February 18th, 2011, pleaded guilty to one more murder, that 49th. In an interview, he claimed more than 70 murders. Others think he killed closer to 100 women. December of 2011, 3 teens, how they found that last victim. They stumbled upon the remains of Becky Marrero on a ravine in the 6300 block of 296th Street, just west of West Valley Highway North. 20-year-old had gone missing on December 3rd, 1982. And to date, she's the last victim Gary's been found guilty of killing. And all those years, her family had to wait to find a little closure. And Gary is currently incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, Washington. And that takes us out of this timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
So that's it. That's Gary Ridgway, man, the Green River Killer. Guy who doesn't have the same fascination around his murders as, say, John Wayne Gacy or Dahmer, even though he killed more people and for a longer amount of time. Why isn't there the same level of fascination? Well, because, when you see the dude in interviews, he comes across more pathetic than terrifying. Reminds me of Ed Gein that way. When you watch him, you're just like, oh, this is not some criminal mastermind. This is just a sick, pathetic fuck who's able to keep his horrific secret life secret. I came across the phrase banality of evil in a description, under an interview with him, and it was so perfect, man. He is banal. Gary's IQ, I hope I'm saying that right, maybe banal. Definitely not banal. I learned that last night. People were fucking with me at the live show, trying to convince me that it was banal. Not banal. Banal, I believe. Banal. Gary's IQ is consistently listed in articles and books as being somewhere around 85, 87. If you look at that old Lewis Terman IQ scale, score 80 to 85 classifies someone as dull. 90 to 109, normal or average. 110 to 119, superior. 120, 140, very superior. 140 plus, genius or near genius. Just below Gary, 70 to 79 is borderline deficiency, below 70 was classified in 1916 when that study came out as feeble-mindedness. Ted Bundy, by contrast, has an IQ listed anywhere from 110 to 136 online, superior to very superior. So yeah, so Gary Ridgway was and is dull, just kind of an angry, not the smartest man. And maybe that's what helped him get away with it for so long. He was like a murderous robot. He didn't pull a BTK, send letters into the police to taunt them. He wasn't like Bundy, drunk on murderous power, going through a sorority and attacking multiple girls in the same night, thinking he just couldn't be caught. He didn't think he could outsmart the world like John Wayne Gacy, just putting bodies in his crawl space and inviting the police to come over to his home, smell him. He preyed on the easiest members of society to prey on. That's also why he got away with what he did. He targeted the weakest members of society, young women who made careers out of getting into cars, creepy men whose names they didn't even know, dudes they hadn't even met before, men who they'd let drive them to secluded areas, men who'd be virtually criminally untraceable if they disappeared. And not only did he prey on prostitutes, he specifically tried to target the weakest of the prostitutes, the youngest, the ones with the least street knowledge, the easiest, most trusting victims, paid them for sex, had it, and then choked them out and took his money back. He initially strangled them manually, but after being inflicted with many wounds and bruises from some of the early victims trying to defend themselves, he began using ropes, belts, ligatures to make his murders easier. Killed the majority of his victims in either his truck or his home. Dumped the bodies in the thick woods surrounding the Green River, and then he'd do it again. And he'd revisit his dump site to revel in the murder's glory.
Yo, let's go. Feels good. Hey, yeah, see, feels good now. Yeah, see.
Why did Gary choke his victims? Well,
great.
It was more personal and more rewarding than shooting them.
Good job, man.
1984, Ridgway took a camping trip to Oregon, south of his home in Washington, with his son. And he also happened to have the remains of 2 or 3 dead prostitutes in the car with him and his son. Paid for everything in cash to have no record of the trip. Dumped the remains in the Oregon area so as to make detectives think that the Green River Killer was moving south. And then presumably had a nice time camp with his son. So he was clearly capable of some serious mental compartmentalization. Why did he kill specifically prostitutes? Well, he said, I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught. And also because he hated prostitutes. And why did he hate them? Well, he would later say, I picked prostitutes as my victims because I hate most prostitutes, and I do not want to pay them for sex. Excuse me, and I did not want to pay them for sex. This is where the low IQ comes in, right? Like, dude, paying for sex is what makes them fucking prostitutes, you idiot. Of course they're not going to fuck you for free. If they did, they would not be prostitutes. They would be like sex angels or something. What a weird mentality, though. I'm sick of carpenters. I don't like carpenters. Why? Because I want them to fix some shit at my house, but I don't have to pay them to do it. Not a bright man. He really wasn't. For example, after 6 months of questioning, Dave Reichert, that head detective in the Green River Killer case, the one who'd become a congressman, asked Ridgway if he had any questions. And again, this is after 6 months of interrogation. He's like, do you have any questions for us? And apparently Ridgway responded, yeah. How come your hair is gray and your eyebrows are dark? Really? That's what we've been holding on to the last couple months, just waiting to ask your interrogator. Yep. He was also super proud of his killings. In a way, some high school has-been would be proud of all the touchdowns they scored back in the day. During an intensive period of
someone today really asked why I didn't do this then, the other one, and I say, wait, you're right. Hey, sometimes it takes somebody else to
pride in what I do. I don't want to take it from anybody else. It's fucking weird.
To bring something up, and you're like, oh yeah.
As we touched on briefly, over time, Ridgway lost his ability to be aroused by a living person, so he would kill his victims and then have sex with them. And it goes back to that fantasy he's had ever since he was a teenager, overhearing his dad talk about the dad's friend at the mortuary. And initially, he'd have sex.
Just had some dark spots and stuff like that.
When he began to bury his victims, he buried them close enough to home that he could return, dig them up, and have sex with them again. And then as time went on, he did not mind that his conquest began to
you're right.
By his own admission, he would wipe away maggots before having sex with some of the bodies.
Just being like, oh yeah.
Okay, not going to get more disturbing than that. Let's cut to some top 5 takeaways, and then we'll get to some good news.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Yeah.
Number 1, Gary Ridgway is the most prolific serial killer
Making this town slowly, walking fast, make it last. Ow. And now I need you. Now I am expired. And now I miss you. And now I wonder.
Dumping their bodies along the Green River at least as early as the beginning of 1982.
If I
He didn't
could
get caught until
fall.
the end of 2001. For 20 years, he killed, dumped, and walked free, leading what seemed to be a normal working-class suburban life. Life can be so unfair sometimes. Number 3, Ridgway preferred to murder prostitutes because he knew they made it the easiest for him to not get caught. He knew who the weak were, and he knew how to prey on them, gaining their trust by doing stuff like showing them pictures of his young son. Number 4, despite his prostitute addiction, the Green River Killer had arguably the cleanest ween west of the Cascades. Very clean ween, bar none. Mama scrubbed that shit down. Number 5, new info. Early on in the formation of the Green River Killer Task Force, Gary Ridgway was not the prime suspect. Police initially believed that Melvin Foster was their man, and that actually slowed the investigation down. And Melvin Foster, I showed a picture of him at the live show last night to illustrate why he became the prime suspect, and mostly because he looked like a fucking serial killer. He looked so creepy. I get why the police made him the prime suspect. In mid-September 82, this man, Melvin Wayne Foster, called King County Police. Poor guy. He's trying to help the investigation. He was a 43-year-old taxi driver, but he'd also been married 5 times, done a 9-year stretch in prison for auto theft. He'd grown up in South King County, and he just was he has a creepy affect, he has a creepy presence, and he just looks like a creep. I watched an interview where he was asked why he went to the police with what he thought was information, and this is what he opens with. When they ask him that question, like, why did you go to the police? He says, you can be your brother's creeper. No, sorry. I put creep in there because he's such a creep. I mentally added the word creep. You can be your brother's keeper or just another bearer of the mark of Cain. Totally dead in the eyes as he says that. That is some weird shit to say, talking about the mark of Cain. Don't do that when people bring you in for a serial killer investigation. Don't fucking mention the mark of Cain, right? You come across like some kind of wild-eyed, pastor, some sweaty Pentecostal backwoods pastor, or you come across, like a serial killer, tying someone to a chair and saying that shit to them. And that takes us out of today's top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Gary Ridgway, that dumb, murderous piece of shit, has been sucked. Don't let his low IQ allow you to feel sorry for him. That IQ may have prevented him from entering Mensa or getting his doctorate and, anything, but it did not give him a reason to kill, not justify in any way the atrocities committed at his hands. And now for good news. Now for a special charity announcement. I promised the Space Lizards, those Patreon premium members of the Time Suck community, that once we hit the initial $10,000 monthly goal that covers studio, employee, and app costs, that we'd start giving 20% of additional funds each month to a charity.
Give me a bit. All right. Just had to count my safe twice as your beautiful singing distracted me. Na 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 na. But yeah, unlike me, I just checked my head and said, these drawings are for me and me alone. Want to get creative follower modes. There you go. No, you beautiful person. I would hug you, comfort, and singing. Oh, bless you, thank you. Nick Susky played Screaming Goat. No, damn it. No 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 no. And now I wonder if I, damn it, if I could fall into the air, and you can if I could.
Jodi Arias, remember her? In the early summer of 2008, the mortgage crisis in the U.S. loomed large. Barack Obama was campaigning for the presidential election in the fall. The world was looking forward to the Summer Olympics in Beijing, and a horrifying crime was going down in the Phoenix suburb of Mesa, Arizona. Travis Alexander, a 30-year-old Mormon motivational speaker of sorts, will be found 5 days after his murder by his friends and roommates in a scene that looked like something straight out of a slasher flick. Blood was splattered on the walls of the bathroom where Travis's body was found, along the sink, mirror.
He can't keep getting away. He can't get... You know, I would walk 1,000 miles if I could just hold you tonight. And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to see you walk 500 miles.
Off and on for the better part of the past an odd woman once you looked into their relationship, a woman who'd once slept under
He can't keep getting away with it.
Sleep over at his house, a woman who snuck into his house through the doggy door.
He can't keep getting away.
Into his bed. A woman who they all suspected had
Oh god, that would have been a perfect animated emote. Damn it.
For over a year
The cherry emote going fucking crazy.
Sex-crazed, horrid romance.
Just
MLM conference in September of 2006.
Oh, that would have been a great emote.
Jealous, suspicious, and sometimes downright crazy behavior towards Travis set off a lot of alarm
I
bells
will
for his
fight
friends.
you.
And while Travis seemed to understand how unhealthy his relationship with Jody was, he would never totally break it off with her. He just seemed to have
I
liked
would
sex too
500
much.
miles and I would 500 more. Just be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. Da 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 da.
Or did she? Or was she framed? Today on Times Like, I hope to prove to you that Jodi Arias is completely innocent. Her trial for Travis's murder would captivate a nation that had just come off the Casey Anthony trial. Recordings of phone sex were played in court. Nude graphic sex pics were shown. Jodi Arias herself testified for 18 days. She contradicted herself numerous times. She told crazy lies. She gave a highly implausible story to investigators about who really killed Travis. But does that mean that she killed him? No. But I think I know who did. This week, we get to the real bottom of this highly sensationalized murder mystery on a true crime, Mormon as heck, gosh dang, play with fire too many times, and you're gonna get burned edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, meat sacks. Work and wait. I'm Dan Cummins, a master sucker, head attorney for Jodi Arias' appeals team, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, help me convince others of the truth. Lucifina, please protect Jodi. Bojangles, give her strength and soothe her innocent soul. Triple M. And JK, oh my heck, get the flip out of here. Totally kidding about Jodi Arias being innocent. She is guilty as fuck. Do you think I'd lost it? More than normal. Probably lost some new listeners with that opening nonsense. Oh well, worth it for me. Jodi Arias is an absolute maniac, and I was captivated by her story this week. I forgot how crazy and also how relatable her story is. What a cautionary tale. A couple quick announcements, and we'll get right to it. Symphony of Insanity stand-up comedy tour almost here. I can't believe I am about to return to stand-up.
My older brother looks like a proclaimer.
Denver, San Francisco, Portland, so many more cities.
You're purposely forgetting lyrics just so I have to urge to finish that fucking song you found. I'm sailing away.
A lot of fun collectibles back in the shop.
Plotted open course
Flew through them
on a sea.
I hope you like it as much
And
as
I've
the Provo float.
got to
Remember Sophie. Get ready to learn about a lot of crazy.
be a bee.
Let's get into it.
Free to take her life.
Travis Alexander and Joe
That's
Arias.
ahead of
So
me.
obvious that so many of us even know their
I
names.
know that's a captain.
She didn't have a particularly.
So I
horrific
guess I'll
childhood.
climb
Actually,
aboard.
Travis, who had a childhood more on par with a lot of the serial killers we've covered here.
But somehow
Her
we
story is
missed
a tale of a
out
murderer and a victim who dated, a random crime of passion, and that story plays out
on the
all
time
times.
with
More than 2,000 people killed by
boars.
domestic violence-related
And I'll
shootings
try
alone in 2020
best
in
that
just the
I
United
can
States. More than 2,000 just last year. Only one
to
country. That's only
carry
counting domestic
on.
violence murders where a gun is involved. I
Jimmy,
can't name a
don't do
single
it.
one of 2020's victims, but I do know the name Jodi Arias, and I bet you do too. So what made this case such a media sensation? Sex mostly, and a brutal killing committed by an attractive
Something
murderer.
about
Made it feel,
prostitutes.
a bit more
I
like
don't know about
drama
prostitutes.
than real life.
That's we
Jodi
can't
and
keep
Travis' relationship was defined by sex, so much sex. Not vanilla sex, but hardcore porno type sex being committed
He
by two
can't
women
keep
who
getting
made it
away
more
with
interesting.
it.
Late
The
sex
monster.
session, which was reported and played in court. A lot of sex pics. But sex alone didn't make this case memorable. I think it was just so
I wanna be
much
the
more relatable
very
to a western
best.
swath of America than most domestic violence killings. Neither Travis nor Jody were messed up on meth or some other drugs. They weren't living in
To
the wrong part
train
of
the
town.
miss my
They arrived from some free fall,
cause.
downward spiral. They didn't have lengthy criminal records. There was no history of physical abuse in their relationship, despite what Jody was
Now,
saying
now,
on
now,
trial.
now. These
They were two
Pokemon to
attractive women who seemed at
understand.
quick glance to be living pretty normal lives. Travis, in particular, seemed to be doing great. He got a
Pokemon,
couple out of an Olive Garden commercial.
it's
Like
you
the
and
Jason Kennedy
me.
models. Attractive but average. You know, like they
Oh, you're my best friend.
your suburban neighbor. On the surface, they seem so wholesome. The last two people you expect to be involved on either end of such a gruesome murder like this. And being consumed by sex behind closed doors, I think that made them even more relatable. So very American to try and seem pure and proper on the outside, but be a freak behind closed doors. I think so many people saw elements of themselves in this story. Travis came across as a guy who wanted to marry the quote unquote good girl, who also wanted to fuck the brains out of the quote unquote bad girl. He comes across, honestly, like a bit of a sneaky ass in much of today's tale, but a relatable
I want to
sneaky
be
ass,
very
player, a
best, like
heartbreaker,
no one
someone
ever
playing
wants
with
to
the girl's
get.
emotions, the girl who wants him to marry her, but all he wants from her is sex.
Pokemon,
Listen to a lot of girls
cause
complain
my
about this
ears
guy.
them
I've been learning
trained
of this guy.
to
You know,
test
it's my
real
past,
my
not
is
my
catch.
dick be too much of the
Who
decision-making in my
was
life.
ever one?
But
No,
knowing a guy like
like
this, very
best, very
And
the
Jody's
be
one
one
of the problems is these psycho ex-girlfriends.
I.
I've heard so many guys complain about dating. Girls they want to break up with, but the sex is just so good, so intense. I've definitely dated that girl a couple times. I think a lot of people heard this case and just thought, oh shit, that could have been me. My relationship could have ended like that. Have you ever tried to make an ex jealous or stalk them on social media, maybe driven by their house? Not saying you took it to Jody's level, but many of us have behaved in ways we're not proud of in toxic relationships that bring out the worst in us. And if you haven't, you probably know someone who has. You've known someone who's a little too clingy, won't leave their boyfriend alone. Someone who gets jealous, possessive, and acts inappropriately in front of their boyfriend's friends. Maybe being too overtly sexual or hitting on them in a way of trying to inspire jealousy. The Arias trial put the morality of friends with benefits into question as well, made it a popular subject of national debate. Is it okay to just want to fuck someone and not ever see them as anything more than a booty call? Was Jody, while not right to have murdered Travis, right to feel wronged by him? Had she been the victimized and sexually exploited?
Monster. I know. Just don't bastardize my musicals and we're fine, man. Just don't hurt my musical. Go ahead. I think you're breaking me. Okay, well, which musical? I need to know which one. Is it a very famous one that I know of? Is it my favorite one of all time? Hold up. I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. And my head I'd be scratching while my thoughts are a busy hatching if I only had a brain. I'd unravel every riddle for my individual in trouble or in pain. With the thoughts that you'll be thinking, you could be another Lincoln if you only had a brain.
Not be that at all.
He knows he's a monster.
A lot more crazy into your life, and you are prepared to handle it, all in the name of getting laid. So many toxic relationships began. Jody and Travis's initial meeting was marked by a whirlwind.
Oh, I hope I didn't hurt poor Nix. I'm so sorry, Nix. I will be good.
Yeah, not former, dinner. And for the next couple of months, for the most part, everything seemed to be
I'll be
great.
good. I won't do. Well, I could tell you why the ocean's near shore. I could.
too interested.
I could think of things I never thought before, and then I'd sit and think some more.
She is amazing. It is not hard to see that whoever scores Jody, whether it be me or
someone else, I know something that won't annoy you 100%. Hold up. I know what won't annoy you.
Really commit to Jody. His religion may be partly to blame here. While Travis was a normal guy with a normal, healthy libido, the Mormon church that was such an important part of his life made him
I know what won't annoy you.
Travis had confessed to having a sexual relationship with a girlfriend, Deanna, prior to meeting Jody. He'd been barred from the temple for a year, reinforcing a fear that having premarital sex, if people found out about it, would oust him from his community. A community that was very important.
Maybe it's not annoying. Well, that's good.
But for his financial future, because his
that's good.
MLM interests were tied to it.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
To keep his sexual life a secret.
I messed with you enough.
And pressure to get married, but only to a good virginal.
I messed with you enough. I got to get back to work.
Cultural norm psychologists call the Madonna whore complex. So Travis may not have thought about it in such explicit terms. This complex would help define his feelings towards Jody, it appears. This complex describes the idea that for many men, romantically, women are either Madonnas, pure and chaste, or sex-crazed whores. The founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, wrote about it way back in the early 1900s. He wrote that men with this complex saw women as either saints or prostitutes, loving the first, desiring the second, never intertwining both. Basically, this means that people who think like this have the girl they take home and introduce to the family, and then some other girl they actually have fun with. The girl they take home is someone who that they may not feel sexually captivated by. They don't likely feel sexually captivated by, but they think she has the proper morals. Someone who will reflect on them publicly. While the girl they have fun with, she's their dirty little secret. She's sexually intense, but fills them with guilt, shame. Someone who may embarrass them.
It just forces me to finish it correctly. I physically cannot leave it unfinished incorrectly. My brain won't let me. He lied as easily as he breathed. He lied as easily as he breathed. Oh my god. I love that meme. It's so good.
Where they desire, they cannot love. So ridiculous. This complex has led to people using other people just for sex and emotionally neglecting their sexual partners. Also, for the girls that you take home, these women are never seen as adults with sexual agency and desire, so it can be hard and sometimes met with disgust for them to communicate their sexual desires to their partners. And for the person sleeping with both the Madonna and the whore, it leads to an alien experience of their sex life, leads to feelings of guilt, inadequacy, poor communication. This belief system is truly not good for anyone. Everyone's getting fucked in this situation. Just not getting fucked like they should. An aspect of this complex is referenced in the Rick James song, Super Freak, actually. Never really thought about it before, but those lines, she's a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Really fucked up.
Yeah.
When you think about it. Madonna whore complexes are particularly rampant in subcultures with strong beliefs against sex before marriage, like Mormonism, because sex before marriage is considered a sin. The women who have sex before marriage are seen by their partners as sinners and unworthy of marriage, which is a wee bit hypocritical because it takes two to tango. The LDS faith's view of premarital sex cast a long shadow over Travis and Jody's relationship. Before we jump into the timeline, it is worth examining real quick. What is the Mormon law regarding sex before marriage?
Aw, well, sleepy husky is sleepy. All right.
What is okay and what is not.
We'll miss you, buddy. We will, Nix.
Powerful emotions that must be expressed only.
Bro, we will miss you.
Passionate kissing. Lie on top of another person.
I'll miss you.
Private, sacred parts of another person's body.
I don't know about everybody else, but I'll miss you.
Do not allow anyone to do that with you. Do not arouse those emotions in your own body. This can be found in chapter 39 of the Book of Mormon. No dry humping even, not technically. My first girlfriend, who was real Mormon, I don't think she read all of chapter 39. My God, did she love to aggressively dry hump. Too aggressive. Literally bruised the tip of my dick one time. But Travis, like many other unmarried and horny moments, he looked for ways to get around this Mormon sexual law. He'd introduced Jody to some pretty interesting, this doesn't really count, sexual loopholes that make zero sense and are actually really creepy when you think about them, but apparently pretty common in certain Mormon circles. Before just saying fuck it and then doing whatever. He performed oral sex on Jody the first time they hooked up. Doesn't really count, just some mouth hugging. And the two of them often did what's colloquially referred to as the Provo float, or no, I'm sorry. Provo float's coming up later. There's a couple Provo terms. This is the Provo push, which is just an intense form of dry humping, of grinding before having sex. So that's how my dick got bruised. Some hardcore Provo pushing. They also did some other shit with some pretty funny names. We'll talk about in the timeline. Some of the hardest I've laughed with some time suck research in quite a while. And then once Jody was baptized into the LDS, they started having regular old sex. And then because of that old Madonna whore complex, the more they had sex, the less it seems Travis viewed Jody as a potential and respectable future spouse. They break up, then keep sleeping together, and get back together, and break up again, and keep sleeping together. The more they slept together, the dirtier the sex got, the less Travis seemed to respect her, and the chance of them ever getting married grew slimmer and slimmer, and that drove Jody crazy. She was being used by a man she didn't want to marry, or I'm sorry, she was used by a man she did want to marry who didn't want to marry her. She was doing whatever he asked, and it still wasn't enough. Actually pushed him farther away. Important to point out, she was fucking nuts. She was nuts long before Travis and her started doing some creepy, like weird sex stuff, and before she started doing creepy, crazy, girlfriend shit. She'd follow Travis to the bathroom, stand outside the door, or eavesdrop on his conversations. She'd grab his cell phone, she'd go through it, she'd sneak onto his computer, go through his emails, social media messages. She did a whole bunch of red flag shit. Travis caught her multiple times. He'd be furious. He'd tell her to get out of his life. But then later, he'd get horny and call her up, usually in the middle of the night. And she'd answer. And the sex was so good. Travis wanted to keep having sex with her so badly, no matter what line she crossed, he would just never completely kick her out of his life. And that good sex ended up costing him his life. Not victim blaming. He did not deserve to be murdered, but man, he played a dangerous game with someone he was all too aware was not incredibly stable for a long time, as you'll soon see. Now let's get into it in this week's Time Suck Timeline, where we will examine the lives of both Travis and Jody from birth until death in Travis's case, and from birth until now in Jody's, and of course how those lives intersected into a sexual relationship that led to a murder, and also exposed some very interesting religious sexual views in a sensational trial that would captivate a nation.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander is born, the first child of Gary David Alexander and Pamela Elizabeth Morgan Alexander. Pamela was Gary's third wife. She was 24. Gary was 29, with two children from a previous marriage. When their beautiful green-eyed boy arrived, joining half-brothers Gary and Greg. Pam and Gary Alexander would go on to have two daughters, Samantha and Tanisha. The family lived in Riverside, California, large inland area in Southern California, about 60 miles east of Los Angeles, with a reputation of being one of the nation's most polluted smog belt communities. Despite the marriage and the children, it wasn't one big happy family. Far from it. Travis's parents were both meth addicts, self-absorbed, controlled by their addictions. In the self-help memoir Travis was in the process of writing at the time of his death, titled Raising You, he described his father as a person who was rarely around and who eventually abandoned the family. You find a lot of excerpts from this book, if you're curious, a book that was never to be completed, on a blog Travis wrote on that is still available, travisalexander.blogspot.com. Travis described his mother as a woman who'd started a family way too young. She couldn't even meet her children's most basic needs. Kids had no one to cook them a hot meal, do the laundry, clean the house, shop for food, help with hygiene, care for them when they were sick. Pam would go on week-long, drug benders, then crash in bed for days, beat the kids if they bothered her. Travis described beatings at the hand of his mother, who would violently go after any child who waked her up. She was sleeping off a bender. During these beatings, he mastered a way of twisting his body so he could deflect the blows to less sensitive parts of his body, such as his back and arms. It hurt less, and also the bruises could be hidden from school teachers and other concerned adults. Then there was verbal abuse. Pam frequently told her kids how miserable, how worthless they were. Complained about how they'd ruined, her life. Gary and Pam also fought explosively. He wasn't any better. Pam once emptied a revolver into Gary's car. Holy shit. In retaliation, Gary chopped up Pam's belongings with an axe.
Damn.
So Travis was exposed to what a very toxic relationship looked like at a young age, to what, a jealous and violent partner looked like. Travis and his sisters were left to fend for themselves, with Travis as the oldest taking on the role of caretaker. They'd eat anything that was edible, moldy bread, whatever they could find in the fridge. Travis would later recall being upset that he couldn't eat the canned foods in the cupboard because he didn't know how to use a can opener. The house was filthy. He would write, "My sisters and I found some amusement in the fact that an entire colony of albino roaches had broken out, so that the house looked like a bunch of moving salt and pepper crawling on everything." Travis would later write, To this day, I have only one phobia: roaches. There was nothing more disgusting to me than to wake up to feel roaches crawling on my body. So, far from ideal childhood. Neither of Travis's parents worked. The family eventually were evicted from their house. They moved to a beat up camper shell in an aunt's backyard. The shell was 4 feet tall by 5 feet wide by 6 feet long. It would house four people, the family minus Travis's dad. He'd have to sleep somewhere else, anywhere else, or he'd just be off, gone. There wasn't a shower. They'd go days without washing. As can be expected, Travis wasn't very popular at school. The poor kid, literally and figuratively, was mocked for his appearance, but it wasn't anything like the abuse he'd endured at home, so he didn't really mind. He did start to find comfort in spiritual thoughts. His parents weren't religious, but other family members were, and he started believing in God. He's about 6 when he spent an entire day pleading with God out loud, asking for his grandma to come take him for the weekend. His mom woke up, beat him, went back to sleep. He kept pleading, sometimes screaming for God. Sure enough, his grandma came, picked him up. And that was how Travis came to have faith in God. And by the age of 10, he decided to run away. He didn't run very far. He ran just a few blocks to his paternal grandparents' house, Jim and Norma Jean Sarvey. He walked in, stood in the middle of the living room, and announced, "I'm going to live with you now." His grandma, he called her Mum, responded to the call and took him in. She took in his siblings as well and raised her grandchildren as her children. His parents would never really be in the picture anymore during his childhood. She gave Travis the love and security that he craved. She was also a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and she introduced Travis to Mormonism, and he loved it. He had a stable family. He had God. Life was good. As he got older, Travis settled into a normal and wholesome life with his grandparents. He attended Rubidoux High School in Jurupa Valley, a city of just over 100,000 in the northwest corner of Riverside County, California. By around the age of 16, he felt like he'd gotten over most of his early childhood troubles, become a confident and self-assured young man. The nightmare of roach-filled evenings was over. Backing up now to 3 years after Travis was born, Jody Ann Arias is born July 9th, 1980, in Salinas, California, to Bill and Sandra Arias. She'd have just about the opposite childhood as Travis. Her dad, Bill, tall, muscular man with a well-trimmed mustache, a sweet stash, and a beard who took pride in his physical physique. He was an aspiring restaurateur. Sandra was a homemaker. Salinas was a pretty ideal place to grow up. Pretty affluent community overall. One of the most expensive cities to buy a house in the nation, actually. The median home price of a home back in 2018 was $550,000. Known for its flowers, vineyards, and temperate climate, Salinas is in the middle of the California coast, about 8 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean, 106 miles south of San Francisco, just 19 miles from Monterey. As a child, Jody attended Los Padres Elementary School on John Street. Happy
Keeping going.
Group of friends. She loved art, especially drawing and coloring. Was happiest when she was near a pile of Crayola crayons and some pieces of blank paper. Around the age of 10, she took on photography as a hobby, something you don't do in the 90s if you're a poor kid. Jody had two younger brothers, Carl and Joey, and a younger sister, Angela. She also had an older half-sister from her dad's first marriage. Years later, Jody would say she was subjected to disciplinary beatings from both her mom and dad, claiming her mom hit her with a wooden spoon she carried with her in her purse, and that her dad used a belt to dole out punishments. No one else has really substantiated these claims. What people have said is that Sandy and Bill were particularly strict with their daughter from a young age. And while some could interpret this as abuse, I'm not going to, because Jody's saying this. She will prove herself over and over to be a manipulative liar, almost on par with Casey Anthony. I'm guessing she's exaggerating at the very least. Also in the 90s, using a belt, wooden spoon, that was more common than it is now. I watched her in an interview say she had an idyllic childhood, and others I've watched mention her parents have had nothing but good things to say about them and her family. When Jody was around 11, around 1991, the Ariases moved just over 150 miles up the California coast to Santa Maria, another affluent community surrounded by a lot of wineries. A city of about 100,000 where Bill had bought a steakhouse called the Branding Iron. Jody seemed to adjust well to her new surroundings, quickly developing a tight circle of 6 or 7 girlfriends and taking to middle school easily. She attended the 8th grade at Orcutt Junior High School. Things seemed to be going really well. But trouble was on the horizon for the Arias family. About 4 years after the family moved to Santa Maria, when Jody was about 15, her mom found something suspicious. Sandra discovered that a piece of her Tupperware was missing from the kitchen. Looking for it, she then discovered that Jody had taken the container to the roof of the house where she was using it to grow, you guys, marijuana with a friend. The devil's lettuce. Oh, my God. If they smoked that stuff, they might enjoy music a bit more, ponder life's real mysteries. Sandy and Bill, they decided to call the sheriff's office to turn their daughter in, hoping the experience will scare her straight. It seems a bit extreme, but whatever. Maybe not the craziest parenting move. My wife, Lindsay's mom, had the cops called on her as a teen when she acted out and deserved. She was a naughty little rascal. Part of what I love about her. got some lucifine in her. The cops came over, sternly lectured Jody and a friend, warning them they could end up in juvie. And Jody feels betrayed. Up until this point, she had not been a rebellious teen, but the overkill response made her angry enough to start acting out, or so she would say, you know? So it seems to have backfired. After this pot incident, Jody grew distant and paranoid. Her parents will later substantiate this. She began claiming that her parents would constantly search her room. She never really trusted them after this. Maybe they had good reason not to trust her, after this, or even before this. She doesn't seem like a trustworthy person at all. Jody lied to her parents frequently. Occasionally, her parents will later say Jody was physically violent, especially towards her mom. There was an incident where she got so mad at her mom, she kicked her during a family dinner. Another time, Bill shoved Jody into a wall, and her mom didn't intervene after the two of them got into it. A few semi-credible sources say she once punched her mom in the face. She's becoming a pretty rebellious teen. It's getting to be a tense situation in the area's household. Around the same time in early 1995, making things even more complicated, Jody's parents decided to move again, around 500 miles further north to Wairika, California, near Mount Shasta and the Oregon
Let me
border.
move this over here for just a little bit.
First, they called the cops on her
I
after
don't
ripped her
like how
away from her
bright
friend.
this is.
Jody was convinced that the move was intended to punish her. Wairika's a lot
Time to go
smaller,
start
a lot less
work. Have a
affluent,
great
neither
rest of the
Salinas nor
stream.
Santa
Remember,
Maria,
you are
over
awesome and
8,000
loved.
people.
Thank
A lot
you.
more white, 5% white.
Haven,
compared to
thank you.
75%,
I'll miss you.
I'm sorry, 5% Latino.
I'll miss you.
Compared to
You're
75%
amazing.
Latino in Salinas and 70%
Have a good day at work.
Latino in Santa Maria. So Jody, roughly half Mexican heritage-wise, felt like it was just tougher to be the new kid here. That she stood out more in a way that she didn't like. She began ninth grade in Wairika, at Wairika Union High School. Despite her frustrations, people who knew her during this time will later pretty much just have nice things to say about her. They saw her as a good girl, kind and caring. Not sure what her parents did here, but there is a restaurant there also called the Branding Iron Family Steakhouse. So might be coincidence. Or maybe Bill was running that steakhouse now. So what was Travis up to during this time? Travis graduated from high school in the spring of 95, worked a string of jobs to save money for a church mission. The following year, he was called to serve in the Colorado Denver South Mission. Part of his 2-year undertaking was volunteering to help the homeless in and around Denver. Great place for a mission. I love Denver. Very cool city, so much sunshine, so many cool businesses, solid local vibe. As someone who had spent a good deal of his life without essentials, Travis knew firsthand the plight of the people his mission was serving, and the church was super happy with how he handled himself. He spent countless days handing out care packages to the less fortunate that contained food items, essential hygiene products, and on each bag, this is super sweet, he would write a personalized note. Back to Jody now. In the summer of 95, between her freshman and sophomore years of high school, Jody meets her first serious boyfriend, a guy 3 years older than her named Bobby. Oh, Bobby. She met Bobby at a state fair. Bobby was dressed in an 18th century long black suit and used crutches as a prop for his goth outfit. So mysterious and cool. That night, he invited Jody to ride with him on the Zipper. In the beginning, they were just friends. He already had a girlfriend, so nothing happened until they broke up. And then Bobby and Jody started dating. Bobby had lots of time to spend on her. He had plenty of time since he just graduated from high school but was unemployed. He regularly met Jody near the high school gates where they would just take walks, hold hands, sure do other stuff. And Bobby sounds like a character. Really wanted to be an actor, but also really wanted to hunt vampires. Not kidding. He wanted to go to San Francisco to find vampires. He was convinced a coven of vampires were living in the area. Sounds like he watched The Lost Boys too many times and forgot it was a made-up story. Jody really latched on to Bobby. His interests became her interests. His friends became her friends, a pattern she will repeat later. Jody was also, outside of Bobby the vampire hunter, miserable in Wairika. She wrote a letter to a friend on September 16th, 1995, saying, "My dearest Patricia, I miss you so much. Nobody up here could ever take your place. No one up here listens like you do. Everyone here is pretty much the same as down there, except for one thing. I don't feel like I belong. I can't even join in the conversation because I don't know what they're talking about. They'll say something to me like, 'Can you believe so-and-so's going with so-and-so? And they look so funny together.' And I'll be like, 'No, I don't even know who the hell they are. So it doesn't matter to me.' And that brings up another complaint. The only thing people do around here, I figured out, two different groups of types of people: getting stoned, the stoners, and the gossips, preppy snobs." Holy shit, that letter is so high school and so 90s. Art seemed to be Jody's one bright spot. She bought a set of oil paints and was determined to improve her talents. I've seen some of her work in documentaries, and she is actually a pretty talented artist. Meanwhile, her relationship with her parents is getting worse. Now that she's in high school, she wants more freedom. While other freshmen and sophomores are allowed to stay out until 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, maybe later, she has a dinner hour curfew of 6 p.m. Can't go out after that. That does seem a bit strict. Her father even resorted to disconnecting the car battery to keep her home, which was successful short term because she didn't know how car batteries work. And that seems a bit crazy. But again, I don't know how rebellious Jody was being at this time. It might have been warranted. Maybe Bill had reason to worry about what she was doing. In the final quarter of 10th grade, maybe to get her away from what they saw as bad influences, Jody's parents arranged for her to take part in a cultural exchange program in Costa Rica to learn Spanish.
Poor baby.
And this backfires in their eyes. In no time at all, Jody is dating the son of the host family, Victor, who's also 16. Bobby the Vampire Slayer is fucking out. Bye-bye, Bobby. Go grab some wooden stakes and take out your heartache on some undead creatures of the night. Or dress up in some more goth clothes and ride the zipper with someone else. Jody celebrated her 17th birthday in Costa Rica with Victor. When she returned home, the two corresponded by mail. Jody was now on the end of receiving long romantic letters written in Spanish. Before long, Victor travels to the States for a month-long visit, 2 weeks of which he stays with Jody and her family. It was then he gives her a promise ring to express his romantic devotion to her. Oh, young love. Promise rings. Lucifina thinks that's pretty cute. Jody was also in love. She gives him a promise back. She promises to move to Costa Rica, where she will live, and they will get married, and they will start a family together. Unfortunately for Travis Alexander, this will not happen. Let's talk about Travis again. July 28th, 1997 will be Travis's 20th birthday. Also be a day of some bad news. His father, Gary, dies in a motorcycle crash at the age of 49. Gary had been clean for more than a year when he died, and by then, Travis's mother had also stopped doing drugs and been trying to get her life together. Both were a bit back in the picture with Travis now. A few months later, Jody breaks up with Victor over the phone during October of her junior year. Not sure exactly what led to this, and it probably doesn't really matter. Oh, the capricious heart of a high schooler. Right? One day you're promising your undying love to someone, next you're totally over them and moving your life in an entirely new direction. By the end of 11th grade, Jody was clearly floundering. Small town and her rigid, controlling parents were weighing on her. Her grades has fallen. Started looking for ways out of town. And then Bobby the Vampire Slayer comes back in. They decide to give the relationship another try. Jody, influenced somewhat by Bobby perhaps, now makes up her mind that she's going to drop out of high school when her junior year is over in May. She's already getting a lot of D's and F's, doesn't want to live with her controlling parents a second longer. She will drop out. In the summer of 1998, she turns 18, that July 9th, and she moves out. And then she takes a series of waitressing jobs while BVS gets a job busting tables. Guess those Bay Area vampires will just have to wait. They get to live a few more days. Between them, they make enough to make ends meet, barely living with Bobby the Vampire Slayer's adoptive grandparents. First things seem to go well until Jody claims she discovers that Bobby is being unfaithful. According to Jody, Bobby the Vampire Slayer is exchanging affectionate emails with another girl, which Jody saw on his Hotmail account when they were checking their emails on a computer in the library. When he got up to use the bathroom, she just started looking through his emails like a fucking psycho. And then, told him that she was going to work. She then ditched Bobby, went back to the library, got back on his account, printed the letters or emails, called in sick to work, then went to confront him. This kind of behavior does not often lead to good, stable relationships. The two now date off and on for a little while until Bobby packs up and relocates to Medford, Oregon. He gets the fuck out, where he will live with a roommate named Matt. Guess he decided those San Francisco vampires were just too powerful to confront for the time being. Maybe Matt was another vampire hunter. They could train together in Medford, sharpen their stakes and skills, maybe grow some garlic and whatnot. Jody now goes back, moves to Santa Maria to live with an old friend. Meanwhile, Travis also switching up his living situation. In 1998, around the age of 21, Travis returns from his Denver mission, settles back into California, sharing a home with some other single Mormon dudes back in Riverside. Heck yeah, gosh dang, guys, let's live it up. Let's get 2-liter bottles of caffeine-free Coke and a couple bags of Funyuns. Throw on some edited for radio, Dr. Dre, the Chronic CD. Maybe talk about lightly kissing some ladies. Oh my gosh, I hear Jared has been Provo pushing with someone. Travis joins the Riverside Singles Ward of the LDS, where everyone calls him by his self-proclaimed nickname of T-Dog. Nice. Oh, flip yeah. In the LDS Church, ward is a local congregation presided over by a bishop. Depending on the neighborhood, a ward can have anywhere between 25 to 500 active members who live in a certain radius around a meeting house, based on how close to other wards it is. The size of the radius. In places where there's a high population of single adults, single wards house and advise members between the age of 18 and 30. From what I understand, based on reading off the church's website, once you're 31, if you're still not on the path to marriage, you move on from the young singles ward to the gosh dang, what's wrong with your ding-a-ling? Don't you want to put it in a wife hole ward? Or maybe that next ward is called a singles adult ward instead of just a young single adult ward. or that. And actually, before we move on, the cutoff for that award is 45. And if you're single at 46, well, head on over to Facebook, you unfuckable bridge troll. That seems to be the kind of vibe, by the looks of it. Not a top church priority to get you married anymore. At the Young Singles Award, Travis makes a lot of friends. Among them, a young Mormon woman named Deanna Reed. They meet in 1998 when Travis is on a date with a roommate. Girls in Deanna's house would hang out with the guys in Travis's house, and they'd all, drink caffeine-free Coke and become friends. Travis and Deanna had already known each other for more than a year when they began dating in the spring of 2000. Now let's switch back to Jody. Jody arrived back in Santa Maria in the summer of 1999. She's 19 now. She stays there through Christmas. She finds a job waitressing at a local Applebee's and soon becomes quite lonely. She is drifting. She doesn't know what the hell to do with her life. She decides that she wants Bobby the Vampire Slayer back. Oh, hell yeah. Santa Maria was 10 hours from Medford, Oregon, but she made her way to his doorstep with a bag full of groceries left anonymously for him to find. She drove 10 hours unannounced. What the fuck? Jody claimed Bobby instantly knew the care package was from her, called her to thank her, but Bobby's friends saw Jody's mysterious delivery as a pretty creepy move. And I agree. You drive 10 hours anonymously to leave a bag of groceries on your ex-boyfriend's door? That is some crazy ex-girlfriend shit. I mean, sometimes I'm sure that kind of big gesture can lead to a quality reconciliation. Sometimes romantic. But I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, it's just crazy. I've talked about it before at some point, but a girl I dated for 9 months in college, from like the end of my freshman year to halfway through my sophomore year, one day she just brought me lunch to a pizza place I worked at during my junior year. We had not been talking. I did not find this romantic. I found it kind of scary and creepy. I'd made it very clear after a couple of weird things she'd done previously, shortly after we broke up, that we were never, ever, ever, ever getting back together. I did not eat that lunch. Bobby the Vampire Slayer, he did eat the groceries. This worked for him. Now they're back together. Following the first visit, she makes a drive to Medford on numerous following weekends. That is, 20-hour round trip to hang out some more with them. But Jody will not remain satisfied with BVS for long. In January of 2000, Jody confides her dissatisfaction with Bobby to friends who suggest she make a list of pros and cons to see if the relationship is worth saving. She comes up with 3 pros right off the bat. Made me feel beautiful. Could make me laugh. Would scrape the ice off my car in winter while I stayed inside and warmed up. Then she moved over to the cons column. Won't shut up about hunting vampires. Watches Lost Boys too much. Continually points out what characters are doing right or wrong regarding fighting vampires for a whole movie. Has the walls of his room completely covered in posters of Sarah Michelle Gellar from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and constantly tells me if he ever meets her, I'm out. JK. No, her real complaints are unsympathetic when I need a shoulder to cry on. Tells me to fuck off on a weekly basis. Trashes my name to anybody who will listen. Tells me he loves me, but takes it back minutes later. Trashes my family and my friends. My God, if half of that is true, why in the hell was she driving to Medford to see him? I do wonder if it was true. She will reveal herself during her trial as someone who loves to lie to get people to feel sorry for her. Jodi Arias loves sympathy and is incredibly manipulative. She accused Bobby of flirting with other girls on the party line, the internet, at parties and bars, claimed he had called her the worst, filthiest, most unimaginable names in the dictionary. She added, the list doesn't even begin to mention the fact that he likely cheated on me, including all aspects of an alternate love affair. But if he wanted me to go away so badly, why didn't he just tell me? The thing was, he did kind of tell her by fucking moving away and not asking her to come stay with him. He did not beg her to come back. She spontaneously drove to Medford without telling him to try and get back together. And why didn't she call him first? I think maybe because if she would have done that, he would have told her not to make the drive. Maybe because when she shows up, she knows she can use some of her freaky sex to try and change his young vampire hunt mind. Despite this list of hers, Jody now moves to Medford. Okay, So he cheated on you, calls you the worst, filthiest names imaginable, trashes your name to anyone who will listen, is unsympathetic, tells you to fuck off weekly, and you move to Medford to go live with him. What is going on here? Jody is nuts, is what's going on. She'll repeat this pattern with Travis, complaining about how horribly he treats her, but then moving closer to him to spend more time with him, in spite of the pain he's supposedly continuing to cause for her.
Mm-hmm.
Adding more drama to her life, shortly after moving to Medford for Bobby the Vampire Slayer, she starts dating Bobby's roommate, Matt. So did BVS trash her name? If he trashed her name so much, why does his roommate now want to sacrifice his friendship with Bobby to date you?
Right.
I'm guessing Jody severely manipulated both of them. Jody will quickly find a job at Applebee's, and soon she and Matt will rent a 1-bedroom apartment together. February 6, 2000, just weeks after moving to Medford to live with BVS, Jody believes she is now in love with Matt. things are moving fast in a different direction. She writes in her journal that this day that she feels blessed to be with a man so kind and caring. She writes, "It is simply incredible, the fact that we are here building our dreams together." Remember when a few years ago she was ready to move to Costa Rica, start a family with Victor? Jody really seems to very quickly hitch all of her hopes and dreams on whatever dude she has just started dating. Doesn't seem to understand how dysfunctional that is. Doesn't seem to be a strong, independent young person looking for a partner to build a life together with. She seems to have a hole in her she's always looking for a man to fill. I'm not talking about that hole, which I'm sure she's also constantly having filled. Hail Lucifina. Things will soon sour with the new perfect guy, Matt. Just 3 months later, in May of 2000, she'll write in her journal about how she misses Bobby the Vampire Slayer again. No idea if he's even still into vampires, by the way. He'll just always and forever be Bobby the Vampire Slayer to me. Then 2 further months later, in July, she's back to writing about how much she loves Matt. And then by October, Matt's out again. She begins her journal on October 8th, 2000 with, "I feel utterly fucking worthless, useless, and destructive. Like maybe I'm failing at life, failing at my karmic lessons, and failing in my relationship with my beloved. Oy vey." Jody and Matt's relationship begins to truly crumble in January of 2001, a year after they start dating. So often it seems like Matt really doesn't give a shit. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a stereotypical woman who sits at home and isn't important, is her journal entry on January 3rd. And maybe she really is picking some bad dudes. Very possible. Or maybe she is just walking drama. Her relationship ended with Matt when he started secretly dating a woman named Bianca. And when Jody finds out about it, she drives an hour and a half north to confront Bianca. Doesn't sound like they fought physically. It just went off on her verbally.
Found cool idea.
She obviously
Also, how do you do follower emotes?
He leaves her for Bianca.
I should just look that up.
Let's check back in with Travis now. Spring of 2001, Travis is still dating Deanna, the LDS young lady who started dating in the spring of 2000.
Hey, my man, my man.
Planners at Franklin Custom, a retail store in Riverside, a store that is LDS owned, headquartered.
Oh man, if you guys don't know who
there's not
Thuru the Circle is, pretty awesome streamer. I always get his name wrong. A himbo raid. I know. What is good and also what is poppin'? It's me and Vin, and also raid time. Yeah.
Most of Travis's relationship with Deanna had been long.
Himbo raid.
Central America for her mission.
Some fun and wonderful people were in. I was annoying them with singing songs wrong.
They could actually only call,
so that was fun. Not really annoying. He says I was just doing it wrong, and it's like, all right. We've been just chilling here. Hope the whatever you were doing was awesome. I don't know what you were doing. Hope it was awesome though.
Just fallen in love with a young woman he had met at a young singles ward in Riverside.
I'm
Her name is Linda Ballard.
I'm in the middle of doing this right now, so as you can see, got a bit of like this and then this. I also might need to redo the lines so that they are a softer line, but we'll find out. We shall find out. But yeah, no, these...
On June 4, 2001, exactly 7 years to the day before Travis's murder. Travis adored Linda.
I'm just in the middle of doing a building, drawing a building here and there.
Exceptionally handsome. He was thin as well, athletic.
It's me, Ojimo.
Charisma and his easy way with people.
Monster.
The relationship became serious. Then some distance would get in the way again, and an MLM. That August,
see the idea go? Yeah, Far Cry 6, Voss's DLC, so it's fun so far. That's good, and pretty, yeah. Just making the first hovel. It's not a town because it is a hovel. It's too small to be a town, but it does have at least a little bit under 100 people.
Travis, short for Travelus.
So that's what makes a hovel.
Struggling financially, not making a lot of money at Franklin Covey, not selling enough moleskin notebooks.
And they're in the walls of this small town. It's like a rock star town. You know, one of those rock star towns that are fucking way too goddamn small.
Prepaid legal seems a little flippin' fucking gosh dang damn sketchy.
That you're like, no one would fucking call this a town. No one would build a post office. no one would set up a bar. This place is, there's nothing here. He finished the canon of Far Cry 6. Oh, was it good? Donkey was dunking on that shit. So I assumed it was not great.
1976, Sportsman's
Old Town Road.
Prepaid Legal Services Incorporated, Prepaid Legal, now known as
And Final Advantage going to sleep. We've been up since day one. We gotta go yeet. All right. Also, what is funny is like I like doing this. Sing that song of Old Town Road, lols. I don't know the song Old Town Roads, man. I'm not about to do that song because I literally don't know it.
Company's ranks, a structure that sounds pretty pyramid-like. Sounds a lot like the Good God Amway, maker of fine and affordable nutrition, beauty, and personal care products like Nutrilite, Fizzy, and Fabulous effervescent tablets. Let your inner beauty bubble and sparkle with goji berries for skin health, biotin for healthy hair, and no artificial sweeteners. More than reasonably priced at just $8.50 per 10-tablet container. Hail Amway, blessed be the savings. Fucking MLMs. Hurt more people than they help year after year, feeding them delusions of riches. For young Travis, prepaid legal seems like a fun way to make money while meeting lots of new people. And it was for him. Travis would be one of the rare people that actually did make a great living working for an MLM. He had a real talent for it. Chris Hughes was looking for a person to help him build his MLM business in Southern California. Chris was new to town. He didn't have the connections it usually takes to get your pyramid scheme off the ground. Travis knew Riverside like the back of his hand, and thanks to his personality combined with LDS connections, he knew a lot of people. It was a perfect fit. Chris hired Travis onto his sales team at PPL, where Travis used the story of his childhood struggles to win over potential clients, and kind of becomes like a motivational speaker / salesman. PPL was great for Travis's bank account, but not great for his relationship. Linda not comfortable with PPL's multi-level marketing approach. Good for her. She found it awkward when Travis tried to sell the company's services to her friends constantly.
Yes.
They'd
Damn.
double date, and Travis would quickly turn the conversation over to PPL.
So see ya, and I gotta work, do the days and night.
Someone doing stuff like that would be a hard pass for me.
You don't know the damn song of where it says, I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road. I know riding on my tractor, riding on my lean-all in my bladder, cheating on my baby, you can go and ask her. I know that song. I know that bit. I know that Kids Bop changed it from riding on my tractor, lean all in my bladder, to riding on my tractor, riding on my bladder, and then did not change, cheated on my baby, you could go and ask her. In a Kids Bop song, it's hilarious. I do know that.
Things with Matt got bad. Jody does not get back with Bobby the Vampire Slayer again. She moves down to Big Sur.
Riding on my tractor,
waitressing at the Ventana Inn.
riding on my bladder, cheating on my baby, you could go and ask her.
At the Inn and Spa, a man named Daryl Brewer is in charge of hiring and training employees. Jody soon develops a crush on him. To her, he is sophisticated, older, a real George Clooney type. Doesn't even talk that much about vampires.
Don't even talk that much about
now 21-year-old
vampires.
Jody and 42-year-old Daryl are in a relationship. Weird that this won't work out long term. This is a much more mature and stable relationship than her previous ones. But Jody being Jody, she does do some weird shit again. She seemed very intent on mimicking Daryl's ex-wife, an attractive blonde and successful career woman who had put herself through college by working at the chic Carmel restaurant where Jody would eventually work. Daryl's ex had blonde hair. Jody dyes her hair blonde. Daryl's ex gets breast implants than Jody does. Jody even gets the exact same model of car that Daryl's ex has. Despite her weird behavior, she doesn't seem to have a strong sense of self. She attaches her identity to whoever she's with. Daryl and Jody do have a good life together for a while. They hike, camp, enjoy the outdoors. Daryl often leaves Jody alone with his son, who starts to look to Jody like an aunt. Jody proves to be a mature partner, working 2 jobs to contribute to household expenses. And they date, and they live together for a few years. A couple years into the relationship, Daryl and Jody even decide to buy a house together. Daryl and Jody find a reasonably priced house down in Palm Desert, 440 miles away, east of LA by about 100 miles.
All right,
Jody gets a job there at California Pizza Kitchen. Her house costs $350,000.
All right.
They intend to treat it
All
as an
right.
investment.
I admit you do.
Close on it in June 2005. Their hope is to live in the
So
house
how do
for
you
3 years,
do
then
the
flip it for profit
question?
when the time is right.
Can I
Turn out
ask you a
they'd jump into
question?
real estate
How do
near
you
the peak of the
do
market, and soon would be saddled with a house
how do you
less
do
than their
follower
outstanding upside down?
like
On top of that,
follower
Jody and Daryl's relationship would soon hit a wall. Daryl did not want to get married
emotes?
again.
If you
Wanted
don't
to have
know, that's
4 kids.
fine.
Jody did. The
I
relationship
just
started to come back.
I've just been asking because I've heard a lot of people say that, and I'm like, I want follower emotes. I want people to enjoy my stuff, and they don't have to subscribe. I want people to enjoy their time here.
Took a long drive, pretty cute. Linda had found Travis a house to share with some other single Mormon dudes. Helps him move in. This place is not far from the house she shares with several other young Mormon women. As expected for 2 devout Mormons, Linda and Travis never take things further than kissing and cuddling. Gosh dang. But Travis is getting ready to make a change to that in the form of buying a ring and asking Linda's dad for his daughter's hand in marriage. But Linda has doubts. She's not sure that Travis is the one. In that May, just 4 months after Travis moves to Utah for her, she decides to move on. Travis is heartbroken, then finds comfort in the arms of his old flame, Deanna Reed, the girl he had broken up with to date Linda when Deanna was on her mission. For the next 3 years, they now date exclusively while they live separately. With Deanna back in his life, Travis feels a sense of security and stability. He now can focus on becoming his best possible self. And in order to do that, he develops some interesting routines. He begins each day with a motivational exercise. On a 3x5 index card, he lists the 6 things he believes are essential to do every day: prayer, reading scripture, reading 10 pages of a good book, listening to 30 minutes of personal development lectures, working out, and making money. Okay, fine. I would probably add jerking off to that list, but maybe he didn't feel like he needed a reminder for that. He wrote the same list on a new index card every morning until the 6 items became a routine part of his day. As time goes on, he adds a 7th item to the list, then an 8th, and so on. He also creates other lists of things he wanted to do just for fun. Maybe jerking off made that list. He created another list of things he needed to do out of necessity. And actually, since he was celibate, due to his strict religious ideals, that's the list jerking off probably fell on. I mean, if you don't have sex and you don't jerk off in your 20s, you know, you're going to fucking explode. In reality, the kind of things that made his list went from updating his calendar to 30 minutes of practicing Spanish. Once the lists were made, he would study them, ask himself, if this was all you get done, would it be an amazing day? Sometimes the answer would be yes, other times it would be no. Either way, he wouldn't start his day unless he could say that it was going to be one for the ages. Wow. I believe in having a plan, and I actually do find daily affirmations to be very helpful. But he took it to the next level. And these lists did help him. And I honestly respect the discipline he employed here. I joke around, but this is not a bad idea if you need help focusing and you need help getting more productivity out of your day. I print a checklist every week to make sure I'm knocking out what I need to do. With this routine, Travis became more confident and improved in his public speaking skills. He organizes events now and meetings for large groups of people, selling a shit ton of MLM lawyer insurance. Deanna and Travis were together for about a year by the spring of 2003, when she now tells him she wants to get married, start a family. She's 24, pretty old, getting pretty old maid by Mormon standards. Travis is 25, and this time he's the one who is not ready for marriage. They stay together a while longer. In 2004, Deanna learns that her company is relocating its operation to North Phoenix, Arizona. Travis wants to buy property, but it is priced out of the Southern California market, so he's eager to go with her. He travels to the area.
I believe it's something you can unlock by achieving a certain amount of subs. Okay. Looking cool unless you already did. I don't know. Did I? It doesn't say on there. I don't know. Like, I can look it up. Let me look. How are you, Mouseish? How have you been? How's everything? How's every little thing? This is what it is so far. I'm getting this small hovel done. I gotta get all the buildings done, and then I can start lining characters and stuff like that.
Best source for PPL sales by far. Deanna does not move in with him. She gets her own place. Right, their family's the church.
Hope everything's been going good for you.
Cohabitation.
Nice.
A lot of provo pushing a dangerous amount. Sounds like it was a fun house to live in. There was an open door policy. The roommates were gathered to watch UFC fights, have parties, no alcohol. Let's not get crazy. You can bet your sweet bottom they had a whole mess of sugar.
Yeah. Follower emos.
Oh my heck, the room is was spinning. My tum-tum hurt.
Follow emotes let creators grow their community, offering viewers fun, free benefit of follow button. This product is currently available. Select partners and affiliates with instant upload eligibility.
Bit awkward. They played the newlywed game, came within 2 points of winning, beating other couples that have been together for years. But still, Travis is conflicted about marrying her. Why? Possibly the
Follower
old God of War
emotes.
complex we talked about earlier.
You can assign
But Travis's
emotes, creator
roommate's friend,
dashboard.
not was that he and Deanna had begun having sexual relations. What the fuck? He Provo pushed his clean ween right out of his good boy
Emotes.
slacks, past her Mormon muff, and straight into her Holy Spirit hole. Jeez Louise, heavens to Betsy! These sexual relations are making Travis question whether or not Deanna is marriage material. The two keep their physical relationship a secret for more than a year before going to their respective bishops to confess. The weight of the sin became too much. And in the LDS church, at least at that time, the confessions took place face-to-face in the bishop's office. First, the repentant person reveals his or her sin, at which point the conversation turns to demonstrating a desire to change.
Instant upload.
Weekly meetings with the bishop, who shares applicable scripture and spiritual advice.
Affiliates has streamed at least 60 days as an affiliate, rolling a 2-year.
His temple recommends that his
Over a rolling 2-year period.
temples be taken away.
Okay, days do not have to be subsequential, has not received a terms of service warning or suspension, has not received community guidelines, has not had an emote denied or removed within the rolling 60-day streaming window, or one of the reasons listed.
He will be punished by his community. The same community that had essentially saved him from an abusive mother and terrible childhood, a deadbeat dad, is now ousting him.
I guess I'm just not there yet. I don't know.
This will impact his relationship with Jodi Arias. Their timelines are about to intersect.
I have no earthly idea why it.
Travis.
Hey, Raymond.
You always love pugs.
Hey, Raiders. I didn't even notice. Oh my God. I'm so. Raymond. This unstoppable hedgehog is fine.
Of course, that's not true. I don't know why I think things like that.
Look at the Old Town Road. Okay, no. BRB. I brought friends. Yes, you did. Hello again. Hey, Yami Wilson. Hey, Remya. I'm in the middle of working on this.
This is a reference that comes from the next
Remya.
A prepaid legal ceiling, unlimited income ceiling appeals to her because she is scared and desperate. She's been making some rough financial choices recently. She started putting about half of her mortgage.
I'm just in the middle of working on this small hobble of a town, getting it done. So
Daryl Brewer, they haven't officially broken up yet, but their relationship is fizzling to an end. They're no longer sleeping together. Back to her financial woes, Jodi is counting on prepaid legal to solve her money problems. September of 2006, the now 26-year-old decides to attend PPL's Las Vegas convention, a 4-hour drive.
1, 2, 3. So there's a third house here.
On September 13th,
and then there's 4 houses here. Okay.
Las Vegas,
I just need to add one more place of residence right here. Or just a fucking house. Ayo.
Successful salesman that by early 2006 he'd already become
thank you.
Director by achieving at least 75 sales in 1 month.
Oh, those are some cute emotes.
Underneath him. He was now earning
cute emotes over here.
Mark, which was the level at which salespeople were awarded a special ring for executives.
Yeah.
Ring earners. Noise.
Cremellogram.
What a tremendous
well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for enjoying the art. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for just checking me out. Even if it's just one time, it's totally fine. Thank you for being awesome.
Like the majority of people at any given MLM.
Jodi
was standing with a group of
I do.
near the gorilla bench
Thank you.
At the entrance to the Rainforest Cafe when Travis walked up to her and introduced himself. He then went for a stroll to the casino, wandered away from the group. He was interested. Travis invited Jodi to be his guest at the executive director's banquet that very night. Jodi initially turned down the invite because she didn't have anything to wear, but her friends told her to go. It would be a good experience. And Sky Hughes, wife of Travis's friend Chris Hughes, offered to loan Jodi a dress. When Jodi emerged wearing it, Travis was blown away. Thought she was gorgeous. She was 5'6", 115 pounds, curvy for a thinner woman, a blonde bombshell. And they spent the next 5 days hanging out. On Sunday, the last day of the conference, the two met for breakfast alone. Oh my gosh, unchaperoned. Afterward, Jody accompanied Travis to the front desk where he checked out of the hotel, got in a taxi for the airport, gave him her phone number, reached out the very next day. And then things got serious fast for the two.
I hate doing this.
30th birthday, still unmarried. An odd thing in the Mormon church. If you didn't get married soon, he's going to start looking weird. He's going to start hurting his PPL network.
My fucking pin. Why you fall?
Jody, meanwhile, 26, wants to get married and start a family. Both of them think their romantic luck has turned around.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Jody around 8 p.m. when she's getting home from her job at a restaurant. PPL not working for her. She didn't have the personality for it, but she'll stick with it. Phone calls quickly become longer, even more frequent, multiple calls a day soon. As the days go on, Travis invites Jody to join him at Chris and Sky Hughes' home in Murrieta, California, the first weekend after they'd met. Jody now quickly breaks things off officially with Daryl. She goes to Murrieta. She and Travis socialize.
It's one of the times. Yes.
Separate bedrooms, and then
you draw towns. That might be the first of many times. Yes, I am drawing my own town because I don't know that many background artists, and you gotta learn it. So I draw fantasy stuff. So
said that Jody lied about this because
I'll have to get used to it.
He and Jody had kissed.
Eventually.
He respected her too much to move too quickly.
Eventually, I'll have to get used to it.
His Mormon friend's suspicions to not get in trouble again with the church. I think so.
So yes, this is a square building. I've got to put some interesting garbage on it, so that it's not just a square fucking building. But there also needs to be plain houses, plain run-of-the-mill, like, places.
Just give her that. Drive all the way there to just give her a book. Get the flip out of here. According to Jody, Travis also tells her that he's horny, and they decide to act on it, driving separately to a local park.
And a thatched roof is something that it's a normal thing. So if I did this, it'd be too high. I could do the double one, which is something that happens. And then, yeah. But yes, I do fantasy artwork. I do it all the time. This is my own comic book. I buy backgrounds. I got transparent PNGs. Ooh, nice. Yes, I do draw many things. Oh, you got some transparencies. Well, I mean, I'm willing. I am willing. It is getting that time of the year. And I mean, if you got a transparent background, transparent PNGs, which is something I know entirely, maybe you wouldn't mind. I've got a few pieces on my Instagram. And I did, where is it? Where is it? Open. Where is it? Let me go here, just to show you, like, what I've done very recently. Let's see. Gosh darn. Gosh dang. Oh. Hot gosh dang. So, like, this is something I've done recently, and
totally fine. It may seem like Travis is just trying to trick her here, but in practice, LDS youth.
This is something I've done recently.
Very interesting interpretations of virginity over the years. For a lot of
so, like, this is stuff that I do on a regular basis.
Everyone's still a virgin. No one's sinning. Anal sex has become a common way for different groups of young Mormons over the years to have sex and think that they are still virgins. I shit you not. It feels like there's a pun there. It's called the old poop hole loophole. Truly not making this up. Poop hole? The poop hole loophole. Oral sex, seen by many, is okay.
And also,
then there's the weirdest sexual.
Yeah, I do enjoy the follow. That was very sweet of you. You know, you didn't have to do that. That's very nice of you.
Good God, this is weird. The Provo float is when a dude sticks his penis inside the vagina but doesn't move it or come. Just no thrusting, no grinding, no climax. You just pop it in and you hold it still, and bingo, bango, it doesn't count. What the fuck? Religion meets sex. It twists folks into the strangest situations and rationalizations. It just never ceases to amuse me. This is the craziest logic. Really think about this. Think about this logic. Think of people convincing themselves that God is totally cool with you sticking your dick into a pussy if you don't move it around. It makes God seem like some kind of weird, super creepy perv. Watching you have sex, just like, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's good. That's wholesome. Yeah. That's virtuous. That's what? Oh, no! What the flip are you doing? Stop moving it! No, that's devil sex! Oh, now I have to burn you. And then apply that to anal sex. Think about how weird it is to think that God doesn't want you to have vaginal sex, but God is so cool with anal. Again, it makes God seem like a weird, creepy perv just hiding in the bushes and watching you fuck. Just, oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's holy. Oh, stick in that butt. Yeah, frick that butt. Frick that butt so hard. No, not in the puss. Oh, God. Now you gotta burn. It's so insane.
Merp?
It's
Oh, yeah.
so
Also, General is a merper. So watch out. He will merp.
Vanilla form of sex.
Mostly it's safe. I haven't, he has not bitten,
she likes
but you never know with those wedges of cheese.
Some poop hole loop open. The poop hole loop open.
Those wedges of cheese are quite dangerous.
Ehrenberg has the air of an illicit tryst for her, not the romantic,
yes,
classy vacation she envisioned.
Nice, Merp.
Travis' sexual guilt rears its head
good,
again,
Merp. Yes.
2 days. When she calls and texts, he doesn't answer. Then a week later, he leaves her a kind and reassuring voicemail. Probably thinking about her butt. They start up their nightly phone calls again, talking about spiritual and sexual matters. The following month, on November 11th, 2006, Travis sends Jody a dick pic, as the good Lord intended his spiritual shepherds to do. Travis is not thrusting in that old devil puss, so everything's kosher. 2 weeks later, November 26, 2006, Jody's baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints. And then, she makes a God and dick here going on in this story. During her pre-baptism interview, the branch president asked if she's obeying the law of chastity. And she supposedly replied, based on a technical sense, yes. Thank the Lord for the poop hole loophole. At Jody's request, Travis performed the ceremony. The baptism took place at the LDS Church in Palm Desert, and afterwards, according to Jody, they go back to her house and have anal sex. You know, the kind that God likes, you know? As one does, directly following a baptism, you got frick that morning butt. Frick it so hard. You got pound that loophole. This is insane. Around this time, Travis's friends start to have doubts about Jody, not sure that she's right for him. Travis's friends skeptical about Jody's faith. They notice she doesn't seem that dedicated to Mormonism. She'd sit and look at the Book of Mormon, but only when Travis was in the room. She would glance at him frequently, like she was making sure that he saw her reading it. And although Travis's friends were Mormon, you know, they didn't just sit around reading the Book of Mormon all day. It was like Jody was just, you know, faking it all, just doing what she thought Mormons did, trying to impress everyone, which sounds right for her. Jody quickly becomes consumed by her relationship with Travis, which also sounds right for her. When she takes shifts at Bing Crosby's, a restaurant in Palm Desert she now works at, her coworkers will see her in her car while she's supposed to be working. She's trying to call or text Travis. Won't go back to work until she hears back from him. At Christmas, Jody goes to Arizona for a prepaid legal corporate event in Phoenix. Phoenix, of course, right by Mesa. Travis is putting up about 30 people at his place for this event. But tells Jody, awkward, he doesn't have room for her. Can't let the church find out that they're hooking up. Not after all that trouble, you know, he got in last time.
I could just do that whenever you don't expect. You never know when they will be plotting to eat you. Just look at that menacing merp. They say they're cute. But hey, whenever you don't expect it, sorry to raid and lurk, but I need to nibble and nap. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. We're just listening to this fucking podcast. We're fine. Dude. Dude or dudette, it is totally fine. It is 100% okay. Go get some food. Thank you for being amazing, and thank you for the raid. It's totally okay. I'll see you later. You know my name. You see who I am. Just, you'll be back. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Thrusting loopholes. Doing some holy soaking.
Garrett, this guy is amazing.
Jody now goes on a few dates with some men back in California. Make sure to tell
thank
Travis
you.
about it. You know, tells him how obsessed these men are with her playing this jealousy game. She also visits his friends, the Hughes, PPL bigwigs. Tells him about how men just won't leave her alone. But she doesn't care about him because her heart belongs to Travis, her heart and her loophole. In this jealousy mind game, this works with Travis for a little while. In February of 2007, Travis and Jody come out now as an official couple. After, you know, kind of messing around since September of 2006. Jody made Travis jealous, and she had pulled off some classic Aries manipulation to accomplish this. She'd become friendly with Sky Hughes, you know, Chris's wife. Jody tells Sky that she feels like Travis doesn't care about her. Like he just wants, you know, some soaking and some loopholing from her. Sky then emails Travis, reprimands him for using Jody sexually without giving her a commitment, calling him a, quote, heart predator, saying Jody was being treated horribly. You weren't beating her physically, but you were emotionally. She has given you everything, all control, and you give her 3 a.m. calls and makeout fests. A little more than making out was going on, whatever. Now Travis feels pressure to make her his girlfriend. So, you know, this guy's not his boss, his wife. Chris isn't really his boss, but, you know, he's a big wig in PPL, and he's a big wig in PPL. He doesn't want, you know, his peers thinking he's a womanizer, some dirtbag. He also knows that Jody isn't right for him. He tells Sky that he'll end it with Jody. Sky encourages Jody to move on. Jody starts faking emails now from anonymous stalkers who say that Travis doesn't deserve her, sending these emails to Travis. He's far too away to protect her. And then on the first weekend of February, Jody shows up at Travis's house unannounced. And then rather than be upset, I guess he's happy to see her. Her craziness worked. And as of February 2nd, 2007, now they're a couple. And now they have so much sex, all the kind. Even that super kinky, hardcore porn kind.
I love the blip. I love the blip.
Kind that God hates.
But I also have more emotes now.
Had a voracious sexual appetite, and sometimes
I'm so excited that I have emotes, but now I also need to think of like bits and also the bar tab. The bar tab also needs a little animation as well, a little thing as well.
And was describing how she was a nymphomaniac.
But I'm so excited. I have all these wonderful emotes.
Might have been 9, might have been 13. It was a high number. But he was just using that as an illustration of how over the top she was.
It'll be so nice to have all these wonderful emotes and so many wonderful people to be with.
Just how big of an info she was.
How are you tonight? I'm doing great. Mom's doing good. Checked up on my mom. She's doing great. I'm feeling a lot better. Just a little bit tired, but not as tired as I was last night, and it's so weird. Because last night I was so fucking tired, and I don't understand why. Like, it was very, very weird.
At an LDS wedding in the spring of 2000.
Very weird.
Jody came up behind Travis and started sucking on his in the middle of church. Egad, gosh dang. Well, what if the children see that affection? They might want affection themselves someday. Travis seemed oblivious to her inappropriate behavior. Others were not. Sky, who'd gone to bat for Jody, started doubting that she'd made the right call. She didn't care for the ear sucking. Scandalous. She didn't care for how Jody seemed to be doing some shady shit out in public to try and make Travis jealous either. One time at a hotel, Sky saw Jody walk over, past an open door where a group of men were involved in a business meeting, and flip her hair and check herself out in the reflective glass for them to see. She had plenty of opportunity to observe Jody firsthand because the Hughes house was the midway point between Travis's and Jody's house. They'd meet there fairly often. One time, Sky caught Jody listening at the door while Travis was on a phone call. Also caught her lingering outside the bathroom, waiting for Travis to come out. And then she told the Hughes, quite frankly, that she had found flirtatious emails from other women to Travis when snooping on his emails and forwarded those emails to her own account. Why do people do shit like that? I've had someone look through my phone before without asking, and I told them if they ever did that again, like, we were done. And I meant it. That we would and then we would break up a month or so later. And she didn't even find anything. I wasn't even doing anything. I told her, I'm not going to play those games. If you don't trust me, just go. Find someone else. Like, I hate it when people keep catching their partner doing shit, and then they just keep staying with them.
Right.
Like that. If you know someone's cheating, just leave them. Like you think.
Darn go be so be a vehicle then because he was so tired.
You can change them. When has anyone ever?
Yeah, I'm tired myself. Well, go bed, Yame. That's totally fine.
This like honeymoon phase, best
so
behavior, And
I'm
then,
a vehicle?
It's gone on to become this healthy, happy, committed relationship.
Oh, right.
Sure,
I have
happens
tires.
on rare
Yes.
occasions,
I also got new
exceptions to the
tires
rule.
because my other
So
one,
easy for you to break up with this
my
one
front
easy.
tires
Jody and Travis have
fucking
their
died
pictures tied together. Kids,
last week.
they're not
They
worried
just
about custody no more.
one of them
Together,
was
never
literally
think
ripping
sick.
apart at the
Catch you flirting
seams.
with other girls
So
at
that
this
was
point,
fun.
have some fucking respect for yourself. Just go find someone better. Believe that you're worth it. If you don't
Right
believe
on the
that, odds are
freeway.
those who date you will not believe it either. Might not be fair, but true.
Other than that, today went to a local restaurant.
Like she wants to. In April of 2000,
Service
Jody
was
and
not
Travis were
great.
staying with him. Chris and Sky now Travis about Jody. Jody is creeping them out.
I overpaid. I feel I overpaid because all I got extra was some rice and beans.
Moments later, Jody knocks at the door. Asks what they're doing. Travis tells her that he was just about to head to bed, and then she leaves. Well,
That's all I got extra was some rice and beans and an $8.95
he opens the front door and she's just standing there.
an $8.95 meal became a $16.95 meal. So I don't know what happened.
If I'm Travis, holy shit, is the relationship over right then and there? Find another loophole to frick. I had a girl I was dating pretty seriously in between my ex-wife and Lindsay. Looked at my phone, find this text thread of me flirting with the girl that I was casually seeing, hooking up with, whatever. But before we had started dating, and then she called me on the road one time, accuses me of cheating with this person because she had written this person's name down, thought she had found her online. She had not, just found somebody else by the same name. Found out that girl that I'd never even met happened to live an hour or so away from the city I happened to be doing shows at that weekend. Based on that and nothing else, is furious. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. We're done. I told her that, like this paranoid, creepy, just crazy cypher detective shit. Just, I'm not going to live like that. And that was it. Came home, gave her shit. It was in my apartment. Never saw her again. Told her we were done. Ignored all texts and calls from her from that day forward. And I've never regretted that decision for a single second. Kick the crazy out of your life, Meat Sacks. Don't look back. Life is too short, full of too much pain you can't avoid. To add nonsense you can avoid to the pile. Jodi Arias is nuts. Before she killed, it is clear she was highly unstable. Normal, well-adjusted.
I do love that emote, though. That's a great one.
Almost 27. It's not like she's 15. Even then, it'd be weird. The next morning, now actually afraid for themselves and their children, Sky and Chris tell Travis that he and Jodi no longer welcome at their house. Travis is obviously upset by this. Jodi's putting a wedge between him and some of his best friends. This alarming behavior continues a couple weeks later when Jodi and Travis are at a PPL conference, and Jodi feels like Travis is ignoring her. When Travis's married friend Clancy Talbot has a few glasses of wine and stumbles, she grabs onto Travis for balance, and then Jodi follows Clancy into the bathroom and confronts her, ranting about how angry she is at Travis and for her to stay away from Travis. Jodi's blocking the exit door. Clancy is afraid. She notices that Jodi is literally shaking with anger. Finally, unsure of what to do, Clancy pushes past Jodi and then just avoids that lunatic as much as she can going forward. Jodi is unraveling. Now, actually, after falling hopelessly behind on payments, her home in Palm Desert is being foreclosed on, which makes her more unstable. And it's not looking like Travis is going to offer her a place to stay or his hand in marriage anytime soon. So not knowing what else to do, Jodi packs up and moves to Big Sur now, 45 miles from Salinas. She's a fucking mess. She and Travis continue to date, traveling frequently and visiting Mormon holy sites in Illinois and Missouri now. They also visit places from a book he'd bought called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, visiting Niagara Falls, Finger Lakes in New York, as well as the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum in Cleveland, Ohio, which is an awesome place, by the way. That June, Travis and Jodi go on a short trip to Sedona, Arizona, and the Grand Canyon with some of Travis's friends, siblings Daniel and Desiree Freeman. They will later remember things being pretty tense between Travis and Jodi on this trip. At one point, Travis pretends to be ditching Jodi when she gets out of the car and takes a picture, and Jodi is very angry about that. Doesn't like the joke. They yell at each other, and then they don't speak for a big part of the trip. But after this trip, they keep traveling together. On another trip, a short time later, they go to Daniel's Summit Lodge outside of Heber City, Utah. They're meeting friends there. One of these friends happens to be Clancy Talbot, Travis's married friend, the one Jodi cornered in the bathroom. Jodi accuses Travis now straight up of cheating on her with Clancy. Does not appear to be a credible accusation at all. Travis gets angry. The relationship is rapidly becoming more and more toxic, held together only by jealousy and sex. A few days later, Travis falls asleep on the couch with his cell phone nearby. Jodi sneaks over and takes it, sneaks into the bathroom, reads his texts, finds evidence of Travis flirting with other women. Now, is this shitty of Travis? Yes. Did Jody have a right to be upset? Sure. Should she have been looking through his phone? Fuck no. She should have packed up her shit and left. After she reads the messages, she does not confront Travis immediately. They're about to go on a trip to Sacred Grove in Palmyra, New York, where Mormons believe Joseph Smith received his first vision. But that road trip doesn't happen. The two get in a fight on the phone on June 29, 2007. Jody breaks up with Travis after them arguing about the texts. The next day, he calls her back to apologize. Why? He promises to change. They don't get back together, but they both agree they may get back together in the future. Jody is crushed. She wants to marry Travis. Travis seems relieved. After the breakup, he quickly moves on emotionally, is ready to start the next chapter of his life. According to friends, he is optimistic about finding true love elsewhere. But then Jody starts texting him. She calls him. He answers. They start talking again. They start having phone sex. And they start meeting up again for real sex, not just the poop hole loophole or some soaking, hardcore shit. Penis, vagina, full thrust. God probably cried when he was watching that happen from the bushes. Then Jody does something crazy again. While they've hooked up a few times since the breakup, they are not a couple again. But about a month after their breakup, Jody moves to Mesa, stays with a friend named Rachel, and then finds a accommodation from a church website called ldshousing.net. A new place about 10 minutes from Travis's house. And Travis is not happy. He did not want Jody in Mesa. What they've been doing was just hooking up in his mind. He wants to move on. And he starts dating a fellow church member now named Lisa Andrews. She's 19, Mormon. He falls head over heels for her. She tells him that she's not ready to get married. They move pretty fast first. Travis finds himself in a conundrum now. The girl he wants to get married to doesn't want to marry him. The girl he does not want to marry him is batshit crazy and does want to marry him. Or the girl who, does want to marry him is, oh my God. Lisa, seems a little crazy here too. She was a strict adherent to the law of chastity, took it more seriously than Travis did. This is how seriously she took it. Once, when she and Travis made out, she could feel that he had an erection under his pants. He didn't even talk about it. And it gave her some boner guilt. She thought it was her fault. She thought she had done something sinful to give him lustful thoughts that led to that devil boner. This is also insane. Meanwhile, shortly after Jody settles into Mesa, she gets a job at P.F. Chang's. And then Travis also gives her another job. This is so stupid. She complains to him about needing money, so he pays her to now clean his house. Why? Don't ever do this. Don't ever offer to pay your jealous, crazy ex to come over and clean your house. It's insulting to them, for one thing. It's weird. It's dangerous. Like they're not going to snoop around and then get mad and do something crazy. If you feel like you just have to help an ex out financially, just give them money. Don't employ them in your house. Jody, her new cleaning job, of course, leads to the two of them having more sex. And that, of course, leads to expectations of being more than a house cleaner for Jody, which then leads to fights, and around they go. Some of Travis's frustrations with Jody around this time were made clear in some text messages he sent to her in 2007. I'm sick of you playing stupid and dealing with childish tactics. It's just always something, Jody. It just gets old. You don't care about anything that doesn't involve you. Just forget it. I know how you operate. If you're tired of me, leave me alone. We didn't have sex, Jody. How many times do I have to explain it? We poop hole loopholed after some vaginal soaking. That's what casual friends do. It's like holding hands, but with coming. Okay, maybe we should send that last. In September of 2007, a year after they'd met, Jody and Travis.
I'm gonna get that tail.
This doesn't end. This time to Havasupai Falls in Arizona. Beautiful waterfalls inside the Grand Canyon. When they get back, Lisa learns from a friend.
Boy is like, do not touch my tail.
And ends things with him. Oh yeah, he was still dating the 19-year-old who asked God to forgive her for giving her boyfriend a boner when they kissed. On September 23rd, 2007, Lisa sends Travis a lengthy email. I'm sick of hearing about Jody Arias, Lisa wrote. What woman would hold on for so long without some sense of reassurance? If you really cared, you would tell Jody to back off, regardless of your past. So, interesting, she isn't just mad at Travis for, cheating on her. She also thinks it's wrong for him to keep leading on Jody when he has no intention of turning their relationship into anything serious. And she's right. Jody's nuts, but what Travis is doing is also wrong. He's nuts in his own way. In October, Jody and Travis travel together to a balloon festival now in New Mexico, where they fuck a whole bunch. And then when they get back to Mesa, he gets back together with Lisa. Whole kissy face boner guilt. So many terrible decisions being made, just nonstop. Jody is, of course, furious. 2 months later, in December of 2007, when Travis is at Lisa's place, someone knocks at the door. Lisa answers. No one's there. An hour or so later, Travis heads out to his car, parked in front of her place. All 4 of his tires have been slashed. Both dismiss it as a random act of vandalism, but I'm sure Travis knew who did it. Most examining this case think obviously it was Jody, that she had followed him to Lisa's place. The next day, he gets 4 new tires, and then that night, all 4 new tires are slashed. The next day, Lisa receives an angry email from John Doe, which she saved, filled with hostility. It mentioned her relationship with Travis. At one point, it read, "You shameful whore. Your heavenly Father must be ashamed of the whoredoms you have committed with that insidious man. If you let him stay in your bed one more time, or even sleep under the same roof as him, you will be giving the appearance of evil." There were a number of religious references with the email signing off, "Be thou clean, sin no more. Heavenly Father loves you and wants you to make right choices. I know you are strong enough to choose the right. Your Father in heaven is pulling for you. Don't ignore the promptings you receive, because they are vital to your spiritual well-being. Keep your poopo loophole clean." Obviously not that. Lisa thought it was Jody. She just couldn't prove it. Also, it seems like Lisa's gotten over her boner guilt. Maybe Travis explained to her that they can, they can Provo float all day, every day, and not upset creepy lurker god. Jody now seems to have gone full crazy. Travis is now no longer hiring her to clean his house, but she still keeps coming over to his house. He'll lock the door, lock the windows. She'll do weird shit like crawl through the fucking doggy door, and he'll come home and he'll just be sleeping on his couch or in his bed naked. Time to get a security system and get rid of that doggy door. Time to call the police, file a restraining order. Things start to go missing from his house. Someone uses his computer when he's not home. And then after all this, Travis starts inviting her over and hooking up with her again. Dude was addicted to that loophole. He's now cheating on Lisa with the girl he has to know slashes tires, all 4 of them twice. The girl who freaked out his girlfriend, the girl who's breaking into his house. Now it's now January of 2008. Jody is sending him explicit texts. Stuff like, "Ah, I fell asleep. But to answer your question, yes, I want to grind you. And I want to be, all caps, loud. And I want to give you a nice warm mouth hug too, smiley face." A month later, in February, she sends him a very direct text. "Maybe you could give my ass a much needed pounding." Well, all right.
Damn.
In February, Travis and Lisa now break up for good. Jody takes this as a sign that Travis wants to be back with her. Travis does not. Travis promptly instead starts dating a young woman named Marie Mimi Hall. In March of 2008, Travis asks Mimi Hall on a date. She accepts. After 2 dates, however, she tells him she's not interested in anything romantic, but the two keep hanging out as friends. Travis hopes he can get her to hang around long enough for him to be released from the friend zone. He likes her. He wants to loophole that poop hole. He wants to frick that butt. Jody, meanwhile, now decides to leave town and head back to Wairika, where her parents still live. Sandy Arias has become worried about her 27-year-old daughter, who has seemed more and more mentally unstable lately. When they talk on the phone, she either sounds like she's in the best mood ever, or she starts crying hysterically. She convinces her daughter to move back in with Jody's grandparents in Wairika. Jody moves in with her grandparents, gets 2 jobs, works as a waitress at 2 restaurants, Casa Ramos and the Purple Plum. She's not in a great headspace, Abby. Feels like she's come crawling back with her tail between her legs. A decade after dropping out of high school, she's back in Little Town she never liked living in. This is not how she envisioned her life working out. Things seem to be going better now for Travis. He wins a trip to Cancun from his PPL sales. Hail the good God, Amway! And he invites Mimi to be his guest. He's thrilled when she agrees. Maybe she let him Provo float that ween boat. Maybe he can soak. Their flight is scheduled for Tuesday, June 10th. Travis takes it 2 months before the trip to really work on himself. Meets with his bishop, trying to get himself temple worthy again. Bishop knows about his sexual behavior with Jody. Travis is working on rectifying that, kind of not really. He also goes to the gym regularly, loses some weight. In April, he writes on his blog, "This year will be the best year of my life. This is the year that will eclipse all others. I will earn more, learn more, travel more, serve more, love more, give more, and be more than all the other years of my life combined." Then in another post dated April 14th, 2008, he writes, "We only live once. We don't get another shot if we screw it up. Why not live life to the fullest? On our deathbeds, none of us will wish they watched more TV or read more tabloids or listen to more foul music. And they certainly won't wish they blamed their lives on someone else a little more. What they'll wish is that they loophole so many more poop holes." No, he doesn't say that. I agree with most of what he wrote there, except the foul music part. I love some foul music. Despite writing about loving more, giving more, serving more, he also fucks with Jody's head more. In late April, he opens the crazy door again, texting her now, asking her to send him a dirty picture. Dude is conflicted. Also, 13 days after Travis starts his blog, Jody, who's been reading it, she starts a weird mirror blog. Reading Travis's blog makes her feel connected to him, and she'll leave comments on his blog. And then when he writes on spiritual matters, she will write the same things on her blog. She'll even quote his passages. She also starts dating someone else, Bobby the Vampire Slayer. She tells him about the loophole, and suddenly he doesn't care about Dracula anymore. He has a new mystery to explore. Instead of looking for immortals who can disappear into the shadows, all he cares about is making his Nosferatu peen disappear into Jody's butt shadow. Like a vampire lives for fresh blood, he now lives for his backdoor soak.
Oh my God.
PBS stuff too. Probably running a weekly vampire-themed LARP in Medford or something. Jody starts dating another PPL dude that she had met when dating Travis, Ryan Burns. That does not mean she has let go of Travis. On May 2nd, Travis sends Jody this text. There's not a day where I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft long and hard into you. My God. You are the ultimate slut in bed. You'll rejoice in being a whore whose sole purpose in life is to please me any way I desire. So he seems a little less motivational speakerish here. Playing with so much fire here. I got to say, in all the true crime I've covered, he has made it the hardest for me to not victim shame. And I will reiterate that he did not deserve to be murdered. I know that, but holy shit, was he making a series of terrible fucking choices. He just kept fucking with and literally fucking the wrong can of worms to be opened. Jody is sending these kind of texts back to Travis. She's also seen Ryan Burns, although their entire relationship so far has been long distance. By mid-May, Jody agrees to come visit Ryan and begins making plans to drive to Salt Lake City, Utah. There's a prepaid legal business briefing in June. And Jody tells Ryan that she's gonna go. In the early morning hours of May 10th, 2008, Jody and Travis have one of their signature late-night phone sex sessions. Like other late-night calls they had, the point was to bring each other to climax, but this time Jody recorded it. You can find it on YouTube if you're real curious. The sound quality is terrible. It's hard to understand what they say a lot of the time. And, pretty creepy. The same day, Jody writes the final entry on her blog. I cannot ignore that there is an ever-present yearning and desire that pulses within me. It throbs for gratification and fulfillment. Her loophole is hungry. Also, shortly after her post, Ryan texts her angrily. I have no idea what he's talking about here when he writes, why don't you have him come and fuck you in the woods? I can only imagine you are so worried about me reading. You are paranoid because you have no respect for people's privacy and you dare insult me of all people. Through your actions, you hate more than love by denying me a human right of privacy countless times. You have a lot of freaking nerve. We are all not like you in that aspect. I love that he writes fuck in the first sentence, and then later, you got a lot of freaking nerve. Their dynamic is again so toxic. 10 days later, Travis posts his last blog entry titled, Why I Want to Marry a Gold Digger. He writes, I want someone to love me for the gold that is within me and is willing to dig with me to extract it. I did a little soul searching and realized that I was lonely. I realized it was time to adjust my priorities and date with marriage in mind. This type of dating, to me,
I've returned from the labs to get me a nice drink. Oh, goodness. What kind of drink did you get yourself? General? What is on the chopping block tonight?
If only he just could have committed to the ideals he was writing about, he'd probably still be alive. On May 26, 2008, Travis is on his Facebook page when he gets logged out, a sign that someone else had just signed into his account. A couple minutes later, he's found out again. He thinks it's Jody. He accuses her of being the one who's doing this. She admits it is her. You are the worst thing that ever happened to me, he texts her, repeatedly calling her evil, sociopath. He adds that her grandparents would be ashamed of her if they knew what she was doing. Tells her to stay away from him.
Now, this is the thing about, like, fantasy stuff, is that you gotta make sure that doesn't look too modern.
On May 28th, 2008,
you just gotta make sure that it doesn't look too modern, is the biggest thing.
There's been a rash of burglaries in the area recently. This one didn't feel like it had been committed by whoever was responsible for the other break-ins.
If it looks like a barn, better look like a fucking barn.
Also, Mr. Allen had an extensive gun collection, which he kept in an unlocked cabinet, and now one and only one of his 9 firearms is missing. A 25 caliber pistol. May 29th, 2008. Travis's last post to social media. He'd been working out a lot and noticed to his dismay that his butt looked flat. Underneath his photo, he wrote, T-Dog's gluteus. Rest in peace. July 28th, 1977 to May 29th, 2008. We'll miss you, big guy. Also, so creepy, considering what's going to happen. The photo was taken in the very same bathroom his body would be discovered in just days later. June 2nd, Jody packs an overnight bag with some clothes, a cell phone, a charger, and in all likelihood, and by likelihood I mean definitely, even though they didn't find the gun, her grandfather's 25 caliber pistol. She tells Ryan that she is coming to Utah on Wednesday, June 4th, the day of the prepaid legal briefing. The night before, Jody stays up late talking to Travis. Between 1 and 4 a.m., Jody calls Travis 4 times. The longest conversation lasting just a few minutes. Around 3 a.m., Travis calls Jody twice, and they speak for over an hour. More phone sex. She rents a white Ford Focus then in Redding, California, about 100 miles south of Wairika. She tells the budget rent-a-car staff that she would only be driving the car locally. But when the car was returned on June 7th, it has been driven over 2,800 miles. So, not quite driven locally. It was also missing all of its floor mats, and there was what looked like Kool-Aid stains on the front and rear seats. The car was cleaned before police were able to examine it. Not suspicious at all. Jody drives the rental car south to Monterey when she then borrows 2 gas cans.
Well, let's see. What is this? I made me a pina colada, nice alcohol drink that one that is coconut cream, vodka, milk, and vanilla, adding a bit of powdered cinnamon, a liter of it, and of course pineapple as well, all well blended. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Sounds like you're going to enjoy it. Not a fan of too much pineapple. Or coconut.
But then not really think about cell phone records.
And here's the thing, I like the taste of coconut. That has never been the problem that I've ever had with coconut. It's that when I'm eating coconut, I don't want crunchy shit in my mouth. Like, I actually do enjoy the taste of coconut. I just don't enjoy the crunch. I hate the crunch.
Sounds like Travis is
It's not enjoyable.
Enrique assumes it's a conference call. An hour later, Enrique leaves the house for the night. Travis checks his email on his laptop in the den. An hour later, he goes back upstairs. 5:22.
People have a few farms out there, yeah.
8 minutes.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's I like I just do not enjoy the crunch, and like I'm like, oh, there's coconut on the cake. Well, I guess I'm not gonna eat it because I don't want that disgusting crunch with it. But like when I actually taste coconut, I'm like, ooh, this is a really nice vanilla. I love this. Oh. Right in my fucking throat. Every time. It always gets me. And like they're like, oh, you'll love it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll probably an upbeat message for Travis, in which she apologizes. And I just distrust them. Down with coconut. They do not cut well the coconut then, yeah. Like they do it all the fucking time. They love fucking coconut down here. And it's like the taste is good. Agreed. Get rid of the crunch.
She couldn't find the charger anywhere. She pulled over to the side of the road and she slept for a while. And then when she woke up, gosh,
crunch. It also makes me so mad. Makes me so mad. It makes me furious, in all honesty, because I'm like, you just ruined a perfectly, an incredible cake, I would say, with crunchy bits. And always, whenever anybody makes a coconut cake, they also make really good cake.
They go to his place, they watch a movie, probably do other stuff. She falls asleep for a while. Then they leave Salt Lake City between 2 and 3 a.m. For the next few days, Travis' roommates will notice weird.
I know, it's like finding a screw in a popcorn. Yeah, no, yeah, it's fucking awful, and they act like it's fucking. They act like it's so fucking normal. They act like it's like, yeah, no, that should be so far from the norm. And then I've talked to a few people. And their answer is, well, we love that authentic feeling of coconut in our cake. And I'm like, you're why criminals exist. With that mentality, just ugh.
Enter by using the keypad code at the garage. Immediately, Mimi knows something's wrong. There's a bad smell. The three move to the garage into the house where they find Zach and Zach's girlfriend, Amanda McBrien, in Zach's bedroom, Zach's another roommate. They hadn't heard the doorbell. The group tells Zach that Travis isn't answering their calls, and they're worried about it. Zach tries to open the door to Travis' bedroom. It's locked. So he goes to get a spare key. When he returns, opens the door, the 4C.
Is eat coconut as long as they eat cut well the coconut. I do not want to deal with shell. If I find a shell part, I don't pay. Cut it well or no pay. I love that you've gone into to caveman speak. Cut it well or I will not pay.
Just before investigator Esteban Flores arrives at the scene. The bathroom is
Sogo says no.
Because of the massive number of wounds.
I will destroy you.
His body is hunched over in a sitting position on the bathroom floor. Looks as though it had been rinsed off. There's a bullet casing that had been carefully removed from the caked blood into the sink, but the handgun is nowhere to be found. There's also one bloody palm print, very distinct when I looked at pictures on the wall between the bedroom and the bathroom. It does not seem like a random killing. Nothing in Travis's bedroom is out of place except for the sheets and blankets from the bed, which have been stripped. His roommates have been living in the same house with their dead landlord for days, suggesting Travis was a very specific target. When Flores interviews the people who were present when the body is found and asks them if they have any idea who could have done this, one name immediately comes up: Jodi Arias. To Detective Flores' surprise, it was not hard to get in touch with her. She spent the days after Travis's body was discovered making long-distance calls to Arizona, reaching out to Travis's friends, trying to find out what's going on. She also calls police headquarters twice, leaves her number where she can be reached. Did she hope she could deflect suspicion by offering to help? Maybe. Or did she just need to know, for some reason, what the police knew? Around 10 in the morning on June 10th, Detective Flores calls Jodi. She offers her assistance, but claims she doesn't really know what was going on. Then says she wanted to tell the detective about the last time she talked to Travis. She tells Flores about a couple of trips that she and Travis had been planning to go to D.C. and Oregon. And immediately, Flores gets a sense that Jodi is painting a picture of a relationship where everything was perfect, not the impression he'd gotten from talking to Travis's other friends. They talk for a while longer. Flores tries to give the impression that he is on Jodi's side. He is not. Right away, his spidey senses got tingling about Jodi. Meanwhile, back at the house, once the medical examiner's office removes the body, investigators start to look at the rest of the room and the house as a whole. In the laundry room, they find a set of brown striped sheets in the dryer. There's a reddish stain on the inside rim of the washing machine, along with a Sony DSC H9 video camera and a couple of articles of Travis.
Capiche. I know there's like hard coconut meat and soft coconut, which are the most sweetest. And I guess you're the ones that like soft coconut ones. I guess I do. I like the taste of coconut. I just don't like coconut. If I could, I would extract the taste and then never look at a coconut again. But also, I hate banana pudding. So, because it ruins delicious, delicious vanilla pudding and adds garbage banana pudding. And it's not, and it's Alabama's awful fucking bananas. That shit's disgusting. That shit is so fucking disgusting.
3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches. The most severe stab wound was on his chest.
And I know it's an opinion, and it may not be what you would say the correct one is, but it's an opinion that I have, and I will keep.
All of the stabbing wounds while still alive. X-rays determined that the bullet entered Travis's head just above his right eyebrow. The medical examiner determined that the fatal wounds were the single stab wound to the center of his chest and the final throat slicing. Seems as if he was shot after he was already dead. The matter of death, of course, homicide. Detective Flores follows up about a message left on Travis's phone. Oh, Clancy Talbot, who'd last seen Jodi at a PPL seminar in Salt Lake City on June 5th now. Clancy tells Flores that Jodi had left California on Tuesday, June 3rd, but hadn't arrived in Salt Lake City until Thursday, June 5th. Clancy knew that the trip from Northern California to Salt Lake City was typically about 10 hours. But Jodi had been traveling for nearly 2 days. She and other people at the conference had tried to contact Jodi, but couldn't. It also concerned Clancy because of what she had seen later. Clancy had had dinner with Jodi, Ryan, and about 20 friends at Chili's the night of June 5th. Jodi had Band-Aids on fingers on both of her hands. What did you do to your hands? One of the friends asked. I'm a bartender. I cut my fingers, Jody replied. Clancy thought that was suspicious. So did Detective Flores. And of course, Clancy had previous run ins with Arias, right? Seeing her shake with rage, she knew about their toxic relationship. At 6 p.m. on June 17th, Mimi, Dallin, Michelle, Jody all arrived at the Mesa Police headquarters. They were there to be fingerprinted and provide saliva for DNA testing. Jody was the only one who declined to sit down with the detective for a follow-up interview. She said she'd been speaking with a close friend who had convinced her that there were a number of people talking about her involvement in Travis's death, talking shit about her, and as a result, she was now uncomfortable speaking to law enforcement without an attorney present. Others were uncomfortable with Jody's presence. A few days earlier, Jody had posted a photo gallery on her MySpace page of 25 photos of Travis, captioned in loving memory of Travis. The following day, she signed his online obituary guest book. She even reached out to his family. On June 13th, she'd sent 20 white irises to Travis's grandmother. Ugh. Travis's family doesn't have any proof that Jody is their son's killer at this point, or that his killer. But unbeknownst to Jody, the police do. They now had the photographs from the video camera. Though the camera had been put through water, or through the wash, like soaked in water, computer forensics managed to recover numerous pictures from it, including some that had been deleted. The deleted photos included images of Travis who was naked, standing in various poses in the shower, reaching his arms up as he soaped his body. One of the last photos of Travis alive shows him staring intently into the camera. I've seen it. It is
white chocolate pudding superiority. Oh yeah, everyone has different tongues, guts for. Well, myself, I can work with spiciness, sweet, but not so sweet, bittersweet. All the kind of foods. While I don't tolerate eating kidneys, intestines, or hearts, I don't know, my tongue just straight out wills to puke on touch, but my tongue, those cooked. I mean, yeah. Since they're cooked and all that, yeah. No, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying, General.
Sweatpants that are blue with a zipper on the back of the cuff. Jody had a pair just like that. Then there were photos of Jody on the camera. Not in the murder scene, but photos taken just a few hours earlier that proved she was there. Timestamp starting at 1:40 p.m. The first showed her posing naked on Travis's bed. There were 4 photos of Jody posing in the nude in extremely provocative and graphic sexual positions.
Yeah, there we go.
Showing off that loophole. There were 2 of Travis, who was also naked in both images, a bottle of KY lube next to him. The police now had proof that Jody was lying. She had been in Mesa on June 4th. They now asked her about her supposed movements on the days where she had been unreachable. She said that on June 2nd, she left California for Salt Lake City for the PPL conference, renting a car in Redding. Then she went to Monterey, California to hang out with friends. Then she drove to LA. Then she headed northwest to Salt Lake City.
I gotta go pee.
Salt Lake City, took her through Boulder City and Las Vegas.
People do eat even cooked blood. Oh yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. That's disgusting.
To Salt Lake City via Los Angeles and Las Vegas had taken her 48 hours.
I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I promise.
Detective Flores concluded her trip would have taken a maximum of 29 hours, which is quite a few less hours. Adding Mesa to the route would have added a few hours, but there were still 10 or 11 hours of additional time to spare. On July 9th, 2008, exactly 1 month after Travis Alexander's body had been found, a grand jury in Maricopa County indicts Jody on 1 count of first-degree murder under 2 theories: premeditated murder and felony murder, which is when the murder occurs during the course of a felony, which the jury said was burglary. They didn't think she was trying to steal anything. The definition of second-degree burglary is entering or remaining unlawfully in a residence with the intent to commit any theft or felony therein. Jody had no idea about the indictment. She was given it. She was celebrating her 28th birthday back in Wairika. On July 14th, 5 days after her birthday, Detective Flores and 2 other investigators from the Mesa Police Department, Danny McBride, pretty funny that his name is Danny McBride, and Tom Denning fly to Wairika to arrest Jody on charges of first-degree murder. Just after 9:30 p.m., they execute the arrest warrant and the search warrant leading Jody from her house, or from the house, grandparents' house, in handcuffs. Jody gets interviewed by police on July 15th, the morning after her arrest. Dressed in white pants, form-fitting gray V-neck shirt, and a pair of flip-flops, Jody appeared lifeless as the cameras in the tiny interrogation room began to roll. She alternates between sitting at the table, sitting at the floor, back pressed against the wall, legs extended straight out. At one point, Jody whispers to herself, "Hold in here." 5 minutes later, Detective Flores enters the room. Jody's bizarre behavior in this interrogation would go down as one of the weirdest parts of this strange case. More than 2 hours on July 15th, Jody denies being anywhere near Travis Alexander's home. the night he was brutally murdered, telling the detective questioning her that if she had killed her ex-boyfriend, she would beg for the death penalty. She spends hours sticking to her story that she wasn't anywhere near Mesa, but she just got stuck in California. Flores lets her talk, giving her a piece of paper to show him her supposed route, and then eventually he tells her that he simply doesn't believe her, and that he has so much proof that she was in Alexander's home when he was brutally murdered.
No, you're not having this.
Her hair and
this
her
is mine, Big
mixed with
Barney.
Alexander's,
He said, but
and
I
that
could
bloody
have
handprint
it.
had her blood.
I'm standing up
He
pretty.
tells her there is no way anyone else could have left your palm prints in blood on that wall. Jody still will not admit to being.
He is a very adorable bunny, but he cannot have
She
chocolate.
once cut herself while bathing.
That is for sure.
Maybe the blood. I don't know. Maybe it came from that. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him, she says. And later, if I was going to ever kill somebody, I would use gloves. I have plenty of them. Over and over, Detective Flores asked her to come clean. Why won't you admit it? Yeah, you were there. Quit playing this game. Over and over, she denies being involved. I've never been that angry at him, she says. If I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm all for the 10 commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Shut the fuck up with your Bible stuff at this point, lady. Flores then outlines the evidence against her, the bloody palm print, the gun, her DNA, the gaps in her timeline. And when Jody still will not admit it, he shows her the pictures on the camera, including X-rated close-ups of her butthole and vagina. Jody admits that, okay, yeah, all right, that looks like me. The girl in the photo does look exactly like me, but not me. She still won't admit it. They have nude, full-body, time-stamped photos of her. Like close-up, her face is in them, everything. Close-up shots of her ass, her pussy. Travis could not have taken better photo documentation of her. Her fingerprints are all over the crime scene. Her blood is mixed with his blood. Clearly defined palm print on the wall. The kind of gun used was the exact type of gun that went missing from her grandpa's house in Wairika. There's her fucked up timeline. Everyone is pointing their suspicion at her. There's cuts on her hands the day after the murder. She's lied so many times to the police, and she's like, no, I don't think so. No, that's someone else's loophole. Flores tells Arias that she's going to be booked into the local jail now. She says tearfully, this is a really shallow question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit? Flores says, no. And soon after he leaves her alone in the interview room, she laughs and says to herself, you should have at least done your makeup, Jody. Gosh. Jody then proceeds to anxiously play with her hair, rub her shoulders before she bizarrely breaks out into a song. She sings a Dido song called Here With Me. And then as she waits to be booked, she looks for the trash for a while. And then she does a handstand against the wall for 30 seconds. That night, she'll be booked on charges of first-degree murder. When her mugshot is taken, she grins into the camera like she is posing for her yearbook photo. It is so tonally off. It's so creepy. Jody is interrogated again the next day, July 16th. She's now wearing a jail-issued orange jumpsuit. When no one else came into the room for several minutes, she began to sing the final verse of Bette Midler's love song, Rose. The interrogation started. Once again, Jody rambles for hours about her relationship with Travis, and then finally says she's going to come clean. Jody now says that she had been afraid to talk about it before, but she's ready to give the story. She says the real killers made her scared to tell it because they threatened to hurt her family. This is crazy. She said she had gone to Travis's house that afternoon. And yeah, okay, they did have sex a few times. Sure, he'd taken a few close-up pics of her loophole. Then she'd fed the dog Napoleon. And then Travis had gone upstairs to shower and shave. And then, yeah, okay, she started taking some naked pictures of Travis in the shower. Real artsy stuff, where he looked like, I don't know, he was scared that someone was pointing a gun at him. Then all hell broke loose. And this is the dumbest lie I said she'd tell that I hinted at earlier. She said she suddenly heard a loud bang, and Travis began screaming. And then she blacked out, maybe. And she woke up a few seconds later, or maybe she didn't wake up, maybe she was still awake. She saw two people near Travis, a guy and a girl, both wearing ski masks. You know, the kind of ski mask bad guy robber people wear, murderers who have guns. And immediately, when I heard this, I did think, son of a bitch. I don't know where my dad was on July 16th, 2008. Right? And he lived in Arizona for 2 years. He knows the area. And
God damn it.
further, I don't know where my mom was that day. Did they get back together? Or that day to frame Jody Arias? Where were my parents? Where were your parents? We might need to form a mom watch group to complement dad watch. And of course, that's nonsense. Back to this horrible story. Then in this really poorly thought out script for a shitty action movie no one would ever produce because it's so fucking stupid. She says that the people who killed Travis debated about whether or not to kill her after shooting him, but then ultimately they let her go. Because that seems like the kind of thing that cold-blooded killers do. Let eyewitnesses live. and then just leave. Well, they stay behind at a murder scene. Jody says the girl wanted to kill her, but the guy just wanted to kill Travis, and that he said, that's not what we're here for. And then the man rifled through her purse, took out some of her cash. And when he saw her car registration, he said, you must be that bitch from California. Weird detail. She's not a good storyteller. Then she says they told her to leave. Yeah, go on, get out of here. And even though Travis was still alive, despite being shot, she did leave. And then I guess they stabbed him and stuff, and just hoped that she wouldn't call the police after she leaves, and they just let her leave. That's reasonable. And then she doesn't call the police when she leaves, but she does call Travis, who she knew had just been shot by people who wanted him dead. And she left him an upbeat message, apologizing for not making it to Mesa, and telling him that she and her friend Heather are planning to see Othello in early July, and they invite him to join. The kind of voicemail an innocent person leaves. And she drives to Salt Lake City, goes on a date, like an innocent person does. I watched her tell this stupid fucking story while being interviewed by 48 Hours correspondent Maureen Marr, who seemed on the verge of rolling her eyes at Jody the entire time. It's so great. Highly recommend. When Jody tells it to her, she changes some of the details, as one often does when lying. She says that after the guy shot Travis, she charged the woman in the mask who was holding a knife, knocked her to the ground because she's tough and brave, and then she yelled at Travis, let's go. And then he told her, I can't feel my legs. And meanwhile, the guy with the gun, who I guess has just been standing by quietly, waiting to say his next line like a stage actor in a play written by a fucking 5-year-old, he now decides to put the gun against Jody's head. And then he and the woman argue over whether or not they should shoot her. And then in this version, he does decide to shoot her and pulls the trigger. But miracle, the gun jams. And then the lady with the knife, I guess she's forgotten she has a knife, and she's standing there waiting for her next poorly written line. And then the two masked killers just keep standing there like two idiots. While Jody gets up, grabs her purse, runs out of the house, gets in her car, and drives away. And they do nothing. They do not try to chase her down. Watching the doc, I laughed so hard at what happens next. Maureen gives some voiceover to a dramatic reenactment of this nonsense of Jody driving away. She says, it was an unbelievable getaway. Oh, it sure was. After hearing the story, Maureen says, you get in the car, no one's followed you, you drive away, where do you go? She asks this, staring daggers at Jody, also managing to give a look that screams, bitch, are you for real? Jody says she drove forever and ever until she was in the desert. And then Maureen asks, did you call 911? And Jody says, no. She asks, did you go to a neighbor? Did you call a friend? And Jody says, I didn't call anybody or tell anybody. Then Maureen asks, why would you do nothing? Nothing to help him. And Jody says, my butt hurt from all the loopholing, and I was distracted. My front butt hurt too. He soaked the shit out of me. JK. No, she gives a weird pause, maybe realizes on some level how utterly stupid she sounds. And then she says, I was terrified, and I was scared for my life. And I think there was a naive belief that I could pretend like it didn't really happen. And that's it. That's her whole story. That's the story she hoped would set her free. That is the dumbest story anyone who is not actually severely mentally handicapped has maybe ever told to try to get out of a murder. Who just drives off and leaves behind someone they claim to love who has just been shot but is still alive, and they just don't fucking call the police, even though they're safe in their car and they have their cell phone? No one. No one does that ever. Detective Flores, after hearing a version of this horseshit, tells her that he doesn't believe her, especially the part about the attackers just letting her go. But Jody, he's like, well, it's the truth. Jody's then extradited to Mesa, Arizona, September 5th, 2008. She's kept in Maricopa County's Astoria Women's Jail in Phoenix.
Oh,
6
my
days
goodness.
after her arrival in Arizona, Jody enters a plea of not guilty. Her arraignment at Maricopa Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Bond is set at $2 million. From jail, Jody schedules press conferences with local news stations and one national network, a defense lawyer's worst nightmare, because in all these interviews, she tells the public about the two assailants she claimed killed Travis, a story the media openly mocks. And they call it the ninja theory. Just a ninja snuck in and killed Travis and then just let her go. October 8th, Jody gets some bad news. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in her case. And she deserves it. I mean, even if you're against death penalty, even if you don't think she deserves it because of the murder, can we all agree she deserves it for telling that story? In order to seek the death penalty, the state was required to prove at least one aggravating circumstance that qualified a particular murder for the death penalty. In Arizona, the law sets out 14 aggravators, which include scenarios such as killing of a police officer or of a witness, killing for monetary gain, and killing in an especially cruel, heinous, or depraved manner. Since Travis was stabbed and sliced more than 24 times and shot in the head, the state concluded that he suffered physical and mental anguish, and was conscious long enough to know that he was going to die, that qualified the murder to be considered for the aggravating circumstance of especially cruel, heinous, and depraved. Fair. After hearing of all this, Jody does not back down from her crazy story. She'll stick to it for 4 more years, which is how long it takes for the trial to start. We'll skip over all the pre-trial years. Mostly just a lot of determining of what evidence will be allowed. The day after New Year's, January 2nd, 2013, Jody's trial finally begins with prosecutor Juan Martinez seeking the death penalty. Jody is represented by L. Kirk Nurmi and Jennifer Wilmot, who now argue that Travis's death was justifiable because it was committed in self-defense. The story she's told all over in the media and to investigators for 4 years will now change drastically. For the trial, Jody changes up her look. Instead of being a blonde bombshell with tasteful makeup, now she's brunette, wispy bangs, thick frame glasses. Jody's called to the witness stand February 4th, 2013. She'll testify for 18 days and will not help her case. She is a maniac and an idiot. On the first day of her 18-day testimony, she tells of being violently abused by her parents beginning when she was 7 years old. No one will corroborate this. This is echoes of Casey Anthony's lying ass here. Arias testifies that she rented a car in Reading instead of Wairika because a budget website gave her 2 options. One to go north, one to go south, where her brother lived in Reading. On her second day on the stand, she says that her sex life with Travis included a lot of oral sex and anal sex. A lot of poop-holing. She said the anal sex was painful for her the first time. She described in vivid detail in front of Travis's friends and family every kind of sexual behavior she and Travis had engaged in, including how they experimented with Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops. Her bikini waxes, their mutual masturbation sessions. Even the phone sex tape is played, in which Travis says he wanted to zip tie her to a tree while she was dressed up as Little Red Riding Hood. She testifies that Alexander secretly found young boys and girls sexually attractive, and she tried to help him with those urges. Now she's trying to make Travis look like a pedophile, which no one else has ever accused him of being ever, and herself like some kind of sexual rehab physician. Again, like Casey Anthony shit here. And then, as I alluded to, she ditches the ninja theory. Now she says the relationship became increasingly physically and emotionally abusive. Travis's sister can be seen in the gallery during her testimony, rolling her eyes, shaking her head, disbelief at this. Jody claims that Travis shook her the night he died while saying, "I'm fucking sick of you," and that he began screaming at me, after which he body slammed me on the floor at the foot of his bed and taunted her, saying, "Don't act like that hurts," before he called her a bitch and kicked her in the ribs. Afterward, Jody said, "He went to kick me again. I put my hand out." Arias held up her left hand in the courtroom now and showed that her ring finger was crooked. No one who saw her in Salt Lake City the day after this happened remembered her finger being crooked. No one. Then, according to Jody, the dysfunction of the relationship reaches its climax when she kills Alexander in self-defense after he becomes enraged following a day of sex and some kind of gun accident, forcing her to fight for her life. Prosecutors note that this was a very, very different account of how Travis's death had gone down than she had been, telling for 4 years. March 14th, psychologist Richard Samuels testifies for the defense for nearly 6 days, saying that Jody was in a fight or flight mode to defend herself, and that caused her brain to stop retaining memory. In response, a juror asked whether this scenario could occur even if it was premeditated murder. Samuels replied, "Is it possible? Yeah. Is it probable? No." And he diagnoses Jody with PTSD. That's why she clung to a really stupid lie for 4 years, then suddenly remembered a better, more sympathetic story once her trial starts because of PTSD. Sure. The defense would bring on a lot of people to testify to Jody's behavior. Beginning on March 6th, Alice LaViolette, a psychotherapist who specializes in domestic violence, testifies that Jody was a victim of domestic abuse and that most victims don't tell anyone about abuse because they feel ashamed and humiliated. Way to discredit actual victims of domestic abuse, Alice, you fucking quack. Clinical and credible psychologist Janine DeMart testifies for the prosecution that Arias does not suffer from PTSD or amnesia and was not abused by Alexander. Instead, DeMart says Arias suffers from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. Ding, 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 bingo, bango, we have a winner. I love you, DeMart. Thank you for being good at what you do. She said the people who suffer from this disorder have a terrified feeling of being abandoned by others. Ding, ding, ding. If Bobby the Vampire Slayer would have been in the courtroom, I'm guessing he'd be nodding his head, in agreement. Closing arguments will wrap up on May 4th, a full 4 months after the trial begins. It had been an incredibly chaotic trial, from warring psychologist to Jody's 18-day testimony to a juror getting dismissed for being arrested for a DUI. May 8th, 2013, after 15 hours of deliberation, Jody is found guilty of first-degree murder. Out of 12 jurors, 5 jurors find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. 7 find her guilty of both first-degree premeditated murder, and felony murder.
Mm-hmm.
As the guilty verdict is read, Jody struggles to repress tears. Oh, poor baby. As Travis's family smiles and hugs each other. Several people who had gathered outside of the courtroom begin celebrating by cheering and chanting. But it's not over. In the aggravation phase, which starts on May 15th, the jury determines that Jody is eligible for the death penalty. And then the next day, the penalty phase begins. May 16th, prosecutors call on Travis family members to offer victim impact statements in an effort to convince the jury that Arias' crime merits a death sentence. May 21st, Jody begs for a life sentence. This was a reversal from her statements on TV 4 years earlier in which she had asked for the death penalty. She said, "Each time I said that, I meant it, but I lacked perspective. Until very recently, I cannot imagine standing before you and asking you to give me life." She said she changed her mind to avoid bringing more pain to members of her family who were in the courtroom. At one point, she held up a white T-shirt with the word "survivor" written across it. Fucking the balls on this maniac. Telling the jurors that she would sell the clothing and donate all proceeds to victims of domestic abuse. Shut the fuck up, Jody, you piece of trash. So many women out there actually have been domestically abused. Women who aren't domestic abusers themselves who have murdered their lover. They don't need Jody's help. They don't need her to be the face of this fucking anything. She also said she would donate her hair to Locks of Love while in prison and had already done so 3 times while in jail. She's a great person. Sentencing trial results in a hung jury, and the judge has no choice but to declare a mistrial. The judge sentences Jody to life in prison without possibility of parole. Do you think if she was a man and did the same shit, the jury would have voted to have her killed? I do. I think her looks played a part. Being an attractive woman got her life instead of death. They just felt sorry enough for her. If she would have looked like me, fucking death. In late January 2013, artwork drawn by Jody began selling on eBay. I hate this. The seller was her brother. He claimed that the profits went towards covering the family's travel expenses to trial and better food for Arias while she's in jail. What is Jody like in prison? Same as ever, it seems. Her fellow inmates say that she's not well liked, that she flirts with guards to get special treatment, and comes across as phony and manipulative. In October 2017, Jody filed an appeal of her conviction, but it was delayed due to systematic errors. Then in October of 2019, she tried to appeal again, citing cumulative misconduct by prosecutor Juan Martinez. The judge is like, get the fuck out of here. The appeal is denied. She's now doing time in Perryville Prison, located in Goodyear, Arizona, less than an hour from Travis Alexander's, less than an hour from Mesa. Excuse me. Now let's get out of here and recap the strange, sad story.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Jody Arias and the murder of Travis Alexander. What a story. Before I recap it, so sorry, one last sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Sinless Premarital Sex Outreach Committee. If you're a young Mormon, you're looking for a release, but don't want to lose your standing in the church, we'd like to present some new alternatives to soaking, poophole loopholing, and staying moral with oral. Now feel free to indulge in handless sternum massaging, also known as chest docking. The sternum can be a real source of tension for a lot of women. It's where the pectoral muscles attach, and rubbing those muscles with one's erect penis can be a great way for both the one getting massaged to relax and the one massaging to climax. To massage without your hands, please rub your erect penis back and forth along the sternum, with your female partner pushing her breasts together around the penis to aid in the tension release, stretching the muscles. This will typically lead to ejaculation, often on the face, and the skincare properties of semen are widely known and approved of by God. So keep keeping it out of the vagina, kids, at least when it's moving. And keep loophole, staying moral with oral, soaking, and now keep it rocking with some flipping chest docking. Happy, wholesome loving, everyone. God is watching. And he likes it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. That's an interesting sponsor. Chest docking sounds fun. Anywho, let's recap now. The trial following Travis's murder in June of 2008 would captivate the nation as they followed along tales of raunchy sex, secret meetings, and alleged abuse. It all seemed like a horrifying way for what could have been an ideal relationship to end. Jody and Travis were both at turning points in their lives when they met at the prepaid legal conference in Las Vegas in September of 2006. There was an instant attraction. Travis extended an invitation for Jody to join him at the PPL Gala, but it was never going to be an ideal relationship because, Jody was Jody. Jody had already exhibited stalker-like behavior in previous relationships. Also, Travis knew by the time he met Jody that open premarital sex would get him kicked out of the Mormon community. The more Travis pulled away, the crazier Jody got. Sadly, Travis never did what he should have, which was to stop having any kind of contact with her. He wanted the sex too much, and he paid for it with his life.
Damn.
His throat would be cut ear to ear. He'd be shot, stabbed almost 30 times. His murder was so premeditated to an insane degree. Just a few days before, Jody had packed her bags with a stolen gun, rented car, gotten gas cans so she wouldn't have receipts, turned off her phone, set out to Mesa to kill Travis, after having sex with him for a while. Incredibly, she left a camera at the crime scene. The smoking gun would be those digitally recovered photos. Some of the last photos of Travis alive are so chilling. Standing in that same shower he will be murdered in, a look of horror and deep sadness in his eyes. Thankfully, Jody was convicted and will spend the rest of her life in jail. Careful who you shack up with, meat sack. Stay far away from Jody's brand of crazy. It's not worth it. Let's head to our top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, Jodi Arias killed Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008 by stabbing him multiple times, slitting his throat, shooting him once in the head. This came on the heels of a weeks-long plan to kill Travis that started with her stealing a gun from her grandfather at the end of May. Number 2, Jodi lied the entire time, all the way through her trial. She actually told 3 main stories. The first was she wasn't even in Mesa, which was quickly disproved. So, then she tells the second, the ninja theory. The 2 people killed Travis and just let her go, which was even dumber than trying to deny she was there. And then the third, that she killed Travis, but it had been in self-defense after months of abuse, which did not happen. Number 3, Mormonism and most religions that ban sex before marriage do so at the cost of some of the mental health of their members. The shame can lead to a lot more destructive emotional issues surrounding sex than a healthy experimentation does. Teaching young people that it's bad to feel arousal leads to guilt and compartmentalization and to soaking and to poophole loopholing, provo pushing, chest docking. Travis might still be alive today if he hadn't felt such shame about having premarital sex and was able to find a partner he could communicate with in a healthy way about sex and love. Number 4, Jodi slowly escalated her behavior towards Travis over the years. She tried to make him jealous. Over less than 2 years, you get it. Dropped by his house unexpectedly, announced to his friends that she was his girlfriend, even snuck in his house through the doggy door. If you or someone you know is in a situation like Travis's, or that seems so unhealthy and unstable, please reach out to someone in your community or call the National Domestic Violence Hotline if you're in America, 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-7233. If you're in other countries, as many of our listeners are, there are equivalent phone numbers in, I think, all of them, pretty much. No one should have to live in fear of being harmed by the person who's supposed to love them the most. And number 5, new info. One more goofy LDS sexual term. One young LDS said that there was a strong push for oral sex amongst he and his single friends who were horny, wanted to sexually experiment. He wrote, when I was a graduate student at Brigham Young University, and I understand this continues to be true today, there were some students who adopted the slogan, stay moral, go oral. And then failing that, many would just get married and then divorced shortly thereafter to really get their fuck on. It's unclear how often this happens, but some BYU students, and probably other young Mormons as well, will go to Vegas, get secretly hitched for a weekend or a few months so they can have guilt-free sex before mutually divorcing and then going on their merry ways. Here's some testimonial of this. In the mid-1960s and again during the early 70s, when I was at BYU, it was called a Wendover wedding weekend. The couple would zip over to the border to Wendover, get hitched, and then have all the sex they wanted back at BYU. Still lived apart, and if they were caught, they were legally married. Would file for either an annulment or a divorce with a cheap lawyer after a bit, and then go find another partner to hitch up with. We are such a weird species.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Jodi Arias and the murder of Travis Alexander has been sucked. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all the help in making Time Suck. Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, Reverend Dr. Joe Paisley, Sophie the Fact Sorceress Evans for running point on this week's research, Vitalixer.
Yeah. Fucking psychopath. Remember, guys, don't stick your dick in crazy or your vagines around crazy. You don't need that in your life. You don't need any of that in your life. Find someone you can spend the rest of your life with and be happy with. Someone who you think is fun, who's got the same, who enjoys the same stuff as you, And I completely agree with why are you finding people that are just completely different from you. But oh well. He's alright.
On November 16th, 1971, 10-year-old Carmen Colon disappeared from Churchville, New York, little village just 50 miles west of downtown Rochester, essentially part of the suburbs. She was last seen climbing into a car of an unknown suspect sometime between 4:25, 5 p.m. outside of Jack's Drugs, a pharmacy, after dropping off a prescription request for her stepsister. 5:30 p.m., the girl matching Carmen's description, seen naked from the waist down, witnessed attempting to run away from a car on the side of Interstate 490 West, near the Churchville exit. She's waving her arms frantically, screaming for help as cars barrel past during rush hour. The car is rapidly backing up to her, and then whoever was driving that car catches up to her and takes her away. Several motorists see all of this go down, and yet no one comes to her rescue. No one stops. Days before cell phones, no one calls the police. No one calls the police when they make it back home after seeing all of this happen. No one, not one single person, makes a single call about the girl they'd seen running half naked and afraid away from some stranger's car until 3 days later, after her photograph appears in the area's two newspapers, the Democrat and Chronicle and the Times-Union, when the two papers announced that Carmen's body had just been discovered after her brutal rape and murder. Even then, only a few individuals out of the hundreds of cars estimated to have seen this go down off of I-490 come forward to describe what they've seen. One said that while he thought it was odd that a young girl would be running half naked towards traffic on a busy highway, he was in the passing lane of heavy traffic when he saw her and thought for sure that someone behind him would stop to see if something was wrong. Another insisted he thought the car he saw backing up towards his child was just allowing her to go out and use the bathroom. Sure, that's how kids use the bathroom. They just take all their clothes off. Some people thought it was perhaps just a family squabble. It was none of their business. Again, yeah, right. Just a normal argument involving a half-naked child. Others said they were unsure of what they'd seen, either because it was too much of a blur in the drizzle as they sped past with their minds on other things, or because it was already pretty dark and the crescent moon yielded precious little light on an already surreal scene. Those individuals put the disturbing image out of their minds and just continued on with their lives. How morally convenient. Carmen would be the first victim in what would become known as the alphabet murders, a.k.a. the double initial murders, CCC. In this case, Carmen, Colon, Churchville. Two more murders of both initials matching the first letter of the town they were taken from would follow, and then a terrible suspect list would emerge, a list that would end up including not one but two convicted serial killers with ties to the area, a different known area serial rapist, a family member, and more. Also, an additional set of double initial murders would occur in California, including another victim, also named Carmen Colon. How strange is that? The second Carmen Colon's 22-year-old body would be found August 13th, 1978, near Little Port Costa, California, just south of Vallejo, north of Oakland. The man charged for this Carmen's murder and four others also had strong ties to Rochester. He was born there, grew up there, regularly traveled back to the area at the time of the murder. Coincidence? Did the same man commit at least 7 different double initial murders? Or did one man commit the first killings and then inspire a copycat killer to commit the rest? Or did multiple men commit the 3 upstate New York murders? Is America loaded with child rapists and or child killing dirtbags? A lot of disturbing questions to look into today. All of this and more explored on today's dark and disturbing true crime edition of Time.
The Time Suck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. Hail Nimrod. Hail Lucifina. Praise Bojangles. Praise Triple M. Can you believe 2018 is almost over? Just a few weeks left. What a year. What a crazy year. One of the craziest and best years of my life. I hope it's been good to you. If it's been horrible, then you know what? Fuck 2018. You'll be happy to know that 2018 will be dead in just a few weeks. 2019 will be born. We can begin anew. I'm Dan Cummins, sweet meat master, suck master, undisputed champion of Chikatilo's Royal Rumble. Sunday. Elite master of the glorious kingdom of Suckdom. And you, our humble servant, Nimrod.
You okay? You alright, Mike?
You remember
you okay?
Welcome.
You okay, Mike?
Coeur d'Alene, Idaho Suck Dungeon with Reverend Dr. Joe motherfucking Paisley.
You alright?
Fancy computer.
Okay.
Putting all those radio skills, music skills to work. Did you know that Joe is also lead vocalist, songwriter for metal band Moretta? You checked out Moretta. Listen to him on Spotify.
I'm probably never gonna listen to Moretta. I might give it a check.
And music. Joining forces in an unholy union of streaming metal. Listen to him shred. I recommend it. I saw him in Spokane a few weeks ago, and they're great fans. Seriously. I'm just saying that because he's actually listening right now to all this happen. You didn't know this was going to happen. Joe says that he does all the work, and the rest of the guys don't have talent, and they're just along for the ride. I do think that's weird. Because when I watched them live, I thought it was like a team effort. He said that's not true. He said they're just, I think he used the phrase disposable puppets, and he's pulling the strings. I'm kidding. His bandmates actually listen to the show as well, and they're good, man. They're really good. Moretto's great. You ready for some true crime today, though, suckers? I almost called you guys dirtbags. I'm going to be talking about dirtbags. You're not the dirtbags. We're going to be talking about an alarming amount of dirtbags, though. Maybe some of you are dirtbags. I can't control who listens. We're going to suck on all of them. After a few announcements and some sponsors, today's Time Suck brought to you once again by the Jim Jeffries Show podcast. Jim, if you don't know, one of the best comics working today. Edgy, smart, a combo I thoroughly enjoy. And the Jim Jeffries Show on Comedy Central covers the most controversial issues of today through Jim's distinctive brand of comedy and global point of view. And the Jim Jeffries Show podcast is a slightly more podcasty version of this already great show. So you can listen each week as Jim Jeffries, co-host for a Shaw, sit down with friends and guests, discuss news, politics, all the things Jim couldn't, wouldn't, and shouldn't say on TV. Subscribe now to the Jim Jeffries Show podcast. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday on your favorite podcast app. Time Suck also brought to you today by NHTSA, N-H-T-S-A, the National Highway Traffic Safety Commission. Everyone knows about the risks of, driving drunk. I certainly do. I have a DUI. You may have heard my story about it on my Hear This album several years back. I joked about what I went through, after I was arrested, but drunk driving, certainly not funny. You could get in a crash like I did, or people could get hurt or killed because of your terrible choices, which I could have easily done. You could get arrested. You can incur huge legal expenses, possibly even lose your job. Drunk driving is why I haven't done shows in Canada for years. Very hard for me to get up to Canada. Still cannot go to Canada for a vacation because of my record. And deserved. We all know the consequences of driving drunk, but one thing's for sure, you're wrong if you think it's no big deal. Drive sober or get pulled over, time suckers. Laugh at my mistake, but don't make my mistake yourself. Thanks for continued reviews, everybody. Always appreciated. Rating and reviewing Time Suck wherever you listen is the easiest way to support and spread the suck. It only takes a few moments, and it means a lot to us here. We're working hard to try and make this show better. We appreciate any support you can give, and so many of you are so supportive. Very thankful. Thankful to all the new listeners popping over from the Rizzuto Show in St. Louis. Thank you, Rizzuto and crew, for showing so much love to Time Suck. Thank you, Rizzuto, for actually listening to the show, being a Time Sucker. That was unexpected and much appreciated. You guys are very, very good at what you do. Lots of new tour dates up at Dan.
Yeah, this town is getting done.
Texas Suckers. We have now added 2 Texas shows.
Now, my thought is that there's 2 houses that are lived in. These 2 are actually lived in, and this one is a guest house. This is the foreman's guest house, which is, it happens. And then there's this, gonna be this big barn-like thing right here. I think that's more of like a small building right there. That's my thought.
I've been putting on social media. You can check it out, Dan Cummins Comedy, I can't boost them. They will not let me spread them to other people because apparently that violates some kind of code of conduct at Facebook and Instagram, which is fucking ridiculous. You can promote any violent movie you want to, but I have a picture of me in blood, and I'm just telling jokes about theoretical violence, and suddenly I'm the asshole who can't promote himself. Even though, you know, you could do a movie where 1,000 people fucking die violently, you can put your trailer on Facebook, and they're like, ha ha, yay! Let's spread this! Ah! So I'm sure I'll be making fun of them pretty much all of 2019 for the ridiculous policies. Check it out. Check it out.
Yeah.
Hope you come out.
Oh yeah, this is my favorite part is his slow realization of Facebook being fucking run by no one, and literally I love that. There is no real oversight in Facebook. A lot of times it is just AI. If you are not a big enough, if you're not big enough, it's so crazy. And then when Dan realizes it, I think it's the funniest. Just realizing that, man, the future sucks.
Before I can get into the meat of today's show. So thanks for that, allowing me to do some housekeeping. Now it's time to get into the alphabet murders. Hail Nimrod. Lot of different grounds.
Because he does not get his Facebook back. He'll never get it back. There's no human to talk to get it back.
That's one of them. Joseph, convicted in Marin County, August 13th, 2000.
It's kind of like when people get mad at like bigger companies like Amazon and stuff like that, and like the expectation is that there is no human oversight. There is no foreman. There is no like internet like. Well, we looked at it. We're giving a big old review of what's going on, and we think you got a case here. It's like nobody's there. No one's fucking driving the boat in a lot of these cases.
The death penalty in California is cruel and unusual based on the lethal injection method. I strongly disagree. When you hear later in this podcast about what Joseph did, what got him on death row, I think lethal injection seems far too humane. Oh, he might feel some pain the last few minutes? Fuck that guy. Tying him to a chair, letting him be eaten alive by rats, a la Suck Subject 51, the Iceman Richard Polish Savage Kuklinski's method, where he killed one of his victims that way in a cave, tied him to a chair, let rats eat him. I think that might be too good for Joseph. And Joseph isn't the only serial killer we're talking about today. Another suspect in some of the alphabet murders is Kenneth Bianchi, one of the Hillside Stranglers, convicted of kidnapping, raping, torturing, murdering 10 women and girls between the ages of 12 and 28 with his cousin, Angelo Buono, around Los Angeles in 1977 and 78, and dumping their bodies on the hillsides northeast of Los Angeles. And then he was convicted of killing 2 additional women by himself in Washington State, January 11th, 1979, before being apprehended the next day, January 12th, currently serving a term of life in prison at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, Washington, only a few hours from the Suck Dungeon. He'll be eligible for parole in 2025 at the age of 73. I don't like it. He may have also killed 3 young girls around Rochester, New York, where he, like Joseph, was born and raised. And there are a few other disturbing suspects, and we're going to look at them soon. Going to have to do today's timeline a little bit differently today. Going to have to break it up into 2. We'll chronologically look at the lives of each of the 3 Rochester area alphabet murders, then look at the lives of various suspects, then go into Joseph's life, a bit of Kenneth's life. The Hillside Stranglers, is a suck unto itself. So let's get started with today's first of 2 time suck timelines. And also a special thanks to Sherry Farnsworth, author of The Alphabet Killer, The True Story of the Double Initial Murders. Hard to find a lot of information about this on the web. Most of what I found that was really good info came from this one book. All right, let's get it.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
Carmen Colon was born in Rochester, New York in 1961 to Justiano and Guionina, and then spent the first half of her life in her parents' native Puerto Rico. With a family, returned to Rochester, Carmen struggled to learn English and was placed in special education classes at John Williams School Number 5, like countless other students who spoke Spanish as a first language, because the schools at the time lacked the resources to accommodate these students. Despite this hurdle, Carmen had an upbeat personality. The principal of her school, Dr. Alice Young, later told the press that Carmen was a sweet little angel. When Carmen and her family returned from Puerto Rico in the mid-1960s, Carmen's father, Justiniano, abandoned the family, and then Justiniano's brother, Miguel, moved in with Guillermina and became her common-law husband and Carmen's default stepdad. The old uncle stepdad situation, always a red flag, always a sign that there's a fair amount of dysfunction in your family tree. Uncle stepdad is going to show up later when we talk about suspects. Of course he is. Uncle stepdad doesn't seem like a good dude. And I'm guessing, I don't have any stats, I'm guessing uncle stepdads are probably bad people more often than non-uncle stepdads, at least in the modern era. Way back when, you married your dead brother's wife because she needed help with a homestead. And there was no other men in the area for her to bed. No other women for you to choose. Carmen had 5 brothers and sisters, and the 6 kids floated back and forth between Guillermina's home and her paternal grandparents' home, which was just a 10-minute walk or 3-minute drive away. By the fall of 1971, 10-year-old Carmen living with her grandparents, where she had her own bedroom, a little more space. And then on November 16th, 1971, sometime around 4 p.m., Carmen's mother, Guillermina, strode into her father-in-law's home to see her daughter, Carmen. She needed Carmen to go get some medicine for her 9-month-old baby stepsister. Not sure why she couldn't go get it herself. I mean, she just walked from her parents' house, from her house, Guillermina, to her parents' house. Why couldn't she walk a little further to the pharmacy, especially when they lived in a sketchy-ass neighborhood? I know I don't really have any of the specific details of what was going on in the family that day, so maybe there was very good reasons, but it just seems like, okay, that's maybe not what I would do, but okay. They lived in a shitty neighborhood full of drug addicts, various vagrants, and criminals wandering the streets, so Carmen's Roman Catholic grandparents would not normally let Carmen run errands alone, but on this terrible day, Carmen's grandfather, Felix, he intended to accompany her, but then, unbeknownst to him, Carmen begged her mom, and her mom agreed to let her go by herself. And, Guillermina gave in. And then when Felix realized that Guillermina had gave in, she was already gone. And that's unfortunate tremendously here because Carmen bounced out the door around 4:25 p.m. into the cold November air. Within a few minutes, she'd reached Jack's Drugs. That little pharmacy about 2 blocks away, little strip mall. She walked up to the counter, handed the pharmacist Jack Corbin,
hold up.
who the family knew,
Hold
empty
up.
bottle along with her mother's Medicaid card. And Corbin told her, take about half an hour, get everything ready. So Carmen said she would be back then, stepped out. And then a witness later reported seeing a child who looked like Carmen climbing into a car at dinner time that day near Jack's Drugs, but observed no struggle whatsoever, couldn't recall the make or model of the car. By 5 p.m., Carmen hadn't returned to either grandparents' home. To either her grandparents' home or her mother's home. Now the family's worried. Her stepdad, uncle stepdad, goes out to find her. A few minutes later, she'd be seen half naked, frantically waving her arms, screaming for help by the freeway, like I mentioned earlier, just desperately hoping somebody would save her. And it's just important to note that this people witnessing this, they witness it after Uncle Stepdad goes out to get her. Because this will come up later with the suspect list, that maybe she initially was okay, and then maybe Uncle Stepdad got a hold of her and then wasn't okay. By 7 p.m., the Cologne family had called the Rochester Police Department. Various friends and relatives were combing the streets in search of Carmen. The police did a methodical door-to-door search of the entire Bull's Head neighborhood where the families lived, 40 officers strong, looking for little Carmen. A handful of witnesses admitted to seeing Carmen that night, and they gave varying descriptions of the vehicle backing up towards her. One saying it looked just like the brand-new car 37-year-old Miguel Colon, Uncle Stepdad, just purchased. Yep, okay, dirtbag alert. Miguel was immediately made the prime suspect in the case. Tips continue to filter into this day, some even from Cologne family members who do insist that they think that Uncle Stepdad was the one who did it. On November 18th, 2 days after Carmen's parents, 15-year-old Mark Allen, 13-year-old James Gillen, riding their bikes in Riga, just outside the city of Churchill. This is all outside the city of Rochester. They spot what they thought initially was a plastic broken doll, crumpled against a boulder, laying in a ditch on the side of Stearns Road, a quiet, seldom-traveled little side street. Closer inspection reveals the body of an actual child, wearing nothing but a sweater, blue socks, and white sneakers. Just like the girl that had been seen on I-490 West, it was 4:30 p.m., exactly 48 hours since Carmen had left Jack's drugs. The media ran headlines for weeks about no one doing a damn thing to help little Carmen Colon. Headlines saying stuff like no one stopped, apathy abounds as motorists ignore girl, nobody stopped to save Carmen, girl is slain after motorist, ignore her pleading for help, hundreds saw Carmen, no motorist stopped. Just a few of the headlines. And social psychologists kind of explain this phenomenon. Social psychologist Victor Harris, working at the University of Buffalo, New York at the time, offered a theory as to why no one stopped based on research he was doing. He said this was what happened was a classic case of what's known as the bystander effect, a social psychological occurrence also known as crowd apathy or the diffusion of responsibility, also as Genovese syndrome. This phenomenon occurs when individuals witness an emergency but are reluctant to help if other people are present. The more witnesses there are to a crisis, the less likely any one individual will be to step in and offer assistance because everyone is falsely assuming that somebody else will take care of it, or that there is no emergency if others around could handle it if needed. People just think if help is warranted, somebody else is gonna get to it. We can just truly be just a bunch of dumb herd animals sometimes. And full disclosure, I am guilty of this on a smaller level, kind of, for sure. I mean, I've driven past people sitting in their car on the side of the road with their hazards on, but only when they're sitting in their car. I mean, I guess I do just assume there's something serious that's going on, like somebody else will help them. And also, I just see that they're not actively expressing, other than hazards, which just can mean like, hey, don't run into me. I just assume that like if they're not waving their arms frantically, it must not be that serious. Yeah. So I've definitely though never just ridden on by when someone is out there screaming and shouting, asking for help. Okay. So don't be a heartless prick. Stop if people need help. But maybe also if someone's waving you down and they're seem like an obvious carjacker, maybe don't stop there because that can be another angle of it. Sometimes people out of self-preservation don't want to stop and help because they're worried about what might happen to them. And in some cases, I do understand the rationale there for sure. But let's talk about this effect more. Before Carmen Colon, the most famous recent example of the bystander effect had been the stabbing death of Kitty Genovese in Queens, New York in 1964, and that's where the name Genovese syndrome comes from. 28-year-old Kitty Genovese was attacked by a knife-wielding man. I remember studying this in psychology classes years ago. She returned home from work one cold morning on March 13th, 1964. Several neighbors had heard her screams as the mystery attacker began to repeatedly stab her in the back. Some even actually witnessed, actually saw her be stabbed. Yet only one spoke up and yelled for the attacker to stop, which they did briefly. But then they didn't come out and check on Kitty right away. The attacker ran away. She staggered alone towards the door of her apartment, collapsed outside the door, and then the attacker came back, continued to rape her, stabbed her, according to some reports, for up to a half an hour more, like the total attack time, and then fled. And then a neighbor, Sophia Farrar, finally did come out there and check on her after the attacker had left. All in all, estimated that 12 to 38 people saw or heard lethal attacks. And while 2 people did later claim to call the police have no record of those calls. And the public was outraged. And then the New York Times published an article 2 weeks later called 38 Who Saw Murder Didn't Call the Police. And there is some things that are disputing some of the facts of that now. So a little bit of controversy of how exactly that happened. Everybody knows that it did happen, that she did die. People did hear, people did not go to help. I guess there's disputes about, how many people may have tried to call authorities or not call, or how long the attack went on. But it's also not an isolated incident. It's not like this is the only time we have to refer before this Carmen Colon story of this happening. And there's much more recent examples, including one that happened, fairly near me. Spokane, 2009, the Riverfront Park rape. In 2009, a 27-year-old woman was brutally raped by a 53-year-old transient named Terry Lee in broad daylight. Middle of the day, Riverfront Park, a park I've been to many times. Hundreds of witnesses, including many children, either watched or listened to her screams, either saw it happen or heard her screams for help. No one did anything. No one called authorities. Everyone just assumed somebody else would help. There was an example in 2009 also that got a lot much more nationwide publicity. I remember hearing about this in the news. When a 15-year-old girl leaving her high school homecoming dance in Richmond, California, which is in the Bay Area near San Francisco, was brutally gang raped and beaten by several young men in front of tons of witnesses. The attack left the young girl in critical condition, for more than 2 hours. Some 20 witnesses either watched or took part in a violent sexual assault. Although word quickly spread about what was happening outside on school property, not a single individual called 911. And they do have cell phones now. Nobody did anything to help the girl until her battered, unconscious body was later found under a bench. A fellow student, Manuel Ortega, was the instigator of the attack, received a 32-year prison sentence in the plea deal. He had ripped off her clothes, punched and kicked her in the head, raped her, encouraged others to rape her, and was also convicted of raping her with a foreign object. And up to 20 people watched and didn't bother to call the police. Powerful reminder to find out what the fuck is going on when you think someone's in trouble. Right? I mean, you are an accessory to the crime if you just blow it off like, not my problem. No, it is your fucking problem because you heard about it. When you hear screaming and moaning from the other side of the wall in an apartment building, I guess you can kind of write off your head like, maybe they're having just rough consensual sex. And maybe they are. There's a lot of pervs out there. That's okay. Nothing wrong if you want to do it loud and proud. Orgasms more intense when you throw caution to the wind. Really get into it. Really let yourself go. I get it. Hard to finish if you're worrying about the neighbors. You got to focus. When you hear that, you could think like, screams of no or role playing. Some are. Some people do enjoy a rape fantasy. Not my thing, but if you're both into it, why should I try and make you feel guilty about a consensual act? But what if something much worse is going on? You need to at least find out. What if it's not role playing? What if it is rape? Nothing wrong with knocking on the door and killing a boner. Okay, it'll come back. Because that's worst case. You ruin somebody's sex. Actually, worst case would be you get dragged in to an actual crime and then something bad happens to you. But that's highly unlikely. That is highly unlikely. Realistically, worst case, somebody else dies because you don't do anything. Somebody else gets, really messed up because you don't do anything. So call the police, check on it. Don't just ignore it. And if you see somebody half naked, especially a child, frantically waving their arms for help, fucking stop and help them. Call the police immediately. If you're packing heat, put that heat in your
I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna resize it.
Some dirtbag puts you in a you or them situation, put the fucking dirtbag down. Those two teen boys, I know, I get the stuff definitely riles me. After those two teen boys find Carmen's body 48 hours after she disappears, her young body removed for autopsy. And the next day, her coat is found in a culvert about 300 feet from her body, where it looked as if it had been tossed out, maybe out of a fleeing car, maybe as an afterthought. 11 days later, her green pants were found near a service road roughly a mile before exit 3, right where witnesses had seen the car and seen the girl running. Discovery of the pants led to the theory that that Carmen had either interrupted a rape herself, like a rape attempt with somebody else, or that she had already been raped before she made a run for it. Man, find him and kill him, Bojangles. Attack, seek and destroy. Monroe County Medical Examiner Dr. John Edlund conducted the autopsy, determined that Carmen had been raped, beaten, strangled to death. Severe bruising, what appeared to be human fingernail scratches, covered her slim little body. He also found that she had suffered fractures to her skull, and the area around her neck had been gravely injured during the ferocious attack. Police investigate Carmen's crime thoroughly in April 1972. By the end of April, police had questioned roughly 1,000 people, hundreds of possible suspects, including numerous known sex offenders in the area, had been investigated in the first few weeks after his disappearance alone. And then when no arrests had been made, the police moved in. A handful of investigators kept their case. Oh, sorry, not moved in. Moved in, moved on. That'd be weird. When no arrests had been made, police just they moved into new apartments, started new lives for themselves because they were that frustrated. No, they moved on. Sadly, to other cases. A handful of investigators kept the case officially open, but with no new clues, no significant leads, other crimes took priority. Most of the original investigators seem to still believe that Uncle Stepdad did it. And when it comes to like family versus non-family and like these sex type crimes, they do say 90% of child molesters are acquainted with their victim. Not sure if that's a scary number or a comforting one. I guess the odds of a stranger molesting your kid are pretty small. Way smaller than you or someone you know doing it. And if you know you're not going to do it, I guess the greatest odds are that somebody in your immediate family or circle of friends, I guess acquaintances could do it. They say that 90%, or of that 90%, 30% are relatives, fathers, stepfathers, brothers, uncles, grandfathers, cousins. The rest are people like babysitters. neighbors, friends. Only 10%, yeah, again, are strangers, man. I expect that number to be so much higher. But I guess, these kind of crimes are usually crimes of opportunity and abuse of trust, and kids, trust the people they know. More on Carmen suspects after we break down the other two New York alphabet murders. Time to go back again, 1961. Carmen Cologne and this next victim, Wanda Valakovich, were both born that year. Wanda was born on August 4th, 1961, to Joyce and Richard Valakovich in Rochester, poor working-class upstate New Yorkers. In 1967, Richard dies of a heart attack at the age of 30, when Wanda is just 6 years old, and her little sister Rita is 5, and the already poor family pushed down into true poverty. 1968, Joyce moves herself and her two girls into an upstairs apartment in a brown two-story clapboard house at 1321 and a half, one of those -2, Avenue D is the address, so-so Rochester neighborhood at best. Wanda was a redheaded, blue-eyed, freckle-faced kid who by 11 was mature for her years. She was a 65-pound tomboy who loved playing outside with friends and staying up as late as mom would allow, and also kind of loved being a little mini mom herself. Wanda's family survived barely on the few $100s Joyce received monthly from her deceased husband's Social Security benefits. And maybe they also struggled because Joyce loved to frequent the bars in the neighborhood and often took her girls into the taverns that allowed her to bring kids in while she drank. So sadly, both of these first two girls not raised in the best of family environments. Joyce gave birth to a third daughter, Michelle, shortly after they moved into the new neighborhood. And then Peyton Jr. Rainey moved in and became Joyce's common-law husband. Stepdad referred to as Junior? Step up from Uncle Stepdad, but probably not ideal. If you're a junior and you're a great guy, good for you. It just seems like a weird nickname for a grown man. Hi, I'm Junior. And this is my buddy, Baby. This is my buddy, Fetus. This is Tiny. Wimp. We got Micropeen hanging in there in the back. It's like, I don't know. It's very weird. I'm almost a junior. My middle name's it, but I don't know. I just wouldn't go by Junior. Anyway. April 2nd, 1973. It's a cold, wet, gray day in Rochester. Wanda's mood is sunny as she's racing home from school late on the corner of Avenue A in Conkney. She's got the best report card she's ever had. Even though she reportedly missed 57 days of school that year. 57. No mention of catastrophic illness, but 57 days. Clearly did not have a stable home life. But her fifth grade teacher said that she was an average student, a little above average in reading, which I think is pretty exceptional when you're missing that much school. Also reported to be, again, happy, personable. She was well-liked. Wanda's teacher would later tell the media that she could sense that Wanda had too many responsibilities at home. Code for her parents did not have their shit together. Crazy. Junior's not running a tight ship? Get the fuck out of here. But none of this seemed to even bother Wanda. In fact, she seemed to bask in the role of little mom or mini adult, that's what one murder investigator would later call her. She was a street-smart kid, seemingly capable of taking care of herself, helping to care for her mothers and sisters. By the time they were 10 and 11, Wanda and her little sister Rita both become accustomed to interrupting their play to run more grown-up type errands for mom. I'm sure there was stuff. I didn't say this, but I get the vibe. It's a lot of like, hey, let's go get your mom some smokes. Walking alone through their sketchy neighborhood. Sometimes they walk together. Sometimes they go with a friend. Usually Wanda, though, liked to go alone if it was her turn. Necessities were needed the Monday evening of April 2nd, 1973. The family pets were out of food. 2-year-old Michelle was out of diapers. And they needed basics like bread and milk for dinner. So they send the kid instead of mom going. And again, I don't understand the logic here. Like, why can't the kid not walk around a sketchy-ass neighborhood and stay home? Why can't mom go get the stuff herself? And my gut tells me because mom probably not in the running for a lot of Mom of the Year awards based on everything I hear about in the story. And I'll have more ammunition about that here in a second. So sends Wanda out. She puts her coloring book down. She heads out to this nearby deli. And she just passed her school, just 3 blocks away. She's very familiar with the route to get there. Took only 4 minutes. Dressed in the blue and white checker dress, white socks, sneakers she wore to school that day. The little redhead of Avenue D, as the Democrat and Chronicle will call her, walked down the street, arrived at the Hillside neighborhood grocer, dutifully picks up every item on her list, 2 quarts of milk, package of disposable diapers, bread, cupcakes, soup, tuna fish, dog food, cat food. Bagger William Van Orden crams everything into one overloaded paper sack so she'd only need a single bag to carry home. And store clerk Richard Chechi jots down a total of $8.52 in Joyce's brown charge book. And then Chechi says that everything seemed normal. says all Wanda said to him was, "I'm in a hurry," which wasn't unlike her. A lot of times, mom told her to hurry back home. It was a normal thing for her to say. Store employees, 2 male customers, a third individual standing outside the store all see Wanda leave Hillside carrying the bulky bag of groceries between 5:15, 5:30 p.m. She's heading north on Conklin, heading towards home. The Walakowiches were regulars at Hillside, and Joyce knew exactly how long it would take, her daughter to walk to and from the store, pick up groceries, all that stuff. So when the amount of time has elapsed, and she's not back, Wanda sends the other daughter, Rita, to the store to see what the holdup was. Again, fucking weird. One daughter's not here, so who do I send? Another daughter. What's going on with you? Why can't you go? But Rita's friend, 12-year-old Francine, joins her at 7:47, 2.5 hours since she had last seen her daughter. The other daughter and friend can't find anybody, can't find her, can't find Wanda, so Joyce calls the Rochester Police Department to report Wanda missing. And then she heads to the deli herself to talk to the employees. Okay, so a couple hours later, she's like, I don't know, maybe I should go talk to somebody. By 8:15, a massive search and rescue is underway. Police and neighbors were searching backyards, alleys, railroad tracks, the entire area between the tracks and Avenue A. While talking to the missing persons report, police, this is what makes me very angry towards Wanda's mom. And I know it's not her fault. I know. Let me rephrase that. I know that she is not the person who does something to her daughter specifically. But check this shit out. Police are told of a close encounter Wanda and a 9-year-old friend had 2 nights earlier. 2 nights before she goes missing. A strange man near some fucking railroad tracks a block away at around 10 p.m. is literally hiding behind some bushes like a creep out of a shitty after-school movie. He jumps out of the bushes, chases them, runs after them. They have to run away. They don't see his face, but they do get a glimpse of his shoes and with some buckles on him. They give this description to the police. He is a sex offender, a known sex offender in the area. Joyce is asked by police if she was aware of this incident. She reluctantly said that she was. So she knows that 2 nights earlier, a known sex offender had been hiding in the bushes and then chases her daughter. And then her 11-year-old or 10-year-old daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And then sends her out the next day. What the fuck, lady?
Yeah.
Come on, Junior. What are you doing? 10-year-old daughter gets chased, man. Yep. So I don't know. This mother does remind me of like a character from like Shameless, like somebody Frank Gallagher would date. And again, I feel terrible for what happened to her daughter. I can't imagine losing a child that way. But come on, man. Parents, be a parent. One of the first things Lindsay and I did in our current neighborhood before we moved in was check out the local police registries for known sex offenders. There aren't any in our neighborhood, like right around us, but there are several a few blocks away that I would like to beat unconscious. I'd like to throw their bodies in the perfect world in the back of my truck, drive them out to the woods, and perform some Wild West vigilante justice on them. Yeah! Time to die, motherfuckers! Have them dig some graves, strip naked, show them some pictures of kids, and whoever gets a boner gets dumped in the dirt. How about that little test? How about that little Rorschach boner test? I do hate pedophiles, man. Lowest of the low to me. Humanity's bottom feeders. Grabbing an innocent child, abusing them, killing them in some cases. And it's always that, oh, but I can't help it. I have these urges that I can't control. All right, maybe. Okay, I'm not saying you don't. I get it, but what if I have the urge to kill people with your urge? Maybe I can't control that. I can't actually, because I don't want to go to prison. If only I could be some kind of Dexter. If only I could just get away with it. But I don't think I could. I'd probably drop my driver's license or something. And when the kids were with us down in L.A., before we moved up to Coeur d'Alene, I never let them play outside unsupervised ever. And I'm not saying I'm some perfect parent, because I'm certainly not. I'm not at all. Not even close. Not even the ballpark. But yeah, I'm like, nah. I've heard so many stories like this. No way, man. No thanks. I'll take him to a park. And even sometimes there, if I'd look at my phone and then pop up and I couldn't see him, immediate panic. And I would jump up and start yelling until I had found him. Cold sweat pops out immediately. Anyway, back to Wanda. Not trying to victim shame the mother Joyce here. I know the real monster is whoever took Wanda, but man, please, time suckers, protect your kids. You listen to this show, you know there's a lot of sick fucks out there in the world. Be suspicious of everyone. It's worth it. Nothing is more important than your kid's safety. Like nothing. Man, I'm not gonna name names. I know I can't shut up about this right now, but there have been certain relatives and family friends I've had over the years who I have made it very clear my kids are never, ever to be alone with. And these people have never been convicted of anything. They just give me the creeps. Does my gut just based on some circumstances of their life. I'm like, nope, They never get to be around the kids alone, ever. And I check in with my kids way too much about it, too. Like, so much that they just kind of like, oh, Jesus, Dad. Now, when I talk, I'm like, you guys know, no one's supposed to touch your private parts. Actually, they're a little older now, so I don't even say private parts. I just say it. I'm like, no one's supposed to touch your dick, not your balls, not your butt, especially not your butthole, not your vagina, not your boobs. None of that. None of that gets touched by anybody at all. Anybody at all. You, other than yourself. You can touch it, fine. No one else gets to touch it. Maybe a doctor, but that's it. But seriously, I'm like, no. And and I tell them too. I'm like, if somebody tells you that they'll hurt somebody, they'll hurt you. If you find out, I swear, I tell my kids. At the point Lindsay eventually has to step. I'm like, I swear to God, I'll kill him. It's not true. We have guns. I will murder them. I will put them down. And that's when Lindsay's like, oh, all right, okay, that's enough. Okay, now you're getting weird. You're not going to go to prison. I'm like, yeah, but I will. I tell my kids I will go to prison. It's worth it in that circumstance. Okay. Now we're finally back for real. April 3rd, 1973. This is a day, should have been a time of celebration in the Valakovich household. It was Wanda's little sister Rita's 10th birthday. She's turning 10 now, but you can imagine no one's celebrating because nobody can find Wanda at 10:15 that morning. Before authorities had arrived at the house bearing the bad news, Joyce hears over a police scanner that a young girl's body had been located at a rest area in Webster. She knows immediately it's Wanda. 15 minutes earlier, New York State Trooper Thomas Zimmer on routine patrol along New York State Route 104 in Webster when he's pulled onto the approach ramp of the old Irondequoit Bay rest area just before the bridge that crosses over the bay. He had spotted something white on the hillside. He saw Wanda's bare legs. She was laying face down on the cold, barren ground, lifeless in the dress she had worn to school the previous day. She had been found dead in Webster, and that's the initials again, Wanda Valakovich, which because it's Polish and they don't know how words work, that's just spelled W. Found dead in Webster. Dr. John Edlund, the same medical examiner who performed Carmen's autopsy, determined that Wanda, too, had been sexually assaulted before being strangled to death with an object, perhaps a smooth belt. Unlike Carmen, who was left naked from the waist down, Wanda at least still had on her dress, but some sources say that it appears that she was redressed after being assaulted. Stomach contents revealed she had eaten custard within 2 hours of her death, even though she had left home with no cash and had not purchased such an item at the Hillside Deli. Who bought her this custard? One can only imagine it was the killer. Force of 50 officers this time dispatched to canvass the Valakovich neighborhood as well as the location where the body was found. Methodically going door to door.
Let's tighten this up. This town up.
No luck. Even though investigators initially felt confident the neighborhood was too populated for someone not to have seen the person who had taken her.
Yeah, let's tighten this up.
From the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, two who had investigated the Carmen Cologne murder are assigned to Wanda's case on the chance the two homicides are in fact connected. After all, these girls are nearly the same age. Both have been abducted while running late afternoon errands for their mothers. Both were found by the side of the road, raped and strangled to death. Authorities in the first few days bringing in men
so far
living in the area who have been questioned regarding
has now been turned into that much. So we had was this. I had to fix this house. Now we fix these houses. Maybe bring up their size just slightly.
Wanda said she was too street smart to be lured in by a stranger, that she knew better. Her playmate said she would have put up a fight if someone had tried to force her into the vehicle, but yeah, I mean, I guess based on these assumptions, investigators considered it was a strong possibility that Wanda knew her killer and gone willingly with him. I don't know, though. I just think, like, she was under 70 pounds, she wouldn't have been that hard for a grown-ass man to force into a car, van, or whatever. And there is this thing where a lot of a situational type child molester, a lot of times when it is a stranger, it is this kind of the situational dictated. It's a crime of opportunity. These people feel like they have an immediate need that they feel must be satisfied. They're like rabid dogs. And maybe Wanda was just walking by, and she was last seen by some school grounds, which is noteworthy because places like schools, playgrounds are magnets for these kind of predators. Street smart or not, could have easily just forced her into a vehicle. 4 days after Wanda was abducted, just minutes from home.
All right, guys. All right. Who are we gonna raid? Bam, bam, blah, blah, blam. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid? Mr. Mel. How long has he been live? Let's see. Mr. Mao, Dazed Eyes. Well, sure. All right, Dazed Eyes it is. All right, everybody ready? Everybody getting ready? Everybody supersonic racing on the ground. All right, let's save. That's that. And thank you guys so much for coming in. I do appreciate it. Thank you guys, everybody. You guys are amazing and incredible. I'm just ready to go to bed. I will see you guys later. I know you guys got a full day tomorrow. We were alive for 4.5 hours, which is good. Great. Why is that still there? So, you guys stay positive, stay amazing. I hope to see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Weird thing. I guess. Okay. Here, give me a second. Well, tries to do. It's difficult, but it's trying. And they go. Of these votes, I see that you voted all your votes. Any plan to stream later? You get your OBS and that sorted? Grab some stuff. Or maybe just unlock all those and stuff too. Circle.